Hello, hello. I'm just gonna grab myself something to eat, so it'll be a few minutes before the stream started up proper. I was hoping to get some World War II DCS in, but it looks like the Allies are stacked at the moment, and I don't have any German planes, so we might leave that for a future stream. But we're gonna hop on Ligmas for a bit, do some F1 since I haven't done that for a while. There was an armor mission this morning. I just missed it because I forgot that European daylight savings and our daylight savings do not sync up very well. And so for a couple weeks, the mission moves ahead 1 hour, and then it will move ahead 2 hours as we come off daylight savings. So there was a mission. If you want to see how that played out, I think it was set in a Suez crisis. Then I would imagine probably Ognian would have recorded it if he was there. And I'll probably drop a link to it in the Discord at some point. Look, dude, I haven't eaten. I just got up. Cut me some slack. I got like 3 hours of sleep before what I thought was supposed to be mission time. But then when I realized it was halfway through the mission already, I was like, "Fuck it, I'm going back to bed." So I did. Hey Vex, just about to do some Mirage F1 stuff in DCS, but I'm going to get myself something to eat first. So it'll be a few minutes, and then we'll be in the air. And probably getting shot down very quickly, because I do not remember how to use this jet. It's been a couple months since I've flown it. I'm going to be trying something very silly with it as well, so I'm not sure how well this is going to work out. I've not played the new version of Enigma server like enough times to be familiar with how the air defense is laid out. It includes flying very low, in the general vicinity of blue airfields, with a shit ton of Durandals and a Beluga. You know, the classic party mix. Although now I think about it, it might not be able to handle mixed bomb loads. So maybe I should just carry a full load of Durandals. I just realized that. It's a good thing I thought about that now rather than once I was in the air. So yeah, we might just go to full Durandals. I feel like it's one of those things that would work a lot better if I had a friend coming with me, because then they could just draw off the AAA and the SAMs and I could go in, hit the runway. Or hit the taxiway, actually, is probably what I'm going to go for. But we'll see how we go. Looking at the kill log, a Vigan just killed a MiG-21 with a Maverick. Now, did he get him while he was on the ground, which is understandable, or is that thing still able to air-to-air? Because my understanding was they stopped it being able to track anything faster than about 300 kilometers an hour. That might be one to check TAC view for later. Once we've attempted our own strike, then I'll probably just go bar cap over the airfields and try and keep the little fuckers away. Alright, food has been obtained, so I can just casually stuff my face over the course of the flight. Hang on a second. I'm not sure if my camera is going to be set up properly. It is in fact not. Wonderful. I wish it would actually save its settings for once. But why would it do that? Get rid of that, get rid of that. There we go. Okay, we should be seeing DCS here in a moment. Keyword should, hello. There we go. Oh, my frames are not doing too well at the moment. That's concerning. Maybe someone just strafed something. I guess I haven't fixed that issue yet. Alright, let's see if I can remember how to get this thing started. Battery. We'll switch the ECS stuff on now. Just so I don't forget. Do these stay right or do they go left? I don't remember. They go left, I think. Because it's basically the reverse of the 2000. There's the starter. Yep, I moved the throttle too early. Engine firelight, that's slightly concerning. No. I'm missing something. We're flying the Mirage F1, or at least the plan is to fly the Mirage F1, but I don't remember how to fly it, because I haven't flown it for months. Hold up. Hold up! My throttle was doing something very strange there. And the engine fire light's on, which is not good. Well, let's try again. I'm sure this is fine. No, Cotty, those all come on after the engine. Yeah, so that's the air start. It's stuck in D10 now. That's really odd. There we go. Ah, yes. We may need to reslot here. We'll just reslot. In fact, what we'll do is we'll reconnect to the server. Because it's... I think that thing's happened where after X amount of bullet hits happen, the server runs like shit. Wonderful bug that came with multicore. So give me a minute here, guys. I know it's been a bit slow today. Fuck, is a watch streak and why is Twitch asked me to share it? Yeah, I saw that the other day. Like, why, dude? If I want to participate in chat, I'll fucking talk. Like, I don't get why it's, like, why they're trying to goad you into all this bullshit. Like, just fucking talk like a normal person. That doesn't appear to have remedied the situation a lot, but oh well. And this is new, this horrible flashing light when you spawn in. I don't know what's going on there. In general, it seems my DCS has taken a lot longer to load in, like, terrain and textures and everything than it used to. I don't know why. Well, my system's changed any. So we'll see how this goes. Okay. Yep, throttle's free. Battery. I honestly don't remember if these stay right or go left. We'll leave them... We'll go left. Because in the Mirage 2000 it's mirrored and they go right, so... All left? Yeah, okay. And then this is your starter selector, I think. So we can just leave it in the middle. There we go. There we go, that's a good start. Trying to remember all the shit I gotta turn on. Okay, that rearm. Hey Paula, just a bits man, and Danny Levy, thanks for the follow. Yeah, Mirage F1. Why is the server paused? That was weird. There we go. Yeah, they paused it again. We're going to try and hit an airfield, which is going to end terribly. And then we're probably just going to switch over to trying to keep blue from hitting ours. I forget what like 90% of these switches do. So we'll just turn them all on. Actually, I might leave that because that's a fusing switch. We'll get those set to drop. Oh yeah, I see. It was on inert, my bad. Is there a ripple timer on this? Or is it just salvo or nothing? We'll leave it on that for now. Just salvo here. Where you hold? Okay. Well, we'll go to salvo. I think we're pretty much good to go. I think. Let's pop the safety on that. Oh, the frames though. The frames. Oh, that's painful. Snares returned. Nice. Gepard's at air bases? Yeah, so I've heard. There's no road bases now, Polar, and also road bases when they were in before were a restricted target. You couldn't bomb them because people were getting mad about it. My HUD is really skewy. In fact, my gyro in general is really skewy. I've done something wrong here. I'm not entirely sure what, but I've done something wrong. It's fine, we don't need a gyro where we're going. Both. Okay, they're turned on. Your game's muted? No, it's not. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Oh. No, I know what it is. Fucking Windows update. Fucking piece of shit thing. Can you hear it now, or is it playing the... My music's fucking muted too. Oh my fuck, I hate Windows. Right, which thing's it picking it up? Is it picking up the game or the music? That should be the game then. Fucking Microsoft. Pricks. Fucking Microsoft, man. Fuck. God damn. In what universe does it make sense to fuck with your user's audio settings every time you update your fucking operating system? Like, what idiots? Seriously. How fucking stupid do you have to be to think that's a good fucking idea? I forget if this has an indicator light for nose while steering. I think it does. This frame rate, man, this is killing me. Do I not?
Why is Microsoft your favorite company? Answer me before I deport you to Tsuchijima.
Yeah, right. So you'll have to excuse the dog shit frame rate. That's a DCS issue. They made not just do craters leave like, or like, you know, bombs and rockets leave craters that don't despawn for the entire mission, but now guns do it as well. So gun impacts on the ground do not despawn. So the longer a mission's running, the worse it gets. Which is, you know, it could have been so much worse going to multicore. There could have been so many worse bugs, but still, that one's pretty fucking funny. And they didn't put my radar hood back on. I forgot this server defaults it to being off. I'm gonna have to... Fuck it, we don't need it. I like having it, but we don't need it. What kind of munitions are you carrying? Durandals. Which I don't think I've ever used before, so this will be interesting. I'm gonna be real with you, I forgot about the whole bullet craters thing before starting the stream. If I'd realized it was going to be this much of an issue, I'd probably just play something else. Because this is going to be, like, unwatchable, I'm sure. It's already annoying to me just to play it, so... I don't know, maybe we'll do one sortie on here and find something else to do, because if it's going to be like this, then it's not really worth streaming. A10 Maverick Seeker also broken, has infinite resolution. It always has. It always has. The A10A has always been able to see stuff from, like, as far as the game can render. Because, like, 6 or more months ago, I was able to lock a flying hind, at 25 miles with a fucking AGM-65D on an A10, which is just like, what the actual fuck? And yet Blue complains about Red's fucking guided weapons. work that one out for me. So much more clear now? Oh no. It was already like the Eye of Sauron before.
Overlord, Lithium 1-1, Bogey Dope. Lithium 1-1, Overlord, Ra, 111, 25, 400, flank west, 2-ship Tiger 2.
Whoops. Now, I don't remember, does this thing have a separate master arm switch like the 2000 does? I don't think it does it? It's just that panel on the right, and all of that should be on. That's not my... What is that? I don't know, but I probably shouldn't be flicking it since I don't know what it does. Oh, that's what it is. It's my close combat stuff, and I forget what my reset button on it was. Oh, right, it does have a master arm, you're right. I remember now.
Set trip 10. Jersey 1-1.
I was looking in the wrong place.
Warning 10 kilometers.
I need to move my afterburner detents slightly, because they have adjusted this. I didn't realise I was just in burner that whole time. I've also got to remember, I think that's how you do it, how you set autopilot. It's going to be banking to the left because the gyro's skewy, but... well, it might not. But what I need to do is go in here, access commands, that should hopefully... Nope! Come on, man. Fuck me. Like, right there is where I need it. Someday we'll have proper detent support. I don't know why the fuck they changed it. They should have just left it alone. Ooh, but my detent's here. Well, fucking set it manually, like I have. Like, I really don't care. If people are too fucking lazy to set their detents up properly, why does it have to be my problem? Actually, hang on. I'm doing this wrong. So that's there, and then that's there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bring this up. I think. Why, dude? Like, why? Just... It was fine before. Why not leave it the fuck alone? There we go. Gotta remember how to disconnect the autopilot fully. I think you just gotta... No, that's not how you do it. That'll do it. That'll do the trick. I've got a button bound for it, I just don't remember what the button is. Why are you adjusting in controls? You can adjust the detent in special options, because I adjust everything in controls. Like, there shouldn't be a need to put the fucking detent in special options. Just put it in fucking controls. Where everything else puts it, you know? I think I'm still fighting the autopilot. Yes, I am. There we go. Yeah, I think we will find something else to do after this, because this frame rate's unplayable. It's kind of crap. Might have to hold it on DCS streams again until ED managed to fix the bullet craters issue. I don't understand, like... I'm sure it's a spaghetti reason, because a lot of the stuff that can't be fixed easily in DCS is spaghetti reasons, but I'm bewildered as to why craters are such an issue, like, at all. Not just for bullets, but at all. Like, why do craters cause a performance hit? They shouldn't. If you're not looking at the crater, it shouldn't exist. In fact, like, it already is like that. If you want to taxi past a bomb crater, you just stare at the sky and it doesn't exist. So why is it that they still cause a fucking performance impact if they just de-render when they're not being looked at? Like, what the fuck? I don't get it. Surely there must be some reason for this. That should be Sakumi there. We are apparently getting intercepted. Let me just double check my nav, because I did spend a while fucking around with the autopilot there. Yep. Just about to pass Sakumi. And it looks like we're being intercepted, so we're probably going to get shot down by an F5 before we even get shot down by a Gepard or a, Roland. Oh, they have been busy. I can hear a ticking sound coming from somewhere in the cockpit. It's slightly concerning. Let's get nice and low. Probably still won't be low enough. Just the microwave timer, hey Lumber. So that's Sakumi City, so Gadauta should be over here somewhere. There's a lighthouse, it's just past the town. HUD looks broken, it is. My gyro is not level for some reason, I fucked it up. And my gun sight pipper is locked to the top of it, because I probably clicked the wrong switch. Like, I haven't flown this thing for probably 6 months, dude, so no idea what I'm doing. There's the lighthouse, there's the merge, but he's above me by a decent margin. Depression 170. I mean, I'm just gonna do it when it feels right, but sure. If I can remember where the knob set depression is without crashing. Oh, now I got a Vigan going for me as well. Okay, 171's close enough. There's the airfield. This is probably not going to work. Knowing me, I bound the bomb release button to something stupid and they're not going to even come off the aircraft. Oi, oi, oi. There's already someone there, that's the water. There's the Gepards. I am so dead. Yep. Yep. I expected about that result. Frames are so bad, man. And that was our Durandals. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we're going to do DCS. If my frames are going to suck that much, like, even if I go back to air-to-air, like, I can't play like this, and I wouldn't expect you guys to watch it, so... It sucks, but it is what it is. And that leaves me with no ideas for what to do next. What I am going to do is eat. So, give me 5-10 minutes, and, you know what? We'll start up Misfizz, and I'll play some SnowRunner, I guess, because that went pretty well last time. Or actually, no, let's do some GHPC, but I'm going to eat first, okay? So I will be back in a minute. Or 10. Freeware T37? Yes, it's excellent. And next time I do a Misfizz stream, I will probably fly that and the N2 and a few other nice little things. I know I say this every stream, and it ends up being a dirty lie, but this stream probably won't be super long. Probably. Because we'll just do some GHPC and then maybe, like, one other thing, I don't know. What usually makes a stream stretch out to be, like, 10-15 hours long is if I play Misfizz, because I get stuck into that for ages. So we'll see how we go, but I wouldn't expect a full day out of this one, and I kind of don't want to stream for the whole day either, so we'll see how we go. I've been playing Sprocket again. I was just playing it last night. I don't know if I'm at the point where I want to stream it yet, because I'm not very good at the game. Like, I have one design that I just keep upgrading, because I can't figure out how to design anything better. But it's on the options list, and it's getting a bunch of really neat new features soon, so maybe once I add in, like, fully, mesh-based interior stuff, that might be a thing to stream. Design something worse. I mean, that's generally what happens when I design something else. Hey, Ligma. I think we've had a world record for how long it takes me to give up on DCS for a stream. We flew a single sortie, and my frames were in the toilet. I made an ill-fated run on Godowda, and I caught a roll into the face, which I kind of expected, to be fair. Yeah, I'm genuinely impressed that, you know, that gun craters are a thing that can tank performance. Like, I don't know how they've achieved that, but I am genuinely impressed. Hopefully it gets fixed soon. Another soul lost to the cult of the snail. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't understand how craters have such a performance impact, because they don't even render unless you're looking at them. Or at least they didn't. Maybe they changed that and that's why we have a problem now. But it used to be that if you just stared at the sky, you could taxi straight through one because it didn't exist.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
AYYLMAO.
Cheers to the Prime sub, man. Appreciate it. Spaghetti! But I've heard even worse tales of spaghetti from other games, which have much less of an excuse of, you know, having an ancient code base, so I don't know. Software is scary. Yeah, usually I'll play it after an update for like a week or so, and then I'll take a break until the next update. But also I will replay missions because some of the missions change, or, you know, like, I just want to get more reps in so that, you know, I get a little better with my tanking. But I've been also doing a bunch of the campaign stuff just to see, like, set myself challenges. Can I win the campaign without seeing an Abrams if I'm playing as Pact? Can I win a campaign without playing the Abrams as NATO? I did try and get Pact down to T-34s, but I haven't been able to successfully do it yet. It requires a surprisingly delicate balance. Nearly done eating. Sorry, guys. Real? I should note, I think it's the fact I'm streaming that causes it. Because the last few times I played on Ligmas, I haven't been streaming, and I had no issues. No, Mizfiz doesn't. FSX does. There isn't one from Mizfiz. And I wouldn't expect one anytime soon either. See ya. I'm back. Alright, let's do this. Let's do a campaign. We will do a new NATO campaign. Let's start with a defense. M60A3. Yeah, that's acceptable. Dip your toes in Steel Beast? Not yet. It's on the list of things to do one day, but not yet. I've watched quite a bit of Steel Beast gameplay, I just haven't picked it up myself. Loading times are going to be a bit slow. It always is the first few missions after I've launched a game. Usually picks up afterwards.
Loader ready. Sabo loaded. Gunner ready. Sabo index.
There's a couple people in here that would be able to tell you. Because I'm probably not going to get round to it anytime soon, if I'm honest. Where are they dropping artillery? Off to the left. On the friendly position. Just a touch more. Don't want to expose myself too much, but... Identified tank! Preempted the fire order a bit there. Left. Oh, he wants me to go for this guy. I need to start moving. I really need to start moving. Whoa. Identified tank. He's still up. This guy on the left's still up. Should really move, but we'll give him another from here. Interesting, the tanks have all just stopped there. I mean, I guess they're covering the BRDMs, but
Target! Re-engage! Target! Ceasefire!
don't really have time to restock here. We'll just go to heat. He's dead. There's the tank.
GHPC!
Fuck that, I'm going for the tank.
Target lost! Cover! Heat! PC! Cover! Left! Fire! Obstructed! Next target! Cover! Heat! Target lost!
These two are going to be a pain to hit.
Cover! Heat! PC! Identified! Fire! On the way! Target! Ceasefire!
I'm super exposed to that T-72, but I think he's distracted by someone else.
Cover! Heat! PC! Target lost!
BRDMs are having a bit of a moment.
Cover! Heat! PC! Target lost!
That looks like a hit. Is that tank still up? No, looks like someone else got him. How are we going? We've lost one. Maybe two? Oh shit. Yeah, we've lost two. We also got overflown by a jet, but I'm not sure whose. I wasn't really keen to stick my head out and take a look with all this stuff shooting at us.
Identified! Fire! On the way! Target! Ceasefire!
I think that should be everything. Oop. I think I hit this guy, but we'll just put another into each of them to be sure. Oop. That wasn't the button I meant to press, but it works because we finished the mission anyway. Let's have a look at everyone's shots, except obviously the machine guns, because that'll take forever to go through. So our first one hit a throwing charge, but I don't know if it set it off, because it was a low energy fragment. They've added multiple bounces back in, so you can really cheese grade the interior of a tank if you hit it in the right place. Yeah, we lost that guy pretty much straight off. And then, same for him. So the other half of the platoon, the two tanks on the right flank, got absolutely wrecked right at the start of that engagement. But they were a lot more exposed. Like you can see, they're pulled right up on the top of this ridge, whereas we were still kind of hugging the backside of it. I got lucky. I got very lucky. I knew I'd been hit, but I thought it was a bounce. I didn't realize it actually penetrated. Holy shit, did I get lucky. Narrowly missed the ammunition, then narrowly missed the loader's arse. Hits to the turret ring don't jam the turret at the moment. I'm not sure if they're going to add that. I think they want to avoid it just because it would make it frustrating if like a machine gun round sticks your turret, but I suspect that would have jammed the turret. Looking at where it came through, it went right through the ring. Yeah, I want to say that there was some discussion about that or other I heard at one point, but I don't remember. I might be mixing it up with something else. But either way, that would be neat. So this is one of the two that's already knocked out. So this is the thing, right? Like, this is concentration of fire happening. All these hits are happening within less than a second of each other. This guy's just been hit like 4, 5, 6 times in less than a second. Because every one of those T-72s just went, oh, hello, and just immediately opened up on him. Turret rings are invincible right now? Yeah. As far as I'm aware. That was my wingman there. So again, this is the same already knocked out M60, and it's just being hit repeatedly in such short succession because it's being focused on by all these T-72s. His turret ate that one. Turret ring ate that one. Actually, the looks like the roof armor got part of it, or the driver's hatch even. Driver's hatch kind of shattered it, and then it just crushed into the ring. Yeah, I tend to agree, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. That was a pretty good one. The Sabo fragments themselves went straight through a throwing charge. This is the guy that was partially obscured by this wreck, so I couldn't see him very well. Thermals will see through smoke eventually, as they should, but they don't at the moment. And so I couldn't see him very well, so I could kind of see the front of his hull, and I guessed about where his turret was and shot. And thankfully, he was, for some reason, looking over there. So it went straight through. And then when he traversed his turret round to face me, I got him through the front of it as well. These are only T-72Ms, not M1s, so they have the squishy turrets. They're just cast steel. There's no composite in the turret. Very unlucky driver there. Well, very unlucky tank in general, because it actually hit a warhead, as well as about half the crew. It depends on what's making the hot smoke, so multispectral stuff, thermals can't see through at all, but nobody had that in the Fulda Gap in 1985 apparently. They just had, like, you know, normal engine smoke or white phos or stuff like that, and from what I've heard, those aren't enough to fuck with thermals. I think it's... Now, I know very little about the science behind thermal optics, so take this with many grains of salt and make sure to check up on what I tell you afterwards to make sure I'm not talking out my ass. But I would expect it has something to do with the actual size of the particle more than the temperature of the particle. Like, a lot of very fine but very hot particles probably won't show up, as well as a couple of warm-ish, very large ones, which would be why dust and sand and things like that will fuck with you, but, you know, smoke won't necessarily. I can tell you right now that modern thermals will see through an engine smoke system like it's not there. I'm not sure about the Gen 1 thermals, but I'm pretty sure that they could, because apparently it wasn't considered a problem back in the day, let alone now. In real life, would the US have wanted to use as much smoke as possible during daytime engagements? It depends. The Soviets wanted to use smoke as well, even though they couldn't see through it, but the Americans could. The thing is, the early tows, the flare can't be seen through the smoke either. And so, while, for example, let's take a Bradley. The Bradley might see its target, regardless of smoke, but the tow, it can't see. And so you can't actually guide your missile, even though you can see what you're aiming it at. You can't, you can't provide corrections to the missile, because the system that spots the flare and says, okay, well, you're here, I need you here, it's not working. So smoke is still useful in that regard, but for the Americans it might also be a hindrance because they can't shoot tows through it. It would be situational, I'd imagine. Alright, well that's our after action report, so let's pop out and see what the butcher's bill was. We lost 8 crew. So, both of those M60s just catastrophically exploded. Well, one of them catastrophically exploded, the other one just burnt out, I think, but none of the crew got out. We lost a 113 as well. And, we killed a surprisingly small amount of East German stuff. Spoiling attacks are fun. My favorite thing with smoke was like when you play Red Orchestra or something, and people would throw smoke between you and the enemy and then attack through it. It's like, my guy, they know that you're there. Like, they might not see you, but they know that you're going to attack through there because the smoke's there. Like, unless you're using the smoke as a deception and then you attack somewhere else, they're going to just fire machine guns into the smoke and you're going to fucking die. Like, what are you doing? You throw the smoke between, or, you put call-in artillery smoke rounds between mutually supporting enemy positions so they can't mutually support, or, like, between the enemy first and second lines that they can't see their first lines being attacked. You don't call it between your attack and what you're attacking. It's just bad. Or my personal, like, my actual personal favourite, which is when people, throw smoke grenades into a building they're trying to clear. Like, what the fuck? No, I didn't see it, Gurn. I have not been able to keep up with that channel for a while. And, I also haven't checked Discord yet today. Okay, let's get going. Never got to use pop smokes because they were under investigation to see if they were safe. Apparently there was some failure with the launchers that almost caused a fire, but the guys that came after us got to play with them. From what I understand, fires caused by smoke grenades are not actually that uncommon. I mean, at the worst, it's on the outside of the tank. So, like, better out than in. That ain't obstructed. Okay, the enemy's in the town at the bottom of this hill, which is going to be really sketchy to attack from here, so what I think I'm going to do... I don't know if I have the choice. I almost want to get out the back here, but it'll take forever to get there. They might already have moved off by then. But if I get up on this ridgeline, like the obvious position in front of me, I'm super exposed. On the other hand, I'm in an M60A3, so I've got good gun depression. I can kind of play the back of the hill a lot better than if I was in a Soviet tank. We might do that. Just risk it. What I will do is I'll start dumping artillery on them. And then we'll sprint up a bit. We're going to be firing pretty much point blank. So I'm going to just have the auxiliary sight ready so I can make sure the gun's clear of the hill and then start blasting. Let's get these guys into a line. I would actually like a little more spacing on them, but there's not a lot of, like, frontage, if you will, on this slope. Maybe we'll get them out to 50. It just means the guy on the right side is going to be pretty exposed. Should be about 400 or 500 meters tops from this ridge. Actually, probably about 4. Yeah, those guys on the right flank are going to be a bit exposed, but it is what it is. Trucks. Holy shit, that's a lot of BMPs. No, I'm gonna go for the tanks, dude. I just heard something get hit. I think my... oh yeah, my left-hand wingman just ate shit. That T-72 was all over him. I'm just not gonna wait for commanders' fire commands here. I don't have time. This is probably the kind of situation where you just give me a, you know, fucking fire and adjust. Speaking of adjusting. Really? Might have failed to fuse. Fuck! We got unlucky. Now I could bail here, but I want to try and kill as much shit as I can just to whittle down their supplies for the rest of the campaign. There you are. Fucking hell! Jesus! Honeker's fucking weakest BMP gunner. Jesus Christ. I think he's actually dead. That's just an engine compartment fire, but I think he is actually dead. Ooh, there's still tanks. Where'd their trucks go? I'm not sure. Are they all still there? Oh, they are. That's a bad no-no noise. Oh, he's still up! Shit. And then this guy's got his back turned. Come on, man. These BMPs, man, they're more fucking dangerous than the tanks are. Caliber MG, 50 for the commander. But it's not an M2, it's a M85, so it's a piece of shit. Jam-tastic piece of shit. The fuck did that... No, I wanna... There must be a... I don't think it's him. I think he's dead. I think there's another one on the right of that tree line that I didn't see. Yeah, shush. Okay, I think we're okay to sit here. We aren't being shot at yet, which is a good sign. Yeah, I'm doing it. That T-72 is knocked out, I think. Wakey, wakey. Anyone at home? Yeah, I think his crew's dead. This is really dangerous what I'm doing here, but... Oh, I thought so. You cheeky little shit. Hang on, I gotta... There's fire down there, so maybe he's hit? Yeah, he's knocked out. Who the fuck hit me then? We're out of here. That could have been, that could have gone a lot smoother. It could have gone a lot smoother. I'm, you know, I'm just saying. Getting a lot of little hitches, it's kind of weird. Alright. Optimization is, of course, an ongoing thing, but it has improved a lot over the last couple patches because they've been able to implement a bunch of neat little tricks. One of them being that the like the hit detection on the tanks, when that had to move with the vehicle, it was causing a lot of load to be put on. I think it was on the CPU. I assume it was on the CPU. That would make sense. But now it's kind of proxied in a way so that the collision box doesn't move with the vehicle. It stays off maps, stationary. And what it does is when the vehicle itself registers a hit, it then duplicates that hit on the collision, like on the actual damage model, so that instead of having to compute every step where the damage model is, where this piece of ammo is, that fuel tank is, it does it all off map. Or at least that's my understanding of how Josh explained the system. It was talked about in one of the dev streams, so if you want like a non-monkey explanation, that's the place to find it. But it's quite clever. I'm curious to see if any of our crews got out from those, because those are pretty brutal hits. Those BMPs, man, like, they're dangerous. People fucking sleep on the BMP, especially the BMP-1. That thing is nasty. The Grom will fuck up an M60. And when I was down in Melbourne, I was reading through Harry's vast collection of cool stuff, and in one of the old East German Defense Ministry like photo journals, I think it was Aufketten und Reden, I think it was. There was a photo, or it might have been Schulter on Schulter. It was one of the two. These beautiful big like photo journals published in the mid 80s or like mid to late 80s by the Defense Ministry. But it had a big color photo of Malyutka operators training on the simulator, and it was one of the, I assume, one of the first actual computerized simulators that like computerized, but like, you know, as we would recognize it, computerized simulators that the East Germans used. Up to that point, not just in the Eastern Bloc, but all over the world, simulators tended to use like scale models, which is a really cool thing in itself. You know, you have like a little diorama, and you've got this tiny little scale model tank, which is your, you know, your target you shoot at or whatever, and then you've got like a tiny little camera on a track that kind of, and it's got like a foot under it, like a ski, and so it skis along the map, and that's your simulator. It feeds the camera feed to a screen, and that's, you know, in the era before computer, like 3D computer graphics, that was how you did simulation, basically. Well, as 3D graphics began to become a thing, that started to take over, and there's this photo, I've got it saved actually, I posted it in amongst all the other photos I took while I was in Melbourne. It's a Malyutka operator, so he's sitting there, you can see he's doing a Malyutka because he's got his thumbs crossed over on the control stick like they did, and he's got his head in like this giant anti-glare shield, but then there's a repeater screen, which is where the instructors are watching, and it's like, you know, fucking 1980-something graphics, just coloured polygons, basically, but it was a Malyutka simulator. It was really cool. Tom Scott has a video on one of those camera sims? Yeah, he does. I think it was a Swiss tank driving simulator or something that he got to play with. Any idea if world objects will be overhauled or changed, like a building, such a turn off to look at? They will probably get iterated on, like the map scenery. The map scenery has changed so much over the past year, let alone the past 2 years. It's not even funny. It doesn't even look like the same game in a lot of places. Buildings may or may not see some further tweaking. There's a certain, like, cost-benefit thing that needs to go on with stuff like buildings. Excuse me. Stuff like buildings, because, like, you want them to look good enough to fit in with the terrain, but you don't want them to, like, be... you don't want to do what Marianas has in DCS, where every individual fucking window louver is modelled, because then your performance goes down the toilet. And also, the more complex your buildings are, the more of a pain in the ass it'll be to try and implement some sort of building destruction later, which I believe the team would like to do, if possible. I don't know if they'll be able to. I think it's one of those sort of things that it's like, oh yeah, in the future, if, you know, if everything else is done, this is something we'd like to implement. So yeah, it would complicate that as well, like the more complex the buildings are. They might get a pass, they might not, I don't know. Skybox, yeah, the Skybox may or may not see further iteration. It's actually quite clever the way they've done it. So like a lot of the stuff in this game is quite clever workarounds just to get something in the game and functional and passable without taking up too much time. So I don't know how well you can see it on stream, but if you look at the clouds move with the camera, like the clouds are tied to the camera, they also move slightly of their own accord. So as I move the camera around, you can see the clouds stay fixed in position on the screen, essentially. The clouds also are just a couple of... It's just kind of a blanket of polygons with a texture over it. It's the same way they did the blast wave effect for the ammo rack explosions. Same thing. It's just like a moving blanket of animated polygons with a kind of wispy texture over it. It's a really graphically cheap way of doing something that otherwise would be quite complex and performance hungry. So it may or may not go past. I don't know. I haven't actually asked them. But I think it's, for now, it's an acceptable kind of thing to have. I mean, it's a tank game, not a flight sim. You're not supposed to be, you know, going up into the skybox, buzzing around the clouds. But yeah, we'll see where it goes in the future. Israel's having a moment. BB's residence got stormed. I want to believe, but knowing Israel, it'll probably be someone even worse trying to get rid of him. Oh boy. Anyway, before we go to the after action report, let's go check out what we did to the enemy. Oh, also, there are a few places on various maps, this being one, for instance. These are quarries, so I would expect these to get like an art pass with like rock outcrops and stuff because it's a quarry. Quoting a tweet, former IDF Deputy Chief of Staff, I call on all representatives of Israel and embassies around the world to resign immediately. Do not serve an illegitimate government. Based? Holy shit. Is it happening? I want to believe it's fucking happening, finally. I'll have to keep an eye on that one. Okay, so let's see. I'm not sure if any of these guys got away. We can count them. So there's a platoon of tanks right there. There's a platoon of tanks right there. This guy's knocked out. He's not, like, you can't see it from the outside, but his crew are dead. That's why he's just chilling there. Platoon of BMPs, platoon of BMPs, platoon of trucks. I think we got everything. I don't think there were any escapees. And yeah, the thing that got my... We didn't get everything. The fuck were you hiding behind? How did I not see him? Oh, yep. I see. So he was the one that bagged these two, and then because I kept jockeying to the right, I didn't get a good look at him. Whoops. Sorry, my camera works really clumsy today. Yep. Well, it is what it is. We got most of them. I've noticed the logic where... So, the after-action report music is different for a victory versus a loss, but I've noticed sometimes a victory will still play the loss music. And I wonder if it's maybe tied to the amount of losses you take, so if you barely clear the mission without failing it on losses, maybe it plays a defeat anyway. Or it might just be some missions are bugged. I don't know. I should probably bug report, I just haven't got around to it yet. Pyrrhic victory, yeah. Should he even be able to see you, though? Got shot through a dense thick forest the other day. So AI vision through trees is kind of a pendulum. It used to be they could see through trees no problem, and so they'd snipe you through forests. Then people obviously complained about that, rightfully so. Then the AI were kind of neutered so they couldn't see through trees. The problem then became, if you just sat in a tree line, not even behind it, but in the tree line, they couldn't see you anymore. Or like if you sat 2 or 3 rows of trees back on a hill, they couldn't see you anymore. So you could basically just clear an entire mission without ever being seen. So there's kind of a pendulum effect going on where it's like the AI are too good at seeing through trees, the AI can't see through trees at all when they should. But while I was down there, Harry said that they reckon they figured out a new way to get the AI vision checks done that should allow the AI to see through things that they should be able to without, you know, becoming completely, you know, without wall-banging you through a forest anymore, or without, you know, having their vision blocked by a small bush. And they might be able to carry that over to smoke once that's in game as well. So the AI will, you know, as the smoke begins to drift or clear with the wind, the AI will suddenly go, oh, there's something behind that, hello, without waiting for the smoke to fully dissipate. BMPs, man. Fucking BMPs. So that got his... Yeah, see, that burnt his engine out, but he was still active. Then that was the one that took my commander's head off. I'm lucky it didn't blow the tank, because it did go through a propellant casing. When do you think the next batch of vehicles will arrive? I'm not sure. I did get to see the T-64, because Harry took it out for a spin to show me. But it's still got some stuff to be completed on it. I got to see the infantry as well. The infantry are quite neat. I didn't see them in game, but I saw like their movement animations, some of the behaviors they have. That's pretty cool. I'm really, really keen for infantry, man. It's going to change the whole game so much. It's going to really force people to adapt, especially like, you know, not to be all elitist, but like people coming across from War Thunder are going to have to learn what it means to deal with infantry because they have no concept of it. Absolutely no concept of it. That would have been what knocked him out. So yeah, I killed his turret crew. Maybe his driver was still up. Although the driver would usually jump once the turret crew are dead, so I don't know. In fact, it wasn't even me, it was one of my wingmen. Ooh. Ooh. I would not want to be cleaning that out. Jesus Christ. There's those multiple bounces I talked about. So, heat jet comes in here. Cuts off all the gunner's appendages, arms, legs, probably his, you know, fun bits as well, looking at where it came in. One wings off the gun, buries itself in the roof next to the driver's head. I'm trying to find where this one comes from. Okay, so this is... There's one fragment that comes in with the main body, or like the main heat jet, and the main shower of fragments. Comes in, that one hits a fucking throwing charge. This one pings off the wall next to the throwing charge. Then goes down here, pings off the wall here, and then into the driver's thigh. So you can see now, like, because they've re-implemented multiple bounces once something's inside a tank, the low energy fragments in particular, because they don't have enough power to escape the tank, they can't punch through armor, they just zip back and forth in the interior, just wiping out everything in their way. They're pretty unpleasant. DCS didn't want to cooperate? No, the bullet craters. The bullet craters. We had a frame rate of, like, no. So it was not really playable, let alone streamable. I made one attempt at bombing out Godauta, got smacked in the face with a Roland, and decided rather than try and do, you know, rather than trying to patrol over our airfields and trying to do bar cap at like 10 FPS, I may as well just play GHPC instead. Showing that bounce is not a function of angle, but of impact energy. War Thunder kids in their auto bounce angles. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? So, I'm not sure if we had any... We didn't have a lot of Sabo fired this time, actually, so it'll be difficult to demonstrate. But, A lot of the time you'll see in Gunner Heat PC, a Sabro round will kind of come in and catch the turret at a really awkward angle. Like, say you have a Sabro come in and it'll have like this strike angle. So it's like probably 10 degrees on a good day and it just buries itself. And people are like, oh, but it should have bounced. Sometimes it might, but usually heat rounds will bounce or HE will bounce. But Sabro doesn't always bounce. Well, why is that? Either A, the rod got shattered because it came in and it kind of comes in and the tip hits and then it bends and then it will just shatter the entire Sabro, right? Because they kind of tend not to be very ductile. So it'll just shatter into pieces and fly off as fragments. The other thing that could happen is it will come in and it might actually bite into the armor slightly at the tip and it will like smush into it, kind of curl into it and just plant itself in the armor. So one of the reasons that the devs don't give out the names of the papers that they base the ballistics and stuff on for the game is because they don't want barracks lawyers saying, oh, well, I think this study is wrong and this study is actually more correct. Like, it's just a pain in the ass. These guys have done their research. They're very confident in their modeling. Like, Josh used to work in actual military simulations before he did this. So, like, he knows who to talk to and he knows which documents to look for. But that's the reason they don't make their sources available publicly. But I'll say this much. A lot of the... Like, you know, you go on YouTube and you find Damien or SY. These guys that do ANSYS simulations of different rounds impacting different targets and all these different things. I watch a lot of those videos, but I don't watch them to go, well, oh, this is how it should work. I watch it to go, oh, now I understand why that happened in Gunner Heat PC. Because you will see Sabros come in and hit at a really, like, sketchy angle and they'll just break apart into pieces and kind of spray off. It's like, I've seen that happen in Gunner Heat PC. Or you'll see a round come in at what you would think it should bounce at, but it doesn't. It just kind of buries itself in the armor plate. Like, okay, well, that makes sense to me now. Or particularly with things like composite armor, you'll see a Sabro come in and it starts doing this. As it, like, they'll do that through metal as well, but particularly with the composite armor, as it goes through alternating layers of either, you know, like... Nearer plating or textilite layers, like alternating textilite steel, it will start doing a snake. And it's bleeding energy the whole time it does that, so by the time it gets to the backing plate, it just pushes against it and kind of parallels the plate and buries itself somewhere. Like, if you look at a lot of the, even just monolithic steel armor, a lot of the test shots against that, the Sabro will come in. So say you've got like a plate angled like this and a Sabro comes in, it will hit, it will bite into the plate, and then it will kind of, as it does that, it loses a bit of its structural integrity because the forces on it are so great that it just kind of sprays, and so you end up with this S-curve shaped penetration channel, and it'll get through, and, you know, chunks of Sabro and spool and stuff will go flying up the inside of the tank. But it doesn't go clean through the armor. It causes this S-bend as it goes through, and that's really common. So I would recommend watching stuff like that, not as a way to say, oh, this is wrong in-game, but just without judgment, just look at it and take in, okay, well, I've seen this, I've seen this, I've seen this. And then you come back to Gunner Heat PC and you look at an after-action report and you can kind of mentally picture, yeah, although it shows, well, this is a heat round anyway, so it's going to be different, but, you know, you see a Sabro round come in and you look at it, it might not show that serpentine channel as it goes through the armor. It might not show that the Sabro just kind of curled into a ball somewhere in the armor plate, but you can see where the projectile marker ends and what happens then, and you can kind of make sense of it. Like, it starts to become understandable in a way. If I know I'm ranting at this point, I woke up too late to take my meds today, so my words are a bit ugh. But yeah, like, it's a handy thing to augment your understanding of the after action reports. That's how I would summarize it, I guess. Damien posted simulation today, but yeah, the anti-concrete shell, I saw that. I was actually surprised the tip of the shell bit in. I did not expect it to do that. Most of the data for this is from 67, Yom Kippur, Lebanon, Iraq, and Gulf War, and test shots. So after action reports from those wars, test shots on the range, known composition of different types of armor. Like at one point, Harry showed me some of the different materials they have set up for the game, and there's like 5 or 6 different classes of steel for the Soviets. There's probably more now. Like, you know, there's the different types of steel they used in their projectiles, there's mild steel, there's like structural steel of this type, there's like this hardness armor, you know, the high hardness for the add-on plates, like there's all different materials. There's even a material for the log, the unditching log on the back of the tank. So while it's not armor, it does have its own separate material, and it will cause separate behavior in the in any round that impacts it. As well as that, I would imagine probably some things may have been extracted or like extrapolated from like proper simulations. Like, you know, if you know how to set up a simulation, you can get useful data from it as long as it's been validated against real world results. So you can use it for stuff, but you have to know what you're doing. It's not like, you know, it's not like in DCS where somebody thinks that because they made a really sketchy model of a fucking missile, they can just throw it into a CFD app and they'll get accurate results. It's not like that. I mean, CFD is not like that either. My fucking R24 with backwards fins. I still can't get over that. But yeah, when you watch stuff like that... Ah, it was a defeat. Somebody wasn't paying attention then. It must have been when we lost the 3rd tank. It must have considered it to be a defeat. Who do you suggest on YouTube to see these types of videos? If someone can drop the links, but Damien XYZ and SY Simulations. There's probably some others as well. They're not the be-all and end-all, but generally their results tally pretty well with real-world results. Notice the East Germans were already back up to full strength after 1 victory. They took massive losses, but they're already back up to full strength. Okay, well, since we just had a disaster, I was going to do a company attack, but since we just had a disaster, let's say that the East Germans still have their momentum. We didn't really slow them down enough. Yeah, like, you never really think about the finer details involved in collisions, especially high-speed collisions, until you watch a simulation slowed down to, like, you know, 1/10,000th of normal speed or whatever. Like, you just really can't visualize it. Because us humans are used to the way things interact at the kinds of frame rates we can see. We have very little concept of things that happen on a higher time scale. Or I guess like a lesser time scale. And so when you first see stuff like this, or like high-speed footage of different impacts, you really start to kind of get a concept of just how little we understand about how materials, you know, interact with each other, unless you do it as like an engineering course. You keep saying the side that wins doesn't take any supply hits? Yeah, I know. But it's not just they didn't take any supply hits, but they made back their losses from last mission. I'm just going to wait here until we know which flank these guys are attacking from. Oh, hello. He's way over there. Axis 2. to 21. There's not really that many good positions here to engage these guys from, especially hull down. Formation line. I might have to wait until they actually push past the town, which I don't want to do because it throws our scouts onto the bus, and it also means I've got to engage them on open ground, but shit. Fuck that. We got tanks. Oh, this is not a good spot. This is not a good spot. He's hit as well. Just saw one go through there. That sounded like a Malyutka. That is a Malyutka! Fuck me. Shit. Terrain. That's probably not really that accurate, that artillery place, but as long as it's close. I'm going for the tank. He's the biggest threat. He switched targets to him anyway. Yeah. Hit the terrain in front of me again. It's one of our 113s. They're probably all on the other side of town. Plus this guy here. Gun should be clear. Yeah, they're all over that. The AI drivers are still a bit... They'll get there eventually. They are improving slowly. Hello. Fuck are they shooting at? Alright, let's go flush them out. Tungsten's cheaper and easier to work with. No, because, like, you've got to remember that depleted uranium introduces, like, a whole bevy of handling concerns. Like, even before you get to manufacturing, handling is bad enough.
Gunner, ammo, PC, reverse left.
Tungsten's got problems of its own, but it's just like an ordinary heavy metal. Uranium's got a whole host of other issues.
Target, cease fire.
The fact it's fucking pyrophoric doesn't help either when you're trying to machine it. I think he's out, but we're gonna just make sure. And we'll push through to this ridge so we can see their escape route. I think we've got everyone, but we'll just get up on the ridge and see. Do a bit of a mopping up. So another one that could have gone better, but also could have gone a lot worse. So for those who are wondering how you identify an M60A3 versus an M60A1, this boy right here, this is your wind sensor for the fire control system. So the A1 doesn't have that, the A3 does. It's really the only obvious external difference between them.
Gunner, heat, PC, reverse left. Target, cease fire.
I don't trust that. We'll give him another just to be sure. I think that's it. It has not been a good day for the National Volksarmee. We lost Bradley there. So I think I didn't notice that 113 was still up. Like, it wasn't burnt out, but I don't know if the gunner was still up. But the Bradley is very obviously burnt up. Bradleys go up like a fucking fireworks factory when you hit them. It's kind of interesting that one T-55 there on the far right flank just fucked off down there by himself. Usually they don't push out alone like that. I mean, well, there's the rest of his platoon, so I guess it makes sense. The new smoke effects look awesome. I'm really loving this whole dirty battlefield vibe they've got going on. It's cool to see devs that are actually based enough to realize how filthy fucking dirty a battlefield is and portray that. And even having said that, it could stand to be dirtier. I don't know if they'll do it, partly because they don't want to scare the normies off too much, and also partly because, you know, performance concerns. But for example, Tracer should set grass fires. It's very common for Tracer to set grass fires. I was watching Tanker's official play Gunner Heat PC just the other night, and he was saying they had a gunnery table, and it was a, like, the part of the table they were on called for a coax engagement. and he literally fired one burst, and they had to close the range because it caught fire. Just from a tracer landing in the grass, because it was a bit dry. When I was at Kapuka, my Secco told us about how one time when he'd been out on a shoot at Koltana, he accidentally set the grass on fire with a tracer round, and it burnt out half of Koltana. It happens a lot. So, like, if you think about the amount of tracer fire, the amount of shell bursts, the amount of stuff going off all over the place, smoke rounds, a lot of the smoke that these vehicles carry, like the smoke grenades, are white phosphorus. White phosphorus is very difficult to extinguish, and it will set other things on fire very readily. So you'd imagine like a bunch of white phosphorus landing in some dry grass or something around harvest time. It's going to cause a fuck ton of smoke and haze to hang over the battlefield. And even, you know, for hours after an engagement, there could still be like a pretty substantial amount of haze, which would really fuck with your ability to see, unless you've got thermals. So it could definitely stand to be dirtier, but as it is now, this is like way above and beyond what most games portray, and it's really cool. Let's check the after action report. That was a long hit log, Jesus. Oof. 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 Jesus, that was a hell of a toe shot. By the way, the eye-toes are probably going to be going away, at least partially, because it was discovered that eye-toes were not actually very common in Germany in 1985 because there had been a bit of a production fuck-up. And so they couldn't get them out to units quickly enough, and what they ended up doing was kludging together missiles out of some eye-toe parts and some original toe parts. So the eye-toe, which is, you know, beefed up penetration, a few other things, don't get too reliant on that. That might not be, you know, your go-to thing in the game for too much longer. The other thing that's going to fuck with people, we'll come back to this in a minute, but the other thing that's really going to fuck with people is the Bradley's reload. And the same for the M901 when that's fully implemented. In fact, I almost suspect the reason the M901 isn't fully implemented yet is because they're waiting on the reload, which needs a fire control system refactor to be done. But the way the Bradley reloads is that the turret has to be traversed a particular angle. It's like this angle, so like, I don't know, 20 degrees left. The toe has, like the gun and the toe mount are linked to each other in elevation, so the gun has to be elevated to whatever angle to get the toe mount to angle. Then, one of the dudes in back pops the air guard hatch and pulls out the expended tube and shoves a new one in. This is a whole ass process, right? For each tube. So, the thing you've got now where you can fire a pair of toes, wait 10 seconds, fire another pair of toes, don't get used to that, because that probably will go away sooner rather than later. And you'll be having to, you know, wait a minute or so to get the toes reloaded, maybe 2. And you won't be able to use your gun while you're doing it, your turret will be locked. And I've been saying for a while now, I'm hoping that they actually do it. I hope that if you lurch the Bradley around, like if you make abrupt movements in the Bradley while it's trying to reload the toe, the guy in back will lose his grip on the tube and will come back and smack him in the face, because there's quite a few videos of that happening in real life. I'd love to see it in-game. Treat it as like a critical fail that slows down your reload process by like 50% or something. But yeah, don't get used to the easy reload on the Bradley toes, because that ain't going to be around too much longer. On the other hand, the reload for a Malyutka, let me find a BMP here. The reload for the Malyutka, this little hatch behind it pops open, and the gun has to be elevated, right? The gun has to be elevated so that the gunner can reach the rail. And what he does is he pushes out like a little loading rail onto the fucking thing to get the missile onto it. And then he has to reach out with a stick. I'm not joking. There is a reaching stick involved. He has to reach out of the hatch with his arm with a stick to unfold the fins on the Malyutka once it's on the rail. Like, it's hilarious. So that will probably be implemented at some point, because I know Josh is dying to get the stick in. And the BMP-2, which I've spoken about this before, I can't really demonstrate it now. I could go to Grafenwöhr and show you, but the BMP-2, because its ATGM is mounted centrally on the top of the turret between the commander's and gunner's hatches, what that does is it pivots 90 degrees and then vertical into the open hatch on, I think, the gunner's side. It's either the gunner or commander that reloads it, but basically it just pops vertically into his hatch so he can pull the tube and chuck it, and then pull a new one in and just reload it under armor pretty much behind his hatch. So the BMP-2's reload process is kind of like, it's similar to the Bradley's, but it's a little better laid out. Because the Bradley's tow launcher is where it is, and it's like a dual tube design that hangs off the side of the turret, it makes it a little awkward to reload. Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's look at this damage log. Time fuse activated. Penetrated mudguard, detonated on impact, penetrated upper front plate, entered fighting compartment, hit driver's torso, penetrated driver's torso, stopped by rear fuel tank, that's a single fragment, by the way. Penetrated left sponson, hit propellant casing, hit left track, penetrated front plate shield, hit loader's left leg, penetrated loader's left leg. So a hit and a penetration are different things for the crew. A hit means you're going to get a bruise, or maybe a bit of a laceration. A penetrated means you just lost your limb, pretty much. Penetrated lunar spotlight mount, hit IR spotlight, hit driver's left arm, penetrated driver's left arm, hit gun barrel, penetrated mantlet, hit loader's right leg, hit driver's head. So his right leg and his head have just been kind of boing, and then nothing got through. No, sorry, penetrated driver's skull, I stand corrected, it bounced off his right leg, not off his skull. But it didn't get his brain. So it's penetrated his skull, but it didn't hit his brain, because there is a separate hitbox for their brain, by the way. Hit loader's right arm, hit loader's torso, penetrated vision block, penetrated loader's pelvis, hit driver's left hand, penetrated driver's left hand, hit driver's right lung, hit driver's gut, penetrated propellant casing. That's the second propellant casing that's been penetrated, so this tank's well and truly fucked. Hit warhead, penetrated battery box, hit commander's torso, penetrated commander's pelvis, hit loader's left hand, penetrated loader's left hand, hit loader's left arm, penetrated loader's left, penetrated loader's left arm, penetrated driver's jaw, hit driver's brain. There we go, now the driver's brain's had it. Hit gunner's torso, penetrated gunner's torso, hit gunner's left lung, hit commander's left leg, penetrated commander's left leg, hit turret motor, hit driver's right eye, hit gun elevation controller, hit commander's right leg, penetrated commander's right leg, hit driver's right arm, penetrated driver's right arm, penetrated loader's right arm, hit loader's right hand, penetrated loader's right hand, hit gunner's left leg, penetrated it, hit gunner's gut, hit gunner's lower spine, hit driver's left lung, hit driver's heart, hit commander's right foot, penetrated commander's right foot, hit driver's neck, penetrated, hit driver's lower spine, and penetrated loader's right leg. And I'm going to guess it would scroll off the screen if it could. Yeah, so this tank, this is now an all-in stew of body parts and burning propellant casings. And you can see some of the fragments. It actually, it seems to have fused and detonated on the actual mudguard, but that gave it plenty of standoff still to get through the armor plate. Because I think we spoke about this last GHPC stream, where sometimes, especially with some of the earlier warheads, they don't give themselves enough standoff. So, for example, with the PG-7V, if it hits cage armor, like if it actually fuses on cage armor, it just became like 5 times more effective. Probably not, probably like 2 or 3 times more effective. Because now it has standoff, when normally it wouldn't. Well, the TOW is better designed than a PG-7V, but it still benefits a bit from a little extra standoff sometimes. I'm doing well. Better than the crew of this tank. Put it that way. So yeah, it actually detonated. The impact fuse detonated on the fender of the tank, but it still had plenty to get through the side armor. And because it sent shrapnel out from where it blew up the fender, a lot of that pinged off the front armor. So you can see that, like, it's either off the side or the front. So a lot of that's coming off the side armor there, and then, well, burying itself, and then some of it's coming through and bouncing off the plate. But then the bulk, oh my god. Yeah. So, this guy's just a smoking pair of legs now. And maybe like a hand. This is just all gone. Like, this is just, that's not there anymore. Then probably about, the gun is just peppered with bits and pieces. You might actually be able to salvage a recognizable corpse out of this guy. Like, he might still be recognizable. Unlike the driver. Oh, no, he wouldn't, because the tank blew up anyway, didn't it? Because of the propellant casing. So disregard. He wouldn't be. He'd be fucking chunks. Hey, shiny carp. Starting trying to get my private pilot license today as my 3rd flight. Was doing taxiing and ended up in the grass, so I feel like shit. Whoopsie daisies. Hey, as long as you ended up in the grass at a safe speed, it could have been a lot worse. You know, everyone makes little whoopsies now and then. I didn't do anything like that, but what I did do was a bunch of times I would forget the carby heat until it was like, oop, that should have been on. There was one time I forgot to fully retract the flaps before taking off, doing a touch and go, and my instructor called it out, thankfully. And then there was another time, my only kind of bad sketchy landing, I had a few bad landings, but my only, like, dangerously sketchy landing, I had a really, like, not a bad bounce, I didn't break anything, and there wasn't much danger of a prop strike, but it kind of rattled me, so I just said, fuck it, put on the power and went around, but, yeah, like, we all have them, especially if it's only your 3rd flight, like, you know, a bit of an intrusion onto the grass while taxiing on your 3rd flight, I think is reasonably excusable. You'll be fine. Yeah, we're doing well, Carp. We're just having a bit of a deep dive into how glad I am that at the moment I cannot see the visual effects of what this did to the crew.
Will you help me repair my gate and door?
Did you see those fucks tried to countersue him? Like, the fucking sheriff's department's trying to sue Afroman because he used video recordings of them stealing his money and damaging his property. Tell me you're a fucking corrupt piece of shit without telling me you're a fucking corrupt piece of shit, right? Yeah, I don't know how recent it was, but I just saw it the other day. Like, you know, he did the whole song with the video and everything up on YouTube, like, honestly, what was it, like 6 months ago or something like that? A year ago, maybe? It was a while ago. But yeah, now they're trying to countersue him. I hope he gets fucking thrown out of court, and I hope they get thrown out of their fucking offices as well. Didn't find 1 million pounds of weed in his CDs. No, they didn't. Better luck next time. Cops can never leave that town again without getting fucked up. Well, this is the problem, Polar, is the way that the sheriff system works, like the county sheriff system works in the US is, yeah, they might not be able to leave their town without getting fucked up, but it doesn't matter because in that town, they are God. Like, this is the problem with the way the US does things, is in especially a small rural town, but even like a mid-sized county, the sheriff is God. Like, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. And no one, like, unless something happens that gets an external department brought in and they get given jurisdiction, which the sheriff will fight them tooth and nail over, nobody will do anything about it. Nobody can do anything about it because nobody else has jurisdiction, right? And you end up with that happening quite often in a lot of places in the US, is an actual police department from a neighboring city or something will try and investigate the corruption going on in a county bordering their jurisdiction, but the local sheriff, who is the cause of the corruption, is just like, no, I'm going to fight you. You don't have jurisdiction here. Mind your own business. Keep out. And, like, it's not that uncommon to find videos of cops arresting each other over who has jurisdiction in the US. It's fucking insane. Like, it's absolutely fucking insane. I don't understand it. I mean, as corrupt as New South Wales gets, and as well known as the New South Wales police are for various corruption scandals over the, you know, the course of their existence, at least it's a single entity for the entire state. And if they fuck up too badly, then the federal police come in. Like, you don't have, like, the smallest subdivision of police we have here is like a local area command, basically. And it's not a sheriff, it's a local area command of the New South Wales State Police. Still subject to federal investigations, which is rare. Yeah, like, you have to get the feds to come down first, and getting them to do it is, like, it's a whole other problem. This Bradley's just gone sicko mode, man. Look at this. Like, just deletes this guy, deletes this guy. Interesting. Where'd that fragment go? Oh, someone's lucky. Someone's lucky. Holy shit. I mean, to be fair, this tank had already bailed. But... God damn. That was the Bradley getting put back in his place by this guy. Wait a minute. Oh! Maybe his crew hadn't... You know what it is? His hatches probably got blown open by overpressure. So his crew was actually still in there. Because, high explosive hits will cause hatches to blow open in Gunner Heat PC. Or, like, even near misses. What are we up to? Yeah, that. So this is coming from this guy. Need to be God's own shrapnel to pierce the back of a T-55 turret. I mean, the armor's not that thick, but yeah, it would still need quite a bit of oomph to get through it. Honestly, this went a lot better than I expected, because I was kind of forced to engage these guys from a really shitty position. On the other hand, because I didn't have good sight lines to them, because the village is in the way, it also stopped me from getting deleted, so there's that, I guess. If you keep streaming only on days I work, I'm going to buy a ticket to Australia and take a dump on your doorstep. Sorry, man. Hey, it's Armour Day, but I missed Armour this morning because I forgot time zones. Europe and Australia have different timings on when they enter and leave daylight savings, so the mission was an hour earlier than I thought it was today, so we missed it. I do want to go back to streaming 2 days a week instead of just one. I've just been super busy recently. What I might do is see if I can reschedule some stuff so that it leaves me with more free time per week, or at least like 1 week where I've got less commitments than the alternate week. Because I really do miss being able to stream 2 or 3 times a week instead of just one big long one. I started with DCS today, but there's an issue with, I don't know if it's in both builds or if it's just multicore. I think it's just multicore. But anyway, the craters from bullet impacts. Yes, you heard me right. The craters from bullet impacts now cause, worsening fucking performance over the course of a mission. So, I just gave up today. It was running too badly. But I have been trying to get back into DCS. I've been playing it off stream a bit over the past few days and enjoying it, so we'll see how we go. I just need ED to fix that issue because it makes it kind of difficult to stream. Like the US Friday evening streams, probably your Saturday morning because they're the start of the weekend instead of the Sunday night blues. Yeah. I get you on that. Because, yeah, I think that was what I used to do a couple months ago, was I'd stream, like, Saturday morning my time, and then, well, like, even Saturday afternoon my time, and then Monday morning for Arma. Something like that. Hey, Sterler. Doing well, man. Good to see you. Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Let's do some dogfights. Yeah, should be able to do some one of those days. Tomorrow even, maybe. Just remind me. These guys rolled right up on us. Oh no, this is the last guy that was running away. My bad. So yeah, he was... he ran away and then he had second thoughts, which were what got him killed. That's the last shot of the engagement. Yeah, I hear you on that. I think most of us would be. I'm gonna have to pick up some work while I wait for mid-semester enrollments to open for TAFE again, because my course that I wanted to get into was full, so I'm just gonna find like part-time work or something. Part-time or like 30 hours full-time. There's a couple public service jobs around that I'm gonna try and apply to and see if I can get on them, because public service jobs are usually pretty good. They won't just fire me for no reason, and they don't expect you to come in at fucked up hours. Like, the cool thing for me about if I end up in the public service somehow is that you have consistent hours and they won't change on you, and you have like all these extra regulations about what your employer can and can't do. Whereas, you know, if you're working fucking private sector, then they just treat you like dog shit. So we'll see how we go on that. And one of the jobs that I'm going to be applying to is just across from my sister, so if I get that one, I can go annoy her during my lunch breaks. So we lost 3 crew and 1 vehicle, which was at Bradley. I did, yeah, I did. With the fucking Berezin in the nose and the turret on the back of it. Should be interesting. Alright, let's do a company attack. I think we've done enough defensive stuff. But we're in M60s. Now, we're in M60A3s, so we've got a decent fire control system at least, but we're still in M60s, so company attacks in these things go interestingly because we're very squishy. Whereas in the Abrams, it's kind of easy mode. Il-2 liter. Il-2 liter. Il-2 liter. Done. I don't know about that one, Polar. Don't know about that one. I'm too clumsy to work on oil rigs. Dad worked on oil rigs when he was in his teens. That's how he lost the end of one of his fingers. And considering how much more clumsy I am than Dad, I would probably lose an entire hand.
Gunner stable PC. Traverse left. Target lost.
Oh shit, hello.
Gunner stable PC on. Identified. Fire.
I just heard a Malyutka.
Target. Gunner stable PC. Gunner stable PC. Fire. Away. Check target. Gunner PC. Traverse right.
I think that hit the guy next to me.
Traverse right. Identified. Fire. Obstructed. Target. Target. Cease fire.
Yep, it did hit the guy next to me. Fuck. Oh. 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 Flanked? I think it was an ATGM. I think. But I don't know where from. God, there's fucking shit going off everywhere. Oh! That's where it came from! Shit, I didn't even see them! But where? Tree line. Oh, you... shit. I'm... dead, yeah. Fuck, man. ATGMs are scary. I know I'm stating the obvious there, but goddamn. It's just so you know which way the front of the tank is, Super. It's not meant to represent anything beyond that. The interface will change as the game matures. A lot of it's just placeholder at the moment. So if you don't like the style of the HUD, don't fret, it will change. That came from, like... fuck, where did that come from? We'll stay in wedge, just because I want my flanks secured. I need to take this slower. I really need to slow down my pace on this. I'm acting like I'm in fucking Warsaw Pact tanks. I'm not. There you are, you shit.
Fire. Fire heat. On the way. Target. Cease fire.
And just for good measure, he's on the right-hand side of that. Is it the distant tree line or the near tree line? It's the distant one, I think. He's like there. Yep. Yep, that's where he is. Looks like the operator's either dead or bailed, but that should just suppress anything else unpleasant that's hiding around there. Second platoon hold position. Fourth platoon are going to go ahead and sweep for dismounts. Fourth platoon being those little fellas. Fuck my life! Fucking BMPs! I think this is the one I engaged before the fucking heat round must have crushed. Fuck you. Well, this tank's now immobilized. The AI are not cooperating with me today. Though I have noticed in this mission, sometimes second platoon likes to drive back to spawn for some reason. Like maybe they're just confused about which waypoints they're supposed to follow or something, I don't know. The AI are a constant work in progress. They have been slowly improving, but it's a long process. Platoon formation line. Formation spacing 50. And we'll just park next to him. Make sure there's no other nasty little surprises waiting for us down there. Yeah, I'm taking things too fast, especially for an M60. I need to be moving a lot slower than this. And scanning a lot more. I'm getting clumsy. Let's roll up a touch more. Because we just lost an entire platoon over there. We've now got one disabled, immobilized, disabled, whatever, detracked. Recently playing Cold War again, US campaign in 79. Mission 3 right now, which is the first big action, but the first two are quite interesting as well. First mission I had the tanks fight from a reverse slope position, clearing a path for friendly infantry units, then batting back an FSE before running. Reverse slope is so underrated. That quite often gets me in missions like that they've just added that I'm not familiar with. I'll drive over a hill and I'll get reverse sloped. One of the new missions actually for the Abrams is particularly nasty with that, with BMPs. Way too much open ground. Yes, but also consider once infantry are in the game, getting within about 500 meters of any of these tree lines or any of these buildings is going to be very dangerous. Like, the Fulda Gap is really... It's infantry country, not tank country. .113s are taking their time. Air defense country. You don't even need a tow, just some angry dude with a fucking funny drain pipe, like a Law or a fucking RPG-18 or something will wreck you. Especially the M60 or like a fucking T-55, even the T-72. Like an Abrams, yeah, if you hit it in the side you'll kill it, but like the older tanks, you hit them anywhere with one of those, they're dead. One hit, they're gone. So we need to push through that tree line. So the 113s are going to go clear out the tree line for us. Then we've got to push through the tree line and hold that... I think that's high ground? Yeah, it's like a bit of a saddle between this feature here and then the tall feature here with the quarry on the side of it, which is our actual objective. Then we've got this down here, which has sight lines on that, so we want to keep an eye to our right flank as we push up past waypoint 2, or even at waypoint 2, probably from there we want to look that way, because we're going to be really exposed to them. As I move, I'm probably going to drop artillery on... There's a contact report there, so I'll probably drop artillery on that, and then as I move up, I'll drop artillery on Objective Bean itself. I'm going to do that right now, actually. I'll drop some there, and I'm going to start moving, because it looks like the 113s are most of the way to our objective, where we need to get, so... The French, I think, were a little bit deeper. They were in this sector, but they were further back. I would love to play an AMX-13, though. I love those little things. Do we have 2 immobilized? Why is it only me and this guy? Where's the third guy? Concerning. Pick up the pace a little. We're just cresting up into our next position, so I'm going to slow it down in case I need to start making some shots. And also so I can scan with some semblance of steadiness. It's not really even in the same... Put it this way, War Thunder is tank arena deathmatch. This is not. This is very much not, and it will get further and further from that as it develops. The tanks in this drive like tanks. The gunnery is way better than War Thunder. The damage is, like, the damage modeling is way better than War Thunder. But this game isn't meant to be what War Thunder is. Like, they're not really comparable in my opinion. Like squad, but tank specific. It's kind of, I guess. Like the way I describe it to people is like it basically a successor to M1 Tank Platoon 2. But if you're not my age or older, you probably don't know what M1 Tank Platoon 2 is. Like this, what this game is aiming to be has not existed since about the year 2000, probably 1998 or 89. Oh, sorry, 98 or 99 even. Like this is a genre of game that has not existed for more than 20 years. It's, War Thunder's not even in the same league. That's concerning. That's really concerning. Oh, hello.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Tank identified. Fire on the way. Big target.
Advice guy, thanks for the follow.
Target. Fire.
Holy shit. Think we're good? His hatches are popped, so he's knocked out. He's just rolling because the driver's dead. He's got his foot on the fucking gas or something. And the one behind the tree just popped. There should be 3 of them, so I'm not sure where the third is. No, it's nothing like it's nothing like you would see in Call of Duty. Like nothing. Like if you're familiar with what Steel Beasts is, that's probably the closest thing to it, but it's not as in-depth as Steel Beasts, like systems-wise. So it has the fire control systems accurately modeled, but you don't have to click shit inside the tank like it's DCS. Oh fuck!
On. Identified. Fire on the way. Careful. Re-engage.
And I can't even say it's like DCS, because it's not. It's, like it's combined arms with, like, actual combined arms warfare, not a handful of tanks being manually driven around by 2 players. Oh, fuck. We just got another immobilized.
Identified. Fire on the
Guy on my right just got fucked.
target. Cease fire.
We're dropping like flies. Oh, why? Why, dude? Why? I'm not sure if we're going to be able to complete this now. I don't think we have any mobile tanks left. DCS tank interiors? Well, you'd have to play Steel Beast for that. Because it takes a lot to do that. You have to get all the research right, then you have to do the art assets for it, then you have to program, like, all of the functions. It's a pain in the ass. And, like, the thing is, Steel Beast has that because it's used by the military as a procedure trainer. Whereas a game like this, if you're looking at the inside of your tank, you're you fucked up. You should not be looking at the inside of your tank, you should be looking outside, through the periscopes or the gun sight, or, like, with your head popped out the hatch, whatever. You don't want to be staring around the interior of the tank. That's a good way to die. Hey, Chocolate, cheers for the resub. Man. This guy's immobilized. This guy's immobilized. This guy's... Fuck, we've got no mobile tanks left. This guy's down to hand crank for the turret as well. Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Well, the shit boxes are going to have to complete the mission for us, because our tanks won't be able to. There's no repairs at all, because the fastest repair you could possibly do, other than swapping out periscopes, which is like a 10-second job, the fastest repair you could actually do is to repair a track, and that's half an hour minimum, probably more, and you would not do that while you're being shot at. So there's no repairs, because repairs are a game function, they're not realistic. Nobody is getting out of their tank to replace a gun barrel with one they magically conjured out of their asshole in the middle of a firefight, right? So people, like, periodically complain, oh, give us repairs, it's not fun when I get all my tanks disabled. Well, the answer to that is don't get your tanks disabled. Don't be careless, don't do what I just did. Like, you get punished for mistakes in this game, which you should. That's how it should be. That sounded like a tank gun. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna... Let's get the shit boxes in column formation, get up this road here. Grab a team tank crew jumping out of the tank, hit the track with a hammer under fire. Yeah, or fucking Men of War. I do need to play Steel Armor Blaze of War on stream sometime. I've got to fucking learn the interface though. Like, it's a cool game, but the interface is just so slav jank, it's not even funny. Like, I have a note from my doctor that says I'm fucking autistic, and I'm still not autistic enough to understand that game's user interface. It's impervious for the most part, but you'll always get unlucky where a round just finds the one place it can penetrate you. Especially with machine guns and autocannons, things that lob a lot of lead at you in a very short amount of time. You'll always get unlucky on a long enough time scale. Hmm. Hmm. Interestingly, it doesn't consider this as a victory, so there's something that we haven't killed yet, I guess. And I hazard a guess I know what it is. Watched Fury. Yeah, I have. It's one of those frustrating movies where there are some really amazing parts that get everything right, and then there's parts that just are so, like, brain dead. Like the tiger scene. The tiger scene pisses me off so fucking much. Holy shit. It was a neat movie overall, though. Oh, fuck me. Yep. Yep. I was right to be fucking concerned about that place. Alright, first of all, let me dump a fresh round of fucking arty on it. Where'd that come from? Down there. Yeah, I know you're taking casualties. There's not any way to adjust the sights on this, so you just kind of gotta wing it. My arty's landing a bit short. So that's in this area up here. I think he's hitting the wreck next to me. I'm not sure. We've lost two 113s. I need to... Fuck. We're gonna fail this mission if we lose any more, I think. I need to just suppress him until I can get fresh arty on that position. Come on, reload faster, please. Oh, we lost all our 113s. The only reason we haven't failed the mission is because we still got 3 tanks that are technically alive, even though all 3 of them are fucking mobility killed. On the plus side, this guy can't see them. So, we're not at risk of losing them to him. This thing will kill T-55s. I have actually killed T-55s, multiple, with this. Oh, in terms of appearance, yeah, I agree. Like having recoil animations or something, which I'm sure will happen eventually. Or, you know, the belt feeding, that'd be cool. But it's not too big a deal at the moment. Give me my artillery barrage back. Thank you. I've actually used I've used the Grom for indirect, well, not indirect as such, but like really long range. No, it was indirect because I was shooting over a building with it, I think. Like it something like 1,300, 1,400 meters, 1,500 maybe, as lobbing Grom rounds. The AI will lob them out to 2 kilometers, but that's because the AI are a bit cracked at the moment. Hey Jack, cheers for the resub, man. Good to see you. Alright, I'm going to assault that position now and just hope for the best. There's my M60s, the ones that aren't dead yet. Octagonal gun. I mean, you're not supposed to be looking at it that closely. You can only see it in that much detail because I had the fucking binocular overlay on and I was looking over it. Kyushi, just for the follow as well. Hope you're enjoying the show. That is bad no music. What can see me? Hello? What are you doing? Conspiracy. I like how they're conspiracy terrorists. They've been upgraded from conspiracy theorists. Just make sure he's well and truly out of action. Whoops, that's a tree. Holy shit, where the fuck did you come from? No, you don't get to run away. Come back here. Cheeky little shits. Fuck you. Alright. Now we go check if that ATGM position is clear. We're about to find out with our face. It's still very heavily in development, so bear that in mind. They've got quite a small team, but this game is going places. They've got good priorities, they know what they want the game to be, they know what they don't want it to be. And, like I said, there's nothing else like what this is aiming to be, except for 20-plus-year-old, well, fuck. Yeah, 20-plus-year-old, games like M1 Tank Platoon 2. Where the fuck is the launcher? Soviet ATGMs are so hard to spot compared to the TOW. Right there, you fucking shit. Right there. Yeah, we killed him. Not sure if we got him with the RD or the 50 cal, but we got him. So, for the loss of a platoon of M60s plus an extra M60 and 3 immobilized, one is probably going to need to go back to the repair shop, the other 2 just tracks that can be repaired in the field, and nearly a full platoon of M113s, we now hold this objective. So that was the first shot of the engagement, was this guy. Getting us with the wiggly giggly right in the fucking turret. Yeah, what happened with World of Tanks this time? I haven't played in years, so I haven't kept up with the drama. BRDM Race 1. I'm curious what this year's April Fool's is going to be. Be so funny if they code in ATGM crews packing up and repositioning. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's planned. New pay-to-win system and crew skill changes that even the CCs are saying will kill it? Oh boy. Oh boy. No, gold armor is not as pay-to-win as people used to say it was. And, like, the thing is, they made it so that you could buy it with credits anyway. So, like, initially, when the game first came out, yeah, you could have called it pay-to-win. But then they made it purchasable with credits, so it's not pay-to-win. And then you'd have these people that thought, oh, well, you know, I'll just load all gold ammo, it'll make me more skilled. Well, if it depends, right? Like, if your gold ammo is heat, then it might actually be worse. Because you might not just, you know, you might hit tracks a lot, or you might not get the angles you need for the heat to actually, like, detonate. Same with APCR, like, if your gold ammo is APCR, it just might not do a substantial amount of damage to modules and shit. I forget what the mechanics were for APCR. I haven't played for, like, nearly 10 years at this point. Well, actually, probably like 5, but I haven't played more than a game or two for 10 years. But yeah, like, I wouldn't have said gold ammo was pay to win before, at all. Like, the thing is, most people I encountered who were slinging pure gold were bad players, and it fucking showed. Because you could just bounce them all day, because you knew they were slinging gold, so, like, you just, you know, you'd show them a track if they were slinging heat, or if they were in something with APCR, you just give them shitty angles. Whereas I would usually carry a complement of gold ammo, but it would be specific targets in specific situations. I wouldn't just be firing pure gold. I think there was like 1 or 2 vehicles I did just because it was funny, and one of them was the Panzer 1C. So, like, the difference between gold ammo and not gold ammo is, like, do you actually want to damage somebody? But even that thing was just a comedy wagon. Like, I only played that tank for comedy purposes, pretty much. Same with the 2J. Straight up $20 a month, have 20% more everything over non-paying people? Oh my fucking god. Bruh. Bruh. Holy shit. That's ridiculous. Like, isn't that the fucking point of premium? Like, that's already enough. You don't need to add another fucking premium on top of that. So yeah, that's what I thought. This was crushed by impact. So the heat rounds that we use in this area and this time period, you know, the Fulda Gap 1985, they don't have shoulder fuses. They've only got the probe fuse on the nose. So if the nose of the shot doesn't, or the nose of the shell doesn't contact something, it's not going to detonate. Whereas if the shoulder of the shell contacts something, it's going to bend into it and smush the round out, and then it's not going to detonate properly. It will detonate probably half the time, but it won't do it properly. It won't, like... It'll just be an explosion. It won't actually generate a focused jet. And that's what happened here. You might see a puff like there's still an explosion, but it hasn't actually generated a coherent heat jet, because it's just kind of smeared the round across the armor and then gone off. I haven't played World of Warships in years either. Like, they were fun games, but once my friends stopped playing them, and, like, you know, the more complex the mechanics got, the more, like, shit got added while I was away from the game, it just became too difficult to relearn what I used to know. Like, a lot of stuff like map knowledge or whatever just went out the window. I always enjoyed the games. Like, I thought they were really fun games, but the player base made it really insufferable unless you had some friends to platoon with. I mean, unless you're the kind of person that literally can just play for fun, I'm not that kind of person. Like, if the game is competitive in any way, I'm extremely competitive and I want to win. Now, having said that, I would prefer a close loss than a one-sided win, because, you know, I prefer actual opposition to just face rolling someone. But, not only is it, you know, a game where I felt very competitive because there was a stat system, but more to the point, games with an economy, games with a grind, where if you don't win the match, you get penalized. If the economic system in the game was tied only to your performance and nothing else, not the outcome, not your teammates' performance, just what you do, I wouldn't care. I would not give a shit about win rate in World of Tanks, or World of Warships, or War Thunder, or anything else like that, because it wouldn't matter. I'd still be able to unlock the stuff I want, and I wouldn't care. But when your team, being complete fucking monkeys, causes you to lose, like, you know, you basically have to grind for 2 or 3 times as long to account for the fact your team are just fucking morons. It's infuriating. That's where the toxicity in that game comes from. Certainly for me, like, I used to be really toxic in World of Tanks. Like, really toxic. That's where it came from. Is because I wanted to get a tank, but I couldn't get to it because my own team was so fucking useless. Like, people would say, oh, I just play for fun. Oh, you know, don't be so rude. I'm just trying to enjoy the game. It's like, that's cool. I'm trying to enjoy the game as well. I can't fucking get the thing I want to enjoy because you are so bad at this game. Like, just please, put some effort in. So yeah, I'm glad that I don't have to deal with that shit anymore. You'll see, like, that's a large part of the reason I don't really play War Thunder, except maybe once every year or two, for a week, if that, is because half the stuff I've got unlocked that I really wanted, like, say, the T-64, I can't play it, because you just lose money playing high-tier vehicles. So I can't play the fucking tanks I want to play. I can't unlock the jets I want to unlock, because it's just, I can't get there. So you know what? Fuck it. I'm not going to wail to Gaijin to get them, so I'm just not going to bother. Don't care. Like, that's why I don't play War Thunder, because I can't play the things I want to play, and I'm not going to fucking pay money to Gaijin just so I can. I mean, I used to back in the day, especially when I had more disposable income, but I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not paying more than I paid for this game just to unlock a vehicle. I'm not paying more than it would cost me to buy a fucking full fidelity DCS module with screens out the arse just to buy a fucking lower than FC3 fidelity fucking plane in War Thunder. Like, Gaijin can go fuck themselves. Should be a system like Borderlands on most MMOs. Plug in items and skills into slots you've unlocked once. Yeah, like, that's one of the great things about this, is because it's not free to play and it's not supposed to be fucking arena deathmatch, it's meant to be like a sim light sort of game. You don't have to unlock shit, it's already here. Like, I don't have to unlock the Abrams, I just have to survive enough missions for the Abrams to turn up from wherever they're being held in reserve. Like, I can play whatever, or I can just play an instant action mission. Like, I can play whatever fucking vehicles I want in this as long as they're in the game. Like, grinding in games is just inherently unfun and shitty to me. I get that some people get a sense of achievement or whatever out of grinding. I'm not one of those. I'm absolutely not one of those. I fucking hate it. I don't want to go through this fucking tree of different vehicles to get the thing I want. Now, if it was a case of, like, play, you know, 3, 5, 10 games in this vehicle and you go to the next one and it's just a flat cap of a certain number of games, it doesn't get exponential as you go up the tree, you'd probably have shittier players getting into high-tier vehicles, although they just buy their way to them anyway, so I guess you actually wouldn't. But I would enjoy that, because it still forces you to play different vehicles, it still forces you to try different things and get some variety, because otherwise I might just jump straight to the T-64 and never play all these weird, wonderful experimental tanks or whatever. But, you know, you still get the variety, but you're not forced to stick with that for fucking days on end. You can just play a couple games and go, oh yeah, this is cool, next vehicle. And go up that way. You know what I mean? Grind is just shit, man. Fuck grind. Just treat Arma 3 like a digital toy box. Well, that's what Arma 3 is. Like, that's just what the Arma series is. If you have 4 USD, you can now own Fallen Order. What the fuck is Fallen Order? I have no idea. Arma is one of those games that you can really only enjoy if either you like doing the PvP like King of the Hill stuff, which I personally don't really bother with, or if you have a group of people you play with, like I do. So the reason I still play Arma so much is because I found a group that isn't a bunch of fucking tryhards, but they also try just hard enough for it to not frustrate me that much. And I've been playing Arma with them for fucking years now, like almost 5 years at this point. In fact, yeah, 5 years I've been playing with the 345th. 5.5 almost. And that's the only time I play Arma these days, is to play with my buddies. Because it's actually fun when you play it with friends. Single player is okay, I guess. I haven't done a lot of single player stuff for Arma for a very long time. I did play the campaign when it came out. It was alright. I'm not much of a, like... I don't have much mission-making ability myself. I wish I had the time to sit down and learn the mission editor. I just haven't yet. But yeah, like... I've played some single-player stuff, but I really enjoy playing missions with 345th. So that's where most of my enjoyment comes from for Arma these days. Star Wars, Jedi, Fallen Order. I'm not that into Star Wars anymore. I'll be real with you. I kind of like lost interest in Star Wars in my teens. Oh, Hell Let Loose? Hell Let Loose is kind of like a slightly more casual contemporary or like competitor to Postscriptum, in my opinion. Deal with it. Actually, the one Star Wars game I am tempted to pick up is was it Knights of the Old Republic, I think, or Knights of the Old Republic 2? It was the one that Obsidian made. Any game Obsidian makes is worth picking up because Obsidian are fucking excellent writers. They know how to make a good game as well. Even fucking Fallout New Vegas, where they were working with a piece of shit fucking engine and basically leftover art assets from Bethesda, they still made a fucking excellent game out of it. Literally the best of the modern Fallout games. Squad now has grads. I need to play Squad. So Min, who's one of Harry's mates that I met up with while I was down in Melbourne, he runs Squad nights on Wednesdays. I've forgotten the last couple of Wednesdays, but I've set a reminder on my phone now, so hopefully I'll be able to get along to one of those this week. Because I haven't played Squad for quite a while. Yeah, Hell Let Loose to me, it's kind of... It's in the same genre as like Squad and Postscriptum and Project Reality. Hell Let Loose is pretty fun. I do prefer Postscriptum, but, you know... Like I said, it's fun. Gardo very generously bought me it, so I have played it a few times. Not as much as I'd like to, actually, but I've played it a bit. I haven't played Postscriptum for ages, but last time I did try and play Postscriptum, there was no one playing it, so... They fucked up Postscriptum's lighting and still haven't fixed it. Well, they're probably not going to now, because they fired the entire dev team. OWI are just, making some interesting choices, shall we say. Some pretty interesting deep lore behind modern OWI as well. Yeah, that could have gone a lot better. That was, not much of a victory. Alright. What do we got? Defend position, spoiling attack, company attack. We just did a company attack and got our shit wrecked. Let's do another spoiling attack. Actually, have we got anything with an A1? A3, 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 M1? A3, we don't have any A1s. Let's do an M1 mission, fuck it. Do an easy mode mission. Yeah, we're doing NATO campaign. Now, I should say the campaign, as well as the instant action missions, are all placeholder. This is basically here to keep you occupied while they work on the real thing. So don't consider any of this to be final. It's basically to give the player a sample of gameplay that has some structure to it, while they work on the more in-depth campaign. We're in a good position, too. You may recognize this from our earlier defensive mission. The missions exist as templates at the moment. So you will get the same mission template sometimes. There'll be different numbers of vehicles, different types of vehicles, etc. But, you know, it'll be the same part of the same map. And like I said, it's just because campaign at the moment is a placeholder. So, the thing is, I know quite a few guys who worked on Squad and other OWI projects, and yeah, the behind the scenes is quite, oh boy, probably not ideal to get onto on stream or into on stream, but yeah, like there's whoop, which one? That one. There's a lot to it. I should start actually jockeying a bit here. I am an Abrams, but the Abrams is not invincible. It's strong, but it ain't invincible. And he turns. Fucking PRDMs. That's the guy I was engaging before. Oh shit! It's like an entire company coming. Fuck that, I'm gonna go for the guys I can actually see. That was a fucking close one from the left. Can't be many of them left, surely. There's one. Round bounce inside the tank? Yeah, they do that. They do that. Shots coming from over this way? Question mark? Oh. Well, no, is it? Yes, it is. It's a T-72. Identified tank. On the way. There's a hit. Get ready for a heat round. Identified PC on the way. Target. It's fucking BRDMs. There's one. Identified PC on the way. Identified. On the way. Target. Identified PC. On the way. Target. Ceasefire. And on him too. I think we got all of them. We'll just scooch up to the ridgeline here so we can get a bit of a better view into the valley. But I think we got everything. We'll go ahead and dump the lays. We did not get everything. Identified PC. On the way. Target, ceasefire. That should be everything. So these Gen 1 thermals are pretty shit. They are blurry, especially when you try and zoom in. The magnification's horrible. The resolution of the screen itself in the tank is very low. In fact, the M60A3 TTS has a better screen than the Abrams does, so the M60's thermals are very slightly better than the Abrams, just because the screen is more crisp. But they're blurry, they're kind of murky. Yeah, like they're not good. The thermal simulation in the game is still being worked on, but it's more in depth than you might realize just from looking at it. A lot of games just apply a color filter to simulate night vision or thermals or things like that. This goes a bit further than that. The various materials actually have like thermal properties assigned to them. And I noticed this, and I kind of poked Action Scripter about it, and he confirmed that it's a thing, is when they changed the M60 to have the MERDC camo pattern again, because originally it had it, then they took it away for a while and just went to the olive green, and then they gave it the MERDC back. When that camo pattern came back, I noticed it completely changed the thermal signature of the tank. It made it a lot harder to see. And so I asked, I was like, does the paint affect the thermal signature? He's like, oh yeah, they have different finish, like the paint has a different finish on it, so that it will radiate less ambient heat from the, from the sun hitting it or whatever. They haven't got it to the point where things like engines or gun barrels stand out as hotspots, so that's, like, the actual heat maps, so to speak, of the vehicles is in progress. But you will notice that tracks tend to be a bit hot, and different vehicles are easier or harder to see than others. And given the time of day and the weather, you might be able to see pretty decent, like, contrast on the ground and have some depth perception like this, where I can see, okay, those trees are in the distance, these trees are up close, I can see the grass, I can see these hills, like, you can see the terrain through the thermals at least reasonably well. At particular times of day and in particular weather conditions, there's no contrast on the ground at all. It's just a flat green background, because you're getting thermal crossover, right? And it will also make vehicles harder to see. So the thermal simulation isn't finished, but it's getting there, and it's a lot deeper than it appears to be on the surface. There's a lot of that with this game. There's a lot of depth that you can't see, that's kind of going on behind the curtain. It's almost like the opposite of games like War Thunder, and I'm not saying this to shit on Gaijin. I think it's quite clever what they've done, but for example, War Thunder gives the impression of simulation because it has ruts in the mud where your tank drives, like fucking, SnowRunner or whatever. It gives the impression of simulation because it has a real-time fucking, this is what your round did, like the after-action report in this. But real-time, right? Like an instant replay. It gives the impression of realism because when you go into your hangar and you test, like you do, can this round penetrate here, can this round penetrate here, it does like a baked-in fake ANSYS simulation to show what the projectile's actually doing and how the plate deforms. It's not actually simulating that real time, but people think it is, because they see that and they go, oh my god, this game's so amazing, that look at how deep the damage mechanics are. No, dude. That's not what's actually happening in game. That's that's a visual effect to show you this is what happens when this round hits this, but it's not calculating that in game. That's not how that works. War Thunder gives the illusion of depth, the illusion of simulation without actually having it. Now, having said that, they do simulate infrared guided missiles not being able to cope with clouds, which DCS doesn't. And there are a few other things War Thunder simulates either as well as, or in some cases better than DCS, but for the most part, it doesn't. Certainly the flight models are fucking a joke. But this is the thing, right? Like, you have the illusion of simulation, the trappings of simulation, which suckers people in because they're so busy, like, fucking Blue Drake pointing at it, like, oh my god, this is so cool. And then you have this game where you're just like, oh, I just shot a tank and exploded. Cool visual effect, but, whatever. What you don't see going on is the calculations to decide whether that tank pops its turret, or whether it just smolders for a bit. You don't see the calculations to decide how much fire comes flying out the hatch. You may or may not even notice that there's a little lick of flame that comes out of the hole the round penetrated through when it combusts. Because one day Josh got bored, and he scripted like an entire fucking... basically an entire fucking thermodynamic system for the ammunition in the tanks. So when the ammunition starts cooking, it's not canned behavior, it's not a dice roll, it's not random chance, it's actually simulating what is happening inside that tank. Now, obviously, there are limits to what they can and can't simulate in full detail, but a lot of the stuff that's happening under the hood in GHPC is way more complex than it appears to be, and it's certainly a lot more complex than anything any other games do at the moment. Except, Steel Beast, you probably get crucified for calling a game by most people, but Steel Beast is the only other thing that really simulates a lot of this stuff, and I don't even know how much detail it simulates this in, to be fair with you. Like, damage model-wise, I don't know how deep they are. I know you can do things like knock out stabilizers from non-penetrating hits, so I'd imagine it's probably pretty similar, if not even a touch more detailed, but like the combustible system in this, I don't think any other game has anything like that isn't a game centered directly around firefighting, basically. The devs got bored is usually a recipe for amazing things. Absolutely, yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely. Because most people don't remember games from 25 years ago, so they don't know how arcadey War Thunder is. Well, right, people don't understand how the real thing works. And they also have no frame of reference for a simulator of, like a tank simulator, unless they played Steel Beasts. Did he get knocked out? Holy shit. And they also fall for the, the surface level illusion of depth. And they think that the game's doing things it's not. World of Tanks does this fakery as well. It pre-calculates your first 50 shells before the match starts. Client can make it seem like it did a thing versus any real-time... What, so it preloads the fucking RNG? Huh, that's pretty clever, actually. I don't know if that makes it more or less frustrating when you get a low roll. Actually, that's quite clever. I kind of like that. Going to bed and you better not be streaming like a madman when I wake up. We've only been live for 3.5 hours. Mind you, it is later in the day than I usually would have started, so we'll see how we go. People nowadays come about the IR masking, and here it's like, oh, we just painted it different? Yeah. Well as that, thermals are very easy to trick if you know what you're doing. Just dive into a pool of water. Stand behind a plate glass window. Wrap yourself in a space blanket. Insert people cooming over VSN mods. Don't start me. Hey, at least the VSN 104 flies a little bit closer to the numbers now. There's still a bunch of shit which it should do that it doesn't, and shouldn't do that it does. But at least its acceleration's not quite as batshit insane anymore. I know! I know, Cotty. I know what it does. I'm saying it's closer than it was before. Like, before it was even worse. Before, it would accelerate between fucking Mark 0.9 and Mark 2 in, like, 80 seconds. Like, it was just ridiculous. With fucking tip tanks. Like, it was just obscene before. Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's go see what the damage is, and then we'll hit the after-action report. Drewski did a video on the Vigan, I saw it. And he was using fucking Mavs. Mavs are the lowest T weapon, man. I fucking hate them. I mean, especially because the Vigan shouldn't be able to carry... Like, an AJS might carry 4, but an AJ can't carry 4. It was 2 maximum. And most of the loadouts where you're carrying 2, you're either not carrying any air-to-air missiles or you only get 1. Like, this is the thing. I really wish that we had a way to properly implement the limitations of the AJ-37 versus the AJS-37. It would make so many people so angry. And they deserve it. But yeah, he also was saying, like, oh, you know, like, if you overspeed it, there's a script to, like, destroy the plane. Like, I don't think that's even in the server anymore, because it's not needed now. Because the flight model adjustments fixed it. Rip the wings off due to loading. They're very forgiving of stress loads in that game. Some aircraft aren't. The F5, for example. The F5 rips when it should, for the most part. Well, due to G, not due to dynamic pressure. I think only the MiG-29 and the Su-27 rip due to dynamic pressure. Maybe the F-15 as well, but everything else will rip only due to G-force. But the F5 will rip when it should. And people are still fucking complaining about it, saying it's unrealistic. It literally says in the flight manual what the limitations are, and these people break the limitations literally every time they maneuver, and then complain about it. Like, whatever. But the issue with the Mavericks on the Vigan, it's not the stress on the wings, it's the computer. The CK-37 only has 28 kilobits from memory of ferrite core memory in the aircraft. The AJS, because it has the data cartridge, which was added in the early 90s, the AJS has 8 megabytes on the data cartridge, which is mostly used for turnav. But it also has enough extra space that it can store more loadout permutations. The reason that the Vigan could only carry 2 Mavs originally is just because they had such a limited number of potential loadouts for the aircraft that the CK-37 could recognize that they had to just mix and match. And it was not envisioned that they would need a loadout with 4 Mavs. Aside from that, the Swedes were quite late in picking up the Maverick, and they didn't fully press it into service until, I think, like the mid-late 70s. Like, they had them, but they hadn't fully cleared them for service, and they were still kind of a rarity. The other thing is the outer set of pylons on the Vigan. So you've got your 4 inboards, right? The 2 fuselage, the 2 inner, like, mid-wing, and then the 2 outer wing. The outer wings cannot be used on an AJ. The AJS-37 like opens them up for Sidewinder use, but on the AJ they were only wired for the Hughes Falcon, the AIM-4. And the Falcon couldn't be carried on the Vigan because if you put Falcons on those pylons, it caused very dangerous flutter effects on the wings. So they couldn't load Falcons, and they weren't wired for anything else. So the only time those pylons were used on the AJ was essentially just to carry weapons around from airbase to airbase. They couldn't actually be fired from those pylons. So yeah, like if we had an actual Cold War Vigan, you wouldn't have turnav, so you would actually have to learn how to do radar INS fixes. Well, sorry, not INS, it doesn't have an INS. Dead Reckoning fixes. Which is something I still need to learn to do. You would not have 6 pylons, you would have 4. You would only ever be able to carry 2 air-to-air missiles at most, because they only wired the inner pylons for them on the AJ. And you would only ever be able to carry 2 Mavericks at most. So the loadouts you usually see me running on the Vigan these days are either just a full load of rockets or high-drag bombs. Or the other thing you'll see me do is load 3 sets of rockets and then 1 missile on the inboard, which is one of the actual proper loadouts for it. You've got like a single emotional support Sidewinder, and then everything else is just air to ground. And that's how I fly. The other thing is you wouldn't have the reconnaissance mode either. because the reconnaissance mode was specific to the SF-37, and it was only added onto the AJS later as they started retiring the SF-37 as a specialized aircraft. Like, the whole point of the AJS-37 was to not only upgrade the aircraft's capabilities, but to consolidate all the Viggen variants down to one aircraft, except for the fighter, because that was still its own separate thing. That's a t-shirt, emotional support Sidewinder. I like the way you think. I like the way you think. It'd make a good companion to the Mirage t-shirt, I think. Let's see, what else we got? Phantom's also pretty close. The Phantom's going to be so much fun when it comes out, because everyone's hyping it up to be like this amazing doomsday plane that will kill every MiG it comes across. It's like, okay, I'm going to have a lot of very fun free meals when the Phantom releases. I'm going to enjoy flying the Phantom myself, mostly using it as a bomb truck, because the US Air Force Phantoms are bomb trucks, the Navy ones are the fighters. But, yeah, I'm going to really enjoy when the Phantom comes out, and a lot of people get their delusions of grandeur stripped away from them very quickly by a cheeky MiG-21 or MiG-19. Because the thing is, the Phantom's a very strong aircraft, but it takes a very experienced pilot. It has a good sustained turn rate, and it's, from what I remember, it's instantaneous. Is a lot better than you would expect for an aircraft that size, and it has a good thrust-to-weight ratio. It is like one of extremely few NATO aircraft of the Cold War that has a good thrust-to-weight ratio until you get into the 4th gens. But it's a very heavy aircraft. It's like 3-4 times the weight of a MiG-21 bis. It's going to have that inertia to it. Like, even if it was super, like, maneuverable, it's still going to have that inertia to get past. Kind of like the Mirage F1. On paper, the Mirage F1 is really agile. But then you get in it, and it feels like a bus. Especially to me, coming from, like, the F5 or the MiG-21. It feels like a fucking bus. I still, to this day, cannot dogfight to save my life in a Mirage F1, and there are very few people I'm even afraid of when they're in the F1. Like, there are maybe, I could count on probably one hand the number of F1s that have ever given me a struggle in the MiG-21. The rest are just free meals. Because it's a heavier aircraft, it takes time to change direction. Even if it can turn reasonably well, it takes time to do it. Whereas the 21, it doesn't have a good sustained turn rate. It has a pretty decent instantaneous turn. And it's got a lot of thrust, but it changes direction like that. It's so quick. Like, it can flick over in a roll like you wouldn't believe. Same with the F5, because they're very light, very small planes with pretty stubby wings. You know, it's a muscle car versus a fucking tricked out Civic, pretty much. So we wiped out quite a few tanks. 2 platoons there, and then there's another platoon over here, I think. So about 3 platoons of tanks. Anyway, let's stop screwing around and go to the after action. But yeah, I was like, even before I got to fly it myself, because you know, I got my hands on it a little early. Even before that, I'd been telling people, like, you better fucking manage your expectations for the F1, because it's not going to be what you're hyping it up to be. And then I was really worried when I did get my hands on it. I was like, fuck, they're going to think I'm leaking, because I was right. I was fucking right. It's not a very good dogfighter. It's great for, you know, interception. It's great for hit-and-run missile attacks, like slashing attacks. It's great for air-to-ground, but as a dogfighter, it's pretty fucking hopeless, in my opinion. Like, you have to be really, really good to make that thing work in a dogfight. And if you can make that thing work in a dogfight, you can make a MiG-21 or an F5 work twice as well. So, yeah, I played, I was like, shit, I was right. They're going to think I'm leaking to people. But, like, no, that's just genuinely what I surmised from looking up, you know, the characteristics of the real aircraft, reports about how it flies, video of it flying, stuff like that. It's the same with the Phantom. You look up the context of the Phantom's, you know, reputation of being the world's biggest distributor of MiG parts. It's because, with the exception of the Israeli Phantoms, they usually outnumbered what they shot down. Like, in Vietnam, the Phantoms had a massive numerical advantage. The whole time, like, the whole time, as well as being able to basically understand who the Vietnamese were going after, because the CIA had compromised the Vietnamese comms. So, like, they had every advantage going for them, and yet how many Phantoms did they still manage to lose? Israel did a lot better with theirs, but they still lost some. Like, it's a good plane, but it takes a very good aircrew, not just a pilot, but a good aircrew to make it work. It's the same thing with tanks. Like, War Thunder players are notorious for it, but even in the GHPC Discord, and this is kind of one of the reasons that I haven't been keeping up with it as much as I probably should have lately, is you just see people arguing my dad could beat your dad up, except about tanks. Like, and a lot of the arguments are just absurd. Like, people saying, oh, well, the T-72 blows up if you look at it funny. Okay, so I hit this guy center of mass from the side, and I got him in the autoloader carousel. It happens. But the main threat to a T-72 is all the spare ammunition, like the second reload, because most of the time, especially if you're only seeing the front of it, you're not going to penetrate low enough in the tank to hit that carousel. You're going to hit, like, around the top of the hull. And if it didn't have that second reload of ammunition spread wherever it fits, there's not really that much going on there. Like, the carousel is a lot safer than what an M60 or a Centurion or a Leopard 1 has in it. The problem is that people come along and they're so spoilt by the Abrams that they forget this thing was a response to that thing, and they just kind of treat them as if they're contemporaries, and they go, oh, well, the Abrams is the most survivable tank. You know, it's got blowout panels. You know who else had blowout panels when this thing was introduced? Fucking nobody. The Leopard 2 doesn't even have full blowout panels. It's better than nothing, but it's still not as good as this. The Leopard 2 still has a fucking ammo rack next to the driver. Like, people don't treat the Abrams like the fucking quantum leap in tank design that it actually is, and they instead treat it like it's from the same generation as the T-72 or the T-64, which it very definitely isn't. And it's kind of academic anyway, because if your tank gets penetrated, 9 times out of 10, somebody's going to die. You might get lucky and it might just go through and through without hitting anything or anyone, but if the fighting compartment gets perforated, you're in deep shit. It doesn't matter if your tank explodes immediately, or if, half the crew gets cut to pieces and then the tank catches fire. The net result is the same. The crew's fucking dead. Like, what fucking difference does it make? If you hit an Abrams, he's lucky, because you can literally see what I was about to talk about. If you hit an Abrams while the loader has the blast door open, or punctures the blast door, it's still going to fucking explode. It's still going to kill the entire crew, because the explosion is going to flash back into the crew compartment. The blast doors need to be closed for the blowout panels to work properly. And if they get punctured, or if they're open, the crew's still fucking dead. Like, it's all trade-offs. Do the doors help with mines? No. Well, it depends. If the mine blast is confined to the ammunition compartment and the doors are closed, then yeah, probably. If the mine blast kind of punctures around the door, then no. Like, the thing is, this compartment needs to be completely sealed for this blowout panel to work. If there's any hole when this combusts, it's going to go out that hole before it goes out the blowout panel. It's going to go the path of least resistance. So, like, that's the thing. And that's also why you can see when you hit a tank, you might see a little puff of flame come out where the round went in Gunner Heat PC or in real life. Because the combustion's going to take the path of least resistance. It's going to flash back out the hole you just made, unless somebody's got their hatch open, or the breech of the gun's open. Don't the Merkavas use separate compartment too? I don't know, the more modern ones might. I'm not super familiar with the Merkava. But there's also, you've got to bear in mind, there's a difference between a full-on blowout compartment and containerized storage, which is what the M60 does. Containerized storage is barely better than nothing. Basically what containerized storage does is if a round starts to combust for some reason, it will contain that. But if a round like actually detonates, or if the container itself is punctured, it's not going to have any effect anyway, because it's just going to go straight into the next container. And you're going to end up with a chain reaction regardless. What the real big thing is now is, I think DM63 doesn't actually readily combust or detonate when it's subject to most significant emotional events. I'm sure it's possible to still get it to go off when you don't want it to, but it's very resistant to it, which is, you know, a pretty huge safety feature. It would mean even in a tank without a blowout compartment, you've got that much more survivability compared to one that that even might have blowout compartment but has like more sensitive ammunition. Yeah, C4, like you can throw C4 into a fire and it won't do anything. It just doesn't care. I didn't detonate when exposed to significant emotional mood. Yeah. Yeah, same. So yeah, this guy was knocked out. Right. There, that would have probably taken the gunner's leg off. And the commander's foot. That one. He got a bit lucky with that. You can sometimes sneak around past the gun trunnion into the fighting compartment, which is quite nasty when it happens. Oh, maybe it didn't knock him out, but it certainly would have made his crew ineffective. People are too used to the armor of M1 being impervious. Let me introduce you to my little friend 3BM26. Yeah, people complain about, oh, my M1 was killed by a T-72, this should never happen, or a T-55, or even a BMP. It's like, look where it hit you. It found, like, you know, you can kill an M1 by getting a heat round to fuse on the driver's episcopes and then go in through the roof. You can kill an M1 by plunging fire with a heat round. You can kill an M1 by getting a sabot worked in between the gun mantlet and the turret cheek, and then as long as it doesn't stop in the trunnion, it'll go straight through the fucking fighting compartment. You can get it through the turret ring. Like, there's all these places that, like, people just have this bizarre gamer idea that, oh, its front armor is impervious to everything. Like, no, its front armor is unlikely to be penetrated by anything at usual combat distances of 2,000 meters or so. Once you're within 500 meters, all bets are off. Or somebody might just get lucky. Like, the whole point isn't to make the vehicle impervious, it's to make the vehicle less likely to get penetrated. You can't stop it being penetrated, but you can make it less likely, and that's all you have to do. Yeah, like, people just don't fucking understand how any of this shit works. Which is understandable, because your average person is not going to have to deal with any of this in their lifetime, right? But even from guys that should know better, you hear that kind of stuff all the time. Yeah, that's the reason his crew bailed. That killed the gunner and the commander. So then they would have just jumped because the turret crew's ineffective. Bonk. Oh, those are already decrewed. Oh well, doesn't hurt to be short. Armor degrades. It doesn't in this yet, and they're not sure if they're going to implement it or not. If they do, it'll be very interesting though. We did... Really? It didn't kill the gunner or the commander. It must have just critically wounded them. Lucky. Very lucky. Huh. Raid. Let's do a raid. We could do a reconnaissance in force. Let's do a reconnaissance in force and we'll do a raid. Lower leg, it went through his fucking chest. Like, straight through. Fucking center of scene mass. Almost like tactics and fieldcraft matter. What, you mean I can't just hold W and mouse 1 to win? People just excuse it as a devs trying to make the game balanced. That was really funny, because when the game first released on Steam, because, you know, the Soviets aren't here yet, we only have the East Germans with their shitty export ammo. People were like, oh my god, finally based Western devs making it how it should be. And then they added the fucking, the sight shake for the M60 and stuff. And within literally a day, it went back to, oh my god, fucking Russian bias, fucking commie devs, this is garbage, this would never happen in real life. Like, it was hilarious. Literally within a day. Within a single day.
Table PC, convert flight. Ready, on. Identified. Fire, on the way.
Fuck, he's hard to see. Oh, there he is.
Careful. Reengage. Careful. Reengage. Careful.
There's two of them.
Reengage.
That's the one he wants me to hit.
Target. Reengage. Target, ceasefire.
Got him. Oh, that's something they added in a recent patch, is the Americans will get reduced down to M774. If you knock out enough of their supply trucks in the course of a campaign, they won't get their good ammo anymore. No more fucking DU. Fucking turret traverse on the Bradley is just crack speed. This is actually realistic. This is how quickly it traverses. Make yourself fucking dizzy in one of these things. Well, someone who's still alive sees us, apparently. They should both be knocked out. Put a couple more rounds into him just for good measure. Okay, that'll do. I don't want to have to reload the armor-piercing belt. It's a pain in the dick. Normally, I would either drive up that road, which is going to be sketchy when infantry comes, or I'd cut through that gap, which is also going to be sketchy when infantry comes. What I'm starting to do on this mission now is I'm starting to push through this clearing here and then zigzag through this, following the contour of the hill around this side, and then I can pop up here, and it leaves me less exposed. Like, if I come out on top of this hill, I've got great vision across this area, but I'm also turbo exposed, and also any little angry men in the forest would have a great time just dunking on me as I drive through it. Whereas if I come up here, I can work my way most of the way around to that village, and I'm undercover the whole time. I think, it's going to be really funny between some of the Cold War blue aircraft coming out for DCS, and also some of the red ones that will eventually arrive, I'm sure. The 23 especially. The MiG-23 is going to be a rude shock to a lot of people. But the Su-17, 22, whichever one you want to call it, same thing basically. Just different engine. That thing is going to be a rude shock as well. If we ever got a full fidelity Su-25, that would be an extremely rude shock, especially compared to an actual Cold War A-10, not a fucking 1990s one like we have. Yes, even the A-10A we have in DCS is 1990s. Between that and this, there's going to be a lot of fucking Gulf War brainworm havers getting a very rude awakening about what happens when, you know, actual fucking Soviet contemporary equipment turns up with actual fucking trained operators, or at least in the case, like, in the case of this, or in the case of DCS, either, you know, competent AI or competent players. Hello. Why do you lit him up? Because while they did lag behind in some areas, certainly not as much as people think. And they were ahead in some as well. Bad feeling about this. The Gulf War and its consequences have been a disaster for the NATO brain. I'd like to remind everyone, I think it happened on stream, but I didn't see the TAC view until later. I'd like to remind everyone, on Enigma's server on Syria one time, I was flying a Su-25, I made a Tomcat kill himself with his own Sparrow, because he was flying literally 6 feet off the ground. He tried to fire a Sparrow at me, it dropped into the sand and blew up directly under him. Can't even see him. They don't make skill issues any more obvious than that. Truly. Hello. I have a sinking feeling there's going to be an angry little man with a tube somewhere around here. Maneuver kill? I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I chalked it up as a kill for me, but I don't know if you classify it as a maneuver kill or, like, what? Skill crisis? Really? I mean, I've done some dumb shit too, but, like, I saw that as just like, oh my god, that's probably the funniest fucking thing I've seen in DCS. As far as, like, people, you know, defeating themselves through stupidity. F5 wing rips are a dime a dozen, and while they're very stupid, they're kind of normie. That was, like, above and beyond. Truly above and beyond. Get this guy into column, since we're moving along a road now. Identified PC. Shit. We'll just have to make do with this. It's not going to be very effective, but... Could you not do that? I'm going to get into the trees and I'm going to restock takes about a minute. This is another thing that if, like, when it's fully implemented, well, I don't know if they're doing it for the Bradley because it's such a pain in the ass to do it. They might think it's a bit too complicated, but, like, realistically in the Bradley, when you need to reload the armor-piercing belt, you need to traverse the turret to a certain angle, and then a guy in the back needs to fucking reach up into the chute and, like, link up the chain, and if you've shot, I think, past 20-something rounds, like, if there's less than 20-something rounds in the belt, you've got to partially disassemble the ammo chute to get the new belt loaded. Like, it's such a fuck around to reload the Bradley. So generally you would, you know, have a guy topping the belt off periodically. Which vehicle is this? This is the M2 Bradley, the original one, when it could still swim, and before it had a laser rangefinder. I don't like sitting still with artillery landing around, but if I push up much further, I'm going to be right in the middle of the enemy while reloading my gun, which is a very bad no-no. Oh, actually, the gun's reloaded. We're good. Kind of silly driving into trees like this, but we'll do it. There it is. Wait, there's another one. Oh, shit. How did you see that? Oh, now I do. That one I knocked out earlier. Bradley's operational in 85? Yeah, they were just starting to appear. A lot of vehicles still have that. The Bushmaster still has firing ports. Enemy armor! Oh no! So, since this is a reconnaissance in force mission, I don't even actually need to kill anything here, I just need to find stuff. I basically need to go near the waypoints and not die. But, to what degree I can, I tend to want to kill stuff. First because it's fun, and second of all because it does degrade their ability to mount future operations. So what we're going to do is we're going to tell this guy to halt. We're going to position this Bradley here. I'm going to grab him and whoosh him off into the trees here. And we're going to try and spring an ambush on these guys. I'm not sure if we'll get a good angle though, because I am blind to this entire side of the town, but I think we'll probably get at least a quick cheeky shot at them. We'll drop some RT on that side of the town, just in case, maybe discourage them a little. But typically they like to follow near roads, so they'll probably come up this one and push through the direction that we came to try and flush us out. So we should be able to catch them as they do that. T-55s, it looks like.
Target! Re-engage! Next target! Counter missile! Hey! Converse left! On! Identified! Fire! On the way! Target! Re-engage! Target! Ceasefire!
Got him! Haha. Crossing wires, that'd fuck with... I wish. But no, like, simulating the wires would be a bit, like, too much. Especially for a small dev team. Like, I wish they could, but realistically, it's a bit much to expect. Alright, now... follow me, and let's get the fuck out of here. Yep, 3 T-55s, so that's a whole platoon just popped. Boom! The cool thing with the T-55s is they have so many distinct ammo racks scattered around the tank that they just pop constantly for like 5 minutes when they brew up. Turret ring them with HEIT. Turret ring them with 50 cal. 50 cal is very good at getting through the either the coax gun port or the gun sight port on the T-55. I've killed a couple of them with the fucking Mardoos on the M113. But that's the thing. It's a real thing. Is it unlikely? Yeah, you would probably die before you get the chance to do it. But it's a real thing. Like, tanks have not just weak spots in their armor, but fucking penetrations in their armor where bits of equipment need to go through, or cables or things. And if you find one of those spots, you can get a bullet through it. Like... They're big and scary, but if you're close to them, you can do some pretty unpleasant shit, even just with small arms, or like a heavy machine gun. Can't wait for infantry and CAS integration. Yeah, infantry is going to be amazing. CAS will be great too, but infantry is like the big thing as far as I'm concerned. There's a simulated pissed off farmer giving the enemy position because he ran over his cabbages. Yeah, that happened a lot during exercises. Like, you read through some of the exercise after action reports from the 80s, and they talk about, like, the amount of damages they had to pay out to farmers because they ran over all their fucking crops. Or, like, they busted fences or drove over cars. Air target reticle sight. So there's a different sight with the chokes that come in on either side of them. I think that was added later. I know that the M2A2 has it. I don't think the original Bradley had it, or maybe it just hasn't been implemented yet, because some of the gun sights in this game are still being worked on. However, the Bradley does, in all versions, also have this little fella, which is literally what it looks like. It's just it's an anti-aircraft sight, like a really dodgy anti-aircraft sight, which you would use by popping your head out the turret. There we go. So we have accomplished our mission. And there's going to be a shitload of hits in the after-action report, because autocannon. Shooting planes or just helis. I mean, it'd mostly be helicopters, but if a plane's flying slowly enough and low enough, and it's like, especially if it's flying directly towards or away from you, you could hit one. Planes are a lot easier to hit than people think. You just got to wait for it to be pointed, like, in your general direction or away from your general direction. Obviously, crossing shots are a lot harder. How do you do the replay thing? Oh, the after-action report, you just press the end key and it goes to it. When you only do it at the end of the mission because there's no way to get back into gameplay from this. So, like, at the end of the mission, you just hit the end key and it goes to the after-action. Is a total launcher deployment automatic? The gunner has a switch. and you would not have the tow launcher deployed while on the move because it can damage it. However, they decided as a gameplay concession, they would make it automatically raise if you're moving below 5 kilometers an hour, I think it was. Because, yeah, like in the real vehicle, it's a switch and you have to like raise and lower it manually, and it's kind of a pain in the ass if you're going for a unified control scheme, kind of like, you know, to stop people from having to delve into learning the control setups for every single different vehicle. It's easier to just make it automatic. Yeah, they are. They're quite neat vehicles. Actually, kind of topical with what's been going on in current events lately. The YPRs, the Dutch IFVs that the Ukrainians have been given, those might look vaguely familiar to some of you. It's because the YPR was based on one of the predecessors of the Bradley. It was actually like kind of a primordial form of Bradley. It has quite a similar hull to the early Bradleys. It just has a different turret, pretty much. It's kind of a half step between the AAV and the M2. Hey tankers, good to see you, man. So this is where I ran out of AP, and I was just dunking him with high explosive, hoping it would do something, and apparently something did happen. The crew bailed. Holy shit. I'm not sure if they bailed because the HE, like, spooled something, or, like, what? I know, actually, you know what it was? It was probably one of these hits. Because they added something, I think, a patch or two ago, where the crews of lightly armored vehicles, like BRDMs, M113s and stuff, have a random chance every time something penetrates a fighting compartment to just say, fuck this, and leave. That's probably what they did. So I actually didn't need to reload and hit it again with AP, which is kind of funny. Saw YPR eat an ATGM on Telegram. I haven't seen any in the act of being blown up. I saw the aftermath of a bunch of them being ambushed, and I saw there was a video of a bunch of them jockeying back and forth in an open field. I don't know if this is just infantry brain, but I couldn't work out what the fuck they were doing, because it's flat ground. Like, they weren't doing berm drills or anything, because there was no berm. But they were just driving back and forth. Like, it was like they were driving up to a berm, but there was no berm. And they weren't jockeying laterally at all, so it's like, I don't get it, because really all you're doing there is making it difficult for something with a really high arc to hit you. So, like, yeah, maybe an AGS won't hit you, or maybe someone who's not very good at ranging their fucking RPG won't hit you. But because you're driving straight back and forth, anything that shoots relatively flat is just going to need to aim at the same place, and it's going to hit you no matter what. So I don't know why they were doing that. I'm sure there was some reason, but it was very confusing to see. Cut to a burning, no idea. There's a platoon advancing in the open. Yeah, I saw, back in like 2014, 2015, I think, I saw there was one video doing the rounds of a bunch of separatist BTRs advancing across a fucking wheat field, like across wheat stubble. It was kind of like, had a bit of a moment, because it was like, holy shit, that looks like home. But yeah, they got ambushed by T-64s, and it did not go well. Kind of the same thing. You didn't see the up close effects of the ambush, but you definitely heard some of it, and there was at one point a BTR that went freewheeling past with fire coming out, and it didn't sound like anyone in it was having a lot of fun, so it was like, yeah, rather be on my own 2 feet, thanks. Yeah, this is the same guy. So he'd already bailed, which is interesting. And then here's our little ambush, which went remarkably well. Oops, that's not the button I meant to press. That is the button I meant to press. So, I think we'll see if we can do a raid mission next, since we haven't done one of those yet this stream. Although I also really want to get some M60A1 suffering in. Raid. So, okay, so see how it's raid bullfrog, and they're all raid bullfrog? That means they're all the same template, so they'll all be using point alpha, they'll all be using the same part of point alpha, but they might have different vehicles. So that's how the templates work. M1. Defend area shark. TTS. I don't think we're losing hard enough to even see M60A1s at this point, which is kind of a bummer. Like, I'm my own worst enemy with this. I wanted to play with the T-34, but I can't lose hard enough as PAC to do it. And I want to play with the M60A1, but I can't lose hard enough as NATO to do it. Don't know if it's just fog of war, but I feel like there's barely anything about ATGMs and reactive armor in this Ukraine war. Every time there's a video, it's just the ATGM being extremely effective or missing. It's probably, like, reverse survivor bias. Because if the... You know, if you take a shot at something with ERA and the ERA stops it, and they see where the shot comes from, that video is not getting uploaded. But yeah, like, there's been a lot of ATGM action, but a lot of the stuff I've seen has been, like, using it on infantry or helicopters or stuff like that. I haven't seen so much with armor. I think it'll be at least a decade before we have any firm idea of what the fuck is going on at the moment. Let's just do a raid with an M60. So a recent video from a Ukrainian T-64 driver's position taking ATGM. ERA protected. Oof, nice. I don't think it was from Ukraine. I think from Syria I saw a 72 take... I don't remember if it was from an ATGM, but it took a hit from something pretty substantial and it tanked it. Because of the ERA. These have been, I don't know. I think these always had names for the objectives. Let's get these guys in column so they don't get lost in the forest. Might just be me and this other guy. Oh no, there's 4 of us. It's full platoon.
Gunner Stable PC! Reverse right! On! Identified! Fire!
Oh shit!
Target! Re-engage!
I think we juked it. Fucking Maluka.
Target! Cease fire!
Right, now we get him into fucking line. There's another one there.
Gunner EPC! Identified! Fire! Obstructed!
No, it ain't.
Target! Cease fire!
Actually, let's get him in wedge, so we've got some flank security. So I don't know what the fuck else is out here. Oh, hello. Whose Air Force is this? East German, MiG-23s. 23 BNs. Just for good measure... Yeah, they're just eye candy at the moment, but within probably the next few patches they will be looking to fuck on things. They won't be playable, this isn't War Thunder, but they will fuck you up if they find you in the open. On the other hand, if you aren't in the open, they probably won't find you. And there'll be stuff like air defense to protect you, Probably most of it won't be drivable because air defense is not really... doesn't really lend itself to being playable the way people think. Things like the Shilka, for instance. The interior of a Shilka looks like the inside of a fucking submarine. Yes, it does have backup optical sight. Yes, you can manually steer the guns, but for the most part, the Shilka's basically operating autonomously. Just, you know, using the radar to lock a target, and then the actual fire control system decides when to fire and with which guns, and for how long of a burst. Fuck. Where did that come from? Where the fuck did that come from? Surely he's not still up. We'll hit him again, but I don't think that was him. Yeah, the Su-25s didn't arrive in theater until late the next year. They came from, I think one regiment came directly from Afghanistan, and another 2 came from the Soviet Union. So yeah, no Su-25, sadly, for the froggy appreciators. No East German MiG-29s either, they didn't get those until right at the end. Ditto East German BMP-2s, they got those really late. Oh fuck. Where? Must be behind that tree. Or like behind this tree line, I should say. What the fuck is it? Yeah, so the East Germans got their MiG-29s right at the end. However, the Soviets had them. I don't know if they had 29s stationed in Germany by 85. I know they did later on at Damgarten, and I think 1 or 2 other bases, but... Fuck. Fucking ATGMs, man. And the Soviet ones are so fucking hard to see because they're so low to the ground. Let's just drop artillery on their fucking trucks. This is a, no, this isn't a new fucking raid template. This one's been in for a while. I think they might have changed it though. It just feels different. Try out Warner? No. I don't know if I'll get it, maybe. When it released, it, like, there were some issues with it that kind of made me not want to really get into it yet. And, like, I used to play quite a lot of the original war game, and then I just played less and less as they added more and more stuff to it, because it just became overwhelming. Unless you're playing, like, a fucking 10v10 or something with friends to take care of your logistics, I couldn't handle it. There it is. One of the other tanks got it. We'll put a round into it just to be sure. We'll do a quick restock. These two are very confused. I'm going to spread them out to 50-meter spacing. I don't like them being this close to me. See, the thing is, 1 versus 1 or 4 versus 4, I can't handle because I just get spammed by NATO aircraft. I used to, like, we used to play 4 versus 4 all the time in fucking European escalation, and I would just be the tank guy. Someone else would handle logistics, someone else would handle air defense, I was tanks. But now, there's so many fucking fixed wing spam, especially fucking Nighthawks and shit like that, that you've got to micro your air defense systems, and your own aircraft, and your logistics, and your tanks, and your infantry. I just can't keep up with all that at once, basically. so I pretty much gave up. Oh, there you all are. Wow, what a lovely, accurate fucking placement from our reconnaissance. Alright, well I'm just going to pull back a bit. Wait for that barrage to finish. Drop another one where they actually are, which is just down there. On that stretch of road in front of me. Okay, right there. On that road. So we'll dump some arty there, and then we'll just pop the pop anything in there that's actually dangerous to us with the main gun, and then just go to town in the trucks with the 50 cal. Get these guys up on the line. Go to the Orc site since we need to know if the gun's clear of terrain, and we're really up close anyway, so I don't really need to range stuff. Hey, bud.
Gunner east truck. Reverse right.
I'll just run my own engagement here.
Alpha. Re-engage. They got it for you. Alpha. Re-engage. Identify.
Oh shit!
Fire. On the way. Next time.
We took a hit off something. Tank! Fuck! That's why I should have been paying attention. Should have actually scanned before I went over the top. Oh fuck, it's a T-72. And it's angry! Oh, was that me or was that someone else? That might have been someone else. Where are you going? Oh, the commander wounded might be blowing out the reload time on the gun. In which case... Shit. Well, my fuck-up got one tank knocked out. This one, the fucking commander's fucked and the gunner's wounded. And the gun's out. And that one, I don't know what kind of state it's in. Yeah, he's already following us. He's just reversing because he knows there's enemy around still. Yeah, main gun won't fire. Usually if you get the main gun damage call out, it means that the gun's not going to fire, so you're pretty much out of the fight. At least as far as killing tanks goes. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and lock the gun. And now we're going to turn and run away. And we'll drop some more artillery where they came over the hill towards us, just to be sure. Get into the low ground. Where we've got a bit of terrain cover. Yeah, the arty is fucking awesome. Like, and the way it actually throws the tank around, like, and suppresses you when you're in the tank, it means that on missions like Steel Wedge, for example, where I used to rely on just being able to quickly line up the tanks and pop them off one at a time, I can't do that anymore, because my vision is so blurred, and the AI know where I am, and they're so good at coordinating their shots now, I can't sit up on that berm and just plug away, you know, a company worth of T-55s without them getting an effective shot back at me. It just doesn't happen. It makes me actually play the fucking game, which is awesome. Is he still with us? No, he'll be back there somewhere. I see some MLRS Audi. You'll probably see more variety in the artillery as the game develops. At the moment, it's just 155s, but it will vary its, like, the number of shells and the concentration, depending on the mission. Nice little gully there for infantry to hide in. Smirchers were my best friend in Wargame European Escalation. Stun lock an enemy attack and just drive your own tank straight through it without a care in the world. Me and the guys used to, because we play mostly 4v4s, we had the highway map down to a fine art. I'd always be on the, like, our right flank as the Soviets. I'd be on our right flank, and I'd be the tank guy. So basically, one of my mates would pin them down in the left, hold them in that tree line, just shy of one of the objectives, and let them kind of whittle themselves down against the trees. And then I would kick out the right side, neutralize any attack that came through to that objective, and then just roll straight through them. And just not stop rolling until I was overlooking their spawn. Most games we would win within about 10-15 minutes, if that. Because once you get, like, this is the thing, right? Once you get the momentum up, most people just drop their fucking spaghetti. They don't know how to handle it. Like, they can't respond because you're already so many steps ahead of them that everything they do is in reaction to something you've already done. And you have all the initiative in the world. It feels so good when you do that. Like, real high-risk, high-reward shit. Alright, well, we're safe. Let's use the free cam and go see what we did. So there's our first M60 loss to the ATGM. There's that pair of BMPs we knocked out right at the start. Narrowly avoided getting hit by ourselves. One burnt up, the other one just decrewed, or like the crew got killed. And here we have the main fucking event. There's our wingman that I got killed because I was careless. There's the angry fucking convoy Avenger up here. Single T-72, that's weird. Normally expect to see at least a platoon. I mean, I guess it's a convoy, it might only have a single tank with it. But, kind of weird. We got most of their trucks. So that should make a healthy dent in their supply. We might even see some T-34s this campaign. I might finally see some for the first time since the April Fool's event where they were added. Because to get the T-34s to appear, you have to have the pact on their absolute last fucking cunt hair of supply. But without actually, you know, beating them. Or actually, no, is it supply or tanks? It might be tanks. Supply is for the ammunition for the Americans, but it might be tanks for the Pact. I have to figure it out. Dude, have you seen the, what the West German Phantoms in this are carrying? I do not want one of them to spot me when I'm playing as Pact. I mean, for now it's okay, they're just flying over, but when they actually start dropping spicy gifts, I do not want them seeing me. Clusters for days. That fuse on the tripod? Yes, it did. And... I think he just abandoned the weapon. I don't think we actually killed him, I think he just abandoned the weapon. Oof. Jesus. That was, that's gonna be a mess. We only lost 2 crew, so it could have been a lot worse. We only lost 2 guys. 2 tanks, whatever, but 2 guys, yeah, I'll take it. And they lost a shitload of stuff. Raid, recon and force, company attack, spoiling attack, defend. 60A3, M1, 60A3, 60A3. Yes! Based. It's another raid, but M60A1s. God's tank. If they do end up putting, like, M48s for the fucking Vessies in this, I'm totally gonna just specifically play missions with M48s. Like, the shittier the tank is, the more I enjoy it.
Gunner ready. Stable index.
Can never say no to a shitbox. Which T-34? It's a T-34-85. It was the same one that was in the April Fool's event, like, 2 years ago, whatever it was. But it's very hard to get it to appear. Wouldn't they have the 105mm? Yeah, but they'd have an even jankier fucking rangefinder than this. Oh man. Oh man, the Parkinson gun sight. I love it. I fucking love it. It's so terrible. Hey, hello there, sailor. Get fucked. Ooh, that's not the button I wanted to press. You'll notice the AUX sight is way more stable. It has like bigger amplitude vibrations, but it's a lot more stable. Like they're bigger amplitude, but like slower or lower frequency, I should say. So it's kind of 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. Usually, if I'm gonna try and fire on the move with this, it's still not a good idea. But if I'm gonna try to do it, I'll do it at kind of slowish speed with the AUX sight. Or if I'm like trying to scan on the move. But now that the binoculars have been beefed up a bit in terms of magnification, you don't really need to do that as much. You can just pop your head out and have a look. Have a bit of a gander. We're probably going to have a buddy for this dude at close range though, so I am going to go to the AUX site just to make sure the gun's clear. And I'll leave these guys in wedge, because I don't know what's on my right flank. Just roll over this. I enjoy the primary site's fucking... Well, it's not even the primary site that has a rangefinder, it's the fucking commander's extension. But I enjoy the rangefinder too much to not use it. Now, if it's, like, close range, or, like, really intense engagement or something, or if I'm moving, I will use the auxiliary, but Like, if I'm in a fixed position and I've got enough time to actually range stuff, I will use the primary. Okay, is that a single BMP? Usually you find them in at least pairs. Our objective's just down there, so I need to start getting eyes out that way, and I'll just make sure our left's clear. Looks it. Okay. Let's bomb the shit out of that. Hey there, bud.
Gunner heat PC identified. Fire on the way. Target re-engage.
That probably crushed.
Target re-engage.
That... Come on, man!
Target re-engage.
Oh, fuck it, I'll aim low. You're next!
Re-engage.
Oh, he's giving me calls for this guy, that's why.
Careful. Re-engage.
I think? That's a Malyutka, no, he's giving me calls for the BMP. Is there anything down there? No, we're good. Fucking BMP.
Gunner heat truck. Target locked. Gunner heat truck. Convert.
He's
left.
burning.
Steady. On. Identify. Target locked.
It's a little short.
Gunner heat. Target. Cease fire. Gunner target. Cease fire. Gunner heat truck. Identified.
I'll have to just hit him with a Sabo.
Cease fire.
Kind of a waste. We'll get this guy too. Fuck you. Stop shooting at me.
Gunner table PC. Convert right. On. Identified. Fire. On the way. Next target. Gunner table.
I'm gonna restock him. I'm gonna grab this guy. Because he's still probably got some Sabos up. Or not Sabos, fucking heat rounds up. Gonna roll around here. Hey there, buddy!
Gunner table target. Off.
You still going?
Gunner heat truck. Reverse left. On. Identified. Target off. Gunner heat truck. Reverse left. Target off.
There you are. I think that probably would have arse blasted his driver. We'll give him another just to be sure. But yeah, looks like he's stopping. That definitely got the driver. He should be down. Oh, hello.
Gunner heat PC. Identified. Fire on the way. Target cease fire.
We'll dump some more artillery on it just to be on the safe side. Dump it on the back of the compound. Okay. Oi, oi, oi! That's a tank. We're gonna go back to this guy though. So we'll take our platoon leader back. Where the fuck did that come from? It was up there, wasn't it? Oh yeah, hello. Hello, Mr. T-55. 1400? 1400. Is there any others there? Just him, I think. Is there anything hiding down there? Don't look like it. Catch you later, Cotty. Sleep well, man. Alright, let's head out of here. And we'll dump the range on that. I was going to say dump lays, but it's not a lays, is it? I kind of want to lay an ambush just to see if it does send enemy armor as reinforcements, like the mission trigger tells you it does, and then fuck on them. But knowing my luck, I'd set an ambush and wait for them, and it'd just be like flavor text to make you fuck off back to your exfil point. But there wouldn't actually be tanks. I don't know. I should probably ask about that, to be honest. I mean, if you ask about it, it kind of takes out the uncertainty, which is half the fun in the first place, but I'm just curious, because it is something that, like, I would like to do, is ambush whatever fucking QRF they send. Not sure what that contact report down there is. We might, you know what, fuck it, let's go check that out. Roll through the bush behind your firing line? Yeah, they might. Well, see, I wouldn't want to fucking post up where I shot from. I'd probably want to go across the valley and post up here or something. You know, go to a position where they don't expect me to be, that overlooks the scene of the crime. I used to do that a lot, like when I'd play Stalker, and I had like a fucking sniper rifle or something, I'd find bandit outposts, like the big one in the Dark Valley. I'd go to a bandit outpost and I'd fire a few shots, pick off a couple of the sentries from one side, and then I'd relocate to a position that was overlooking my previous position, because the AI in Stalker is smart enough to figure out where shots come from and advance on that position, covering each other. Like, they would do full-on fucking fire and maneuver on your previous position. And I'm just sitting there watching them do it, like, holy fuck, I'm impressed, but also you're all about to die. And then pick off a few more, fall back to a position that overlooks that one, and just keep doing that until I'd cleared out the whole camp. Wish more games had good enough AI to do real tactics. Yeah, really. Arma AI are pretty smart in open country. In urban terrain, they're fucking terrible. But in open country, Arma AI are frighteningly good. Even just default ones, without any mods. Which game was that? That was Stalker. Catch you later, tankers. Sleep well, man. Good to have you here. I'm skylining myself a little here. I'm definitely skylining myself now. So the contact report should be down there-ish. Let's drop artillery in that general area and push up to this tree line. Stalker Gamma, I still need to try that one out. OGM 60A3 with laser rangefinder but without thermals would be cool. I mean, yeah, it'd be alright. I still prefer the fucking A1 though, just because suffering is fun. There's probably nothing there, it's probably just spurious contact reports. Or there was something there, but it's moved. Kind of showing my side to it, but yeah, I don't see anything. Oops, we just blew up a whole bunch of Germans' houses for nothing. Oopsie daisies. Okay, let's get these guys into columns since we're just mostly driving on road anyway. Oh, there they are. I was gonna say, where the fuck have my platoon gone? I can't wait for the T-64, man. I'm gonna play that thing so much. And since we're getting the A, I don't know if we'll get the B. We probably would if we got a theatre expansion for the North German plane. But for Fulda, I don't think there were really many, if any, T-64Bs in the area at the time. Max probably still has that table handy of what was where. But the thing with the T-64A is, it's still a T-64, it's still my beloved, but it also has a coincidence rangefinder, which means it's fun. Like, the fucking fire control system on the T-64B is awesome, because in some ways it's better than what the Abrams has, but it's easy mode. And easy mode is less fun than hard mode. This is the intersection I need to take. T-62 should be a lot of fun too when it gets to the game. Just don't need to follow the road at this point. I can just cut down this hill, run over a bunch of crops. Fuck it. It's wartime. Who gives a shit? Okay, we got him up there. Not sure where the rest of the platoon is. They're all alive. Possible they might have been tracked though, I don't know. Or they're just really struggling to figure out where the fuck I went. Oh, the fucking, the original BTR-60? So, the original BTR-60 didn't have a fucking roof. It didn't have a turret either. It just had a fucking Dushka on a pintle mount. Then the BTR-60PB, which is the one we're getting in Gunner Heat PC, and the one everyone knows, was when they went, oh shit, this isn't very CBRN protected, we should probably put a fucking roof on it and seal it. And that's when the BTR-60PB happened. Let's grab the free cam and go survey the carnage, and also figure out where the fuck the rest of my platoon is. Stuck in a forest, question mark? This was the hill we were on. I don't see any M60s here, which means they're not fucking tracked. We're gonna use the cheetah mode. Where are they? So there's me and there's the other guy. I had a full platoon. Where the fuck did they go? AWOL, apparently. Oh, yep, no, they're jerking off in the forest. So, something about the AI's pathfinding tends to break down in forests. It doesn't happen 100% of the time, but it will happen pretty frequently. They'll start chasing each other's tails in the trees for some reason. It's a known issue. It'll be worked on. It just hasn't been fixed yet. So there's that T-55 we knocked out. I had a suspicion there was probably another one hiding behind a building here. Sometimes there is, but nope, just the guy on the hill. Looks like we had a pretty good effect. I don't know if they had any trucks get away. Everything down here is knocked out. Oof. Crispy critter. And don't worry, they didn't take a photo of an actual crispy critter for that. They used, like, I think Harry said they used, like, a fucking ham or something. As opposed to Half-Life 2, where somebody freaked out because they finally realized the fucking charpal texture, or, like, not the charpal, the corpse texture, the cheaper corpse, was actually, like, photo textured from a fucking medical textbook. Like, I could have told you that 10 years ago, dude. Like, it was too detailed to be put together in Photoshop. I could have told you that a long time ago. A feature which regulars here will be familiar with by now, but anyone that hasn't seen this game before might not be familiar with, is as vehicles burn up, the heat of the fire melts the torsion bar suspension. Most of these vehicles have torsion bar. In fact, I think pretty much everything in theatre is torsion bar. The Brits use different stuff, but the Brits aren't here. It melts the torsion bars, and the suspension collapses as the vehicle burns out. So you can see this BMP here, the front half of his suspension has collapsed. And so the BMP's kind of like nosedived into the ground a bit. We'll probably be able to see it on the T-55 wreck as well. What's going on here? Oh, they're just like kind of mashed into each other. Bit of a bingle. I think there's plans to, like, I know they've got plans to do more detailed destruction, possibly extending to buildings if they can get it to work without blowing out performance. But one of the other things I think they were planning to do is have, like, bits fall off, so you'll, like, be able to blow off stowage bins or, like, spare wheels or, like, blow off entire torsion bars with the wheel attached, etc., etc. You know, like, when a track gets hit, when you cut a track, the track actually kind of falls off like it does in Steel Armor Blaze of War. Things like that, so you can actually visually gauge the damage done to a vehicle, and so that wrecks have a bit more variety than they already do. So don't quote me 100% on that because I have a terrible memory, but I think that was brought up in a dev stream or in Discord or something a while ago, and it would make sense too. The their roadmap actually shows something like that. It shows like they've basically done a little bit of Photoshop work over the currently in-game assets to kind of show this is what we want it to look like, and they had like a BTR with like wheels blown off and bits falling off of it and stuff. Means being too close to something that's exploding would be bad? It probably would, yes. So here's our little T-55 friend. Oh, that issue affects the T-55 as well. I will have to bug report that later. I forgot. So it's not just the M60. So what this is the, it's a bit of a whoopsie with the LODs, I think. So the, like the no-draw stuff, so that the turret still considers itself part of the vehicle, and so when the vehicle hull is no longer on screen, the turret goes, oh, I can de-render now. It's a bug that pops in now and then, kind of pops in for a patch, gets fixed, comes back later, and it's dependent as well on the like how close you are and how zoomed in you are on it. So. But as you can see, there are like basic interiors for the turrets, mostly just so that there's something there to look at when the turret goes flying. They aren't planning on doing full interiors for the vehicles for the reasons I outlined earlier, but it's possibly going to become a thing where as the game reaches towards the end of development for version 1.0, and like Fulda's completely fleshed out, they have everything in the game they want to have in the game, they might be able to add like just basic interiors, not clickable like super detailed Steel Beast level stuff, but you know, like basically a little bit more detailed than what's already there, and maybe some dim mood lighting, because these tanks are going to be really dark inside when you're, you know, fighting buttoned up, right? Which the Soviets fought buttoned up, and the Americans would, like, maybe you'd be open protected in your fucking cupola if you're the commander. So there's not a lot of natural light coming in. It's basically a basement, a self-propelled basement, which is why tankers have such a high incidence of weebs. But, you know, using some clever lighting and some semi-detailed mesh work, you can kind of give the feeling of like a full interior of the tank without actually having to do all the research, use all of the resources to render out like every little screw and every little button. So that might be an option. I don't know if they're going to do it, but like if interiors happen at all, that's the variety I would expect them to take. Put it that way. And this guy got absolutely just fucking rocked. And again, you can kind of see there's a bit of a basic interior there where the wet rack for the hull is. So for those that don't be knowing, that's a wet rack. The Soviets were quite enthusiastic about using fuel tanks as ammo racks because the thing is, especially for diesel, but even for petrol, fuel isn't as combustible as people think. Fuel vapor is combustible, but liquid fuel is actually extremely good at stopping things. It essentially is armor. And so by putting ammunition inside fuel tanks like that, obviously the ammo is not in contact with the fuel, but it's surrounded by it. It provides that little bit extra stopping power for anything that comes through the tank. And ideally will kind of starve any fires that break out of oxygen rather than combust and explode. Centurion's the same. Honestly, it's a good idea. Yeah, a lot of vehicles do it. Like the fucking S-Tank has jerry cans as armor skirts along the side of the tank. That's literally what they did. They hung jerry cans off the side of the fucking fenders to act as track skirts, and they worked. Alright, let's go after action report. So our first shot was pretty good, exactly where we aimed it. And then I figured this guy was 1,200 meters, and there we go, 1,236 meters. Dead on. Those two. So that one actually hit him, but it only knocked out his engine. Then the next two crushed, which I expected. Then I hit him, and the BMP started lobbing fucking malyutkas at me. So we hit him again, that one got him. That would have killed him. Most fun with tank interiors playing Road Orchestra 2. They did tanks so dirty in that game, man. Like having the interiors was cool, and the way the tanks drove, like they felt like tanks the way they moved. I was mad they took away my keyboard turret controls, because I actually preferred those to the mouse, and I, to a degree, still do. And I was also really fucking infuriated that they took away my ability to climb out of the tank and get out on foot. Because this is the thing, people were mad because of tank jumping. Oh, I didn't get my kill because he just jumped out of his tank. First of all, that was only an issue because there was no delay to getting in and out of the tank. There was no climb in or out animation. So that's, right there, that's an easy fucking fix. Second of all, it was because the ballistics in RO1 in Ostfront was slowed down because the older version of Unreal couldn't handle full-on tank shell ballistics, apparently, so I'm told. And third of all, it's not a fucking issue. You still knocked out the tank, now he's on foot, now what? Like, I don't care if I don't get the kill. If I knock out the tank, that's good enough for me. To use the immortal words of John Gibson. But I used to get out of the tank all the time in Red Orchestra Ostfront. Because I'd get out of the tank, so I could marshal my driver through a fucking dense forest so we could lay an ambush on the other side of it. I would get out of the tank to scout buildings ahead of us without driving the tank into a farm and getting blown up. I would get out of the tank to climb on top of the turret so I could see over a building. Or to, you know, park it up on the reverse slope of a hill just behind the peak of the hill and climb up on the turret so I could peer over it with just the top of my head. Like, I used to get out of the tank all the fucking time in Ostfront, and then in RO2 it's like, oh no, you can't get out of the tank anymore. And what's more, if the last human player in the tank is killed, even by a pistol shot to the head while they're turned out, the tank just explodes. Like, it's fucking stupid. Like, RO2 could have been so good. It just... There was so much wasted potential in that game. because the fucking devs didn't understand what made the first game great, and they didn't understand what the community wanted, and they were so fucking single-mindedly obsessed with trying to muscle in on the Call of Duty market, which was fucking stupid. You're never going to muscle in on the Call of Duty market. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, I have strong feelings about Red Orchestra 2, as you might be able to tell. That was the game that actually nearly put me off gaming altogether. I was so mad. It is the game where, like, it's the reason I almost never pre-order anything anymore. And, I don't even bother following, like, E3 or what. I just don't care. The first I hear of a new game is usually when someone tells me about it, like, 3 months after it's released. Or, like, even when I hear about a game and I start getting hyped for it, I just forget. Like, Cyberpunk, I heard about it at release. I was like, oh, that sounds pretty cool. That looks cool. I'm keen for that. And I just forgot it existed until it released. And I was like, oh yeah, that's right. That was a game that existed. Funny thing is, I actually like Cyberpunk. I mean, it could have been a lot better than it is, but I do like it. So, cool thing with the BRDM. Not only is it full of radios, because it's a reconnaissance vehicle, but it also, I'm not sure which one of these boxes it is, but one of these boxes, might be this one, is basically a Dead Reckoning navigation system. It has a full-on Dead Reckoning navigation system in it, like the fucking MiG-21 or the Viggen or the Hind or whatever. It doesn't use Doppler radar, I'm pretty sure. I think it's just literally Dead Reckoning. You tell it where you are, then it tracks the movement of the wheels. Kind of like what Delta D does for the T-72 fire control system. But yeah, that's how it finds its way around. It's really, really cool. And it makes sense, right? This is a little reconnaissance vehicle. It's supposed to run several tens of kilometers ahead of the main force. These guys' job is to find good roads. It's to find where the enemy are and where they aren't. To figure out how angry they are. And to figure out if there's any CBRN concerns. Like, the BRDM, you might look at it and go, why the fuck would you design a reconnaissance vehicle with optics this garbage? Well, it's because it's not a reconnaissance vehicle that hides in a bush and watches things from 10 miles away. It's a reconnaissance vehicle that finds things with its face and then reports back. Which personally, like, the idea of being in one in World War III doesn't really appeal to me, but the idea of that gameplay in a game, that does appeal to me. I used to love the fucking clown car in Red Orchestra, the BA-64. It was like the best vehicle in the entire fucking game. It was so fun. Minefields, yeah, it finds those too, also with its face. Lucky enough to miss, RO1 was so good, man. RO1 was like the best fucking shooter ever made. Obviously, I'm heavily biased, and it did have a lot of flaws, but god, I love that game so much. Now, having said that, after playing RO2, going back to it to play Darkest Hour after an update was a real culture shock, because the rose-tinted glasses were heavily in effect there. I didn't remember how fucking claustrophobic the field of view was. I didn't remember just how fucking janky the netcode was, or like how, like, comically simplistic the animations were, but you know what? It was still fun. It was such a good game. Such a good game. Sort of like how Devastators find aircraft carriers. Yeah, exactly. Very much US Navy school of reconnaissance. Panhard EBR. I love the EBR, man. The fucking EBR is my favorite shitbox. Just this skinny, long thing with 8 wheels, 2 of which are like metal rimmed, that drop down to get better traction on shitty terrain. Driver at either end. Like, it's such a cool vehicle. And it's really squat and low slung and narrow, and it's got the fucking oscillating turret dead in the middle of it. It's so cool. It's a shame that, like, I do find it so difficult to get back into World of Tanks, and apparently now there's no point getting back into World of Tanks, but it's a shame because they did add the EBR to the game, and I was like, oh my god, they added it. They've added it at last, and now it's like, I can't be bothered. It makes me really hope these guys do something where it's a theater where the EBR is actually something you would encounter, because I just want to drive an EBR, man. They're so, so cool. It's one of the armored vehicles that, like, if I had this, like, the space and the money, I would buy one. Like a T-72 or T-64, well, T-64s are going to be in short supply now, unfortunately, but things like that, yeah, whatever, it's cool. T-55, yeah, they're cool. But you want something small that you can drive around easily, that doesn't take up much space and is relatively simple. Fucking Chaffee, Walker Bulldog, EBR, something like that, AMX-13, something small and squat and cool and cute. That's like the ideal private ownership tank. Turret didn't have an autoloader, it's super cramped. The fucking AMX-13 turret's super cramped too. And it does have an autoloader. Sheridan? Oh man, a Sheridan would be awesome. I suspect we're going to get a Sheridan in this, because even though the Sheridan wasn't in theatre anymore by 1985, I know Harry has like a gigantic fucking throbbing boner for the Sheridan, and so he will find any excuse to put it in the game. And I don't blame him, I would too. See, even with these amazing results, look how long it takes us to grind these guys down. Because there's so many of them. Defend area, defend position, spoiling attack, company attack. Let's see what these are. A3, A3, M1, A3, M1. Let's do an M1. Do a defense in the M1. We got Chadleys as well. Yeah, that's true. Like, and with the Sheridan, it's a lot more believable than, oh, well, just because they didn't have this thing that had literally just left the factory in 85 doesn't mean it couldn't be there. People have tried that with the M1A1 and the fucking Apache to get them in-game. It's like, no, dude, they weren't in service in Europe until 87. End of 87 for the Apache. Like, they were literally leaving the factory in 85. The units hadn't even been stood up and given conversion training yet in fucking 85, so... Whereas the Sheridan, it had been in service for a long time. They just had to get them to theatre. Oh shit. This is not a great position. Someone next to me just got hit. Whiffed it. I moved. Pulled back too early. Fuck that, we'll go for him. Jockey left a little. How are you still up? Oh shit, they're coming from down there too. Fucking BMP's up there. I don't see it. I'm gonna go for the BMP that I do see. Get heat loaded for these guys. He's dead, you're not. Probably exposing my right side to shit here. I am indeed exposing my right side, there's tanks down there too. Shit. My body's kind of blocking me here. I'm being cock-blocked. Fucking his muzzle blast. in there, I think. Alright, fuck it, let's just roll out. We'll chase him home. He's dead. He's dead. There you are. Don't think I don't see you. Wait for a clear shot. Might be waiting a while. He's behind a fucking fold in the terrain. There we go. Boom. There's the Chadleys. They got some work done with those toes. You could hear them firing the whole time. They're fucking terrifying, man. Once the reload is, like, reworked, they should be slightly less terrifying, but still terrifying. Because, they can just peer over the top of a building or a ridge with that launcher, and you can't see them. Because it's, like, the launcher's got such a small fucking silhouette. And they can still fuck you up. Did I just see you move? I think I did just see you move. You can move back to fucking where you came from. Give him another one. That did it. I think that's cleared him out pretty well. Let's take my boys down to this tree line here, and we'll post up there, I guess. And we'll go to the after action. There's a bit of a burn there. After this mission, I'll take a short break, grab myself a cup of tea and a snack. Wait, there's a berm here, in fact. It's out in the open visually, but we can get a little hole down. There we go. So that we're just peering over the top of it. Oh, he got so lucky. He got so lucky. Hang on a minute. Okay, so that's just a regular tow. I can't remember if the regular tow tubes shoot only regulars or if they shoot ITOs as well. Or if they've even implemented the lack of ITOs already. 'Cause we did see some earlier from a Bradley. Missing Justin here? No, he's not missing anything. He's good. It, the Textilite ate most of it. Would have probably scared the shit out of him, though. Because it would have been loud. Oh, 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 lucky. Probably tracked him though. Textilite, yeah, it's the inner layers of the T-72's composite armor in the hull. So it's got a layer of steel. Then it's got 2 layers of Textilite, at least this model of T-72. It varies based on the model. Textilite's like it's like a, how do you describe it? Like a fiberglassy kind of material. They used to use it to make like kitchen countertops and shit back in the 60s. And then it's got another steel backing plate. It's primarily, from memory, it's primarily intended to be effective against cumulative effect weapons like heat rounds, but it's also very effective against some older sabot rounds because it the constant differences in material density means that the rounds constantly like being refracted in different directions, so it does that snaky shit that I was talking about earlier. Textilite like a lightweight steel equivalent? No, it's not. It's like fiberglass. The T-64 used aluminium in its composite armor, at least for the turret. But no, Textilite's not metal. It's not metallic. So if you look actually, and these are T-72Ms, so they don't have composite turrets, they've just got cast steel turret and composite hull. The T-72M1 added a 16mm high hardness steel armor plate to the front of this, like the hull armor, on the glasses, and they added and they added quartz inserts. Quartz being just a trade name, I guess, for sintered quartz, like sand stuff. Oh, same protection as steel but lightweight. Not really. It's got different material properties, which is kind of the point, right? Like you want if you just had equivalent thickness steel, it wouldn't really have the desired effect. It might, to a degree, like if it was multiple layers of steel sandwiched on top of each other, but like a monoblock steel won't. So the pinkish looking stuff here is the Textilite, and then the blue is the backing plate for the armor. Equivalent thickness steel would be much more will be more effective but much heavier against kinetic. It depends. It actually depends more than you would think. Monoblock steel is more effective against certain types of rounds and actually less effective against others. What do they have for the turret? So this is just cast steel. This is cast homogeneous steel turret. The T-72M1, it's the same turret, but instead of just cast steel, they've got hollow pockets. So like, there's a hollow pocket kind of here and another one over here, and inside that they fill it with sintered quartz. So like a a quartzite sand stuff that's been heat treated or something. The T-64 used a ceramic matrix ceramic matrix that held aluminium balls, or aluminium matrix that held ceramic balls. I don't remember which way round it went. But they only had that in some T-64s because it was really troublesome to get it to actually work properly. And so it's like, especially for the early production T-64s, it's kind of like you don't necessarily know what the fuck is in the turret filler, because it could have been that, it could have been an alternative. I think they went to quartz for them, for at least some variants. And I think the original T-64s are like this, they were just cast. Do tanks use face-hardened steel plates? Some do. The Germans rather famously used face-hardening a lot during World War II, and it was a large part of why they had so much trouble with brittle plates. Aside from the fact their steel wasn't good to begin with, the Germans tried to basically downscale Krupp cemented armor off battleships, and downscaling it doesn't work too well. It's not something that scales very effectively. Built-in claymore for the crew suffering. Not quite. I mean, like, if it gets through that, you're going to be fucked anyway. But no, like, when I say steel balls, they were quite large. They weren't like little shot pellet size things. They were big. Or aluminium, sorry. Like, quite big aluminium balls. I think we've just gone, yeah, we've gone back around to the start of the after action, so we'll just skip through. One of the other things, when it comes to monoblock steel versus composite, or, you know, things like Nera, or even just spaced armor, just air gaps, even. Air gaps are a lot more effective than you would think. I think one of the more modern T-72 hull arrays is literally just steel, air, steel, air, steel, air. I think it might have bulge plates on it too. And the T-72B turret is Nera, so it's like steel, bulge plate, air, steel, bulge plate, air, all the way through, and that is really effective. Because this is the thing, right? With something like a Sabo dart, the speed it's moving at, and the way it's interacting with each of these materials as it hits it, it'll hit the steel, it'll begin to deform as it hits the steel and penetrates through it. Then, oh, there's an air gap, that's going to change how it behaves, it's going to change the course it takes. Then there's a bulge plate, that's going to change it again. So basically what you're doing, especially with things like Nera, is you're trying to not just slow the projectile down like you would be with, say, monoblock steel, but you're trying to get it to like go off course and start like swerving around, because eventually it's going to run out of energy and stop, or it's going to hit a plate at enough of an angle that it just skips off and gets caught in the armor. Oh, spaced armor is the thing. So if you look at any modern armored fighting vehicle, like all of the Abrams up beaks, all of the T-72 up beaks that aren't like explosive reactive, if you look at the things like the Boxer, the Rheinmetall Boxer, like the reason a lot of things are bigger these days, particularly IFVs are like 3 times the size they used to be, is because it's basically just a vehicle with these massive fucking Nera boxes bolted onto it. And that's what Nera usually is like steel bulge plate, which is like it's usually a metal with like a rubber backing. Or like a sandwich of like metal with rubber sandwich, basically. And then air. And it's just that same array repeated several times. So the whole point of that is basically to just not just slow the round down by making it repeatedly have to hit things over and over again, but also deflect it, break it up, anything like that. It's not so it doesn't spool if penetrated, it's literally to try and just destroy the actual penetrating round. Like, if you get penetrated, then all bets are off. The only way you can do anything about that is a spool liner. And even then, like, it might not be effective. But the whole point of this is just repeatedly, like, it has to hit something, it has to hit something again, all the way through it's hitting, and it's going to slow down, it's going to go off course. The more things it has to impact on the way through, the more chance that it's going to break, the more chance it's going to veer off course, and it's going to spend all its kinetic energy kind of going sideways instead of forwards. Even with like explosive reactive armor, if you look at, say, Contact 5, because Contact 1 isn't really designed to protect against Sabo, the explosive's not sensitive enough to be triggered by things moving that quickly. Contact 5 is. And if you look at the way Contact 5 or Relic is supposed to function, it's not to destroy the round as such. So people think like, oh, well, it's meant to protect you against Sabos by the Sabo goes into it and explodes and breaks the Sabo. That's not how it works. The Sabo is most of the way through it by the time it explodes. What explosive reactive armor does against Sabo darts is that it actually just imparts the tiniest bit of force to it to get it to veer away from its impact vector. So even if you get it to rotate 1 or 2 degrees to the angle it came in at, usually that's enough. It will not penetrate anymore. Like, there's so much fiddly engineering involved in this stuff, and it happens in such a rapid time scale that it's really hard to process what it's doing. But you only need to add the tiniest variable into the calculation, and suddenly something that should have penetrated without a problem is now not going to penetrate 9 times out of 10. Like, that's basically the idea behind modern armor, is you're not trying to stop the round in its tracks, because That's a very all or nothing proposition, right? And it's just not reliable against most modern penetrators. What you're trying to do is just give it the maximum number of things in its way that could just throw in that one little number that fucks it completely. That's basically why we've gone towards Nera, which is non-explosive reactive armor, and it's called non-explosive reactive armor because it doesn't explode, but B, it's reactive. It's got, you know, bulge plates or like things like that in it that they don't explode, but they will distort and they will try and like bend or divert the incoming penetrator. It's like sound waves going through walls, refracting and losing energy as it does. That's exactly what it's like. If you think of like really high energy collisions, like, you know, like a saber dart trying to go through a piece of armor, think of it as sound or light or something like that. It's not 100%, but that's probably the closest way to think about it. You know, it's kind of one of those things. You think about bullets, or especially saber darts, because they're so skinny and pointy, right? You think about it, you look at it and you go, oh, so that's going to cut through the armor. No, it doesn't cut through the armor. It smashes through the armor. Like, even a knife, for instance. People, like, you look at a knife and you go, oh, a knife's going to cut through this piece of meat. It's not. It's smashing it. It's just smashing it at such a small level you can't see it. Like, the whole thing with a knife is it's still using blunt force, but it's blunt force on such a small, like, you know, a microscopic scale, so to us it looks like it's cutting. But it's still crushing. It's just crushing in a very narrow kind of tract. And it's the same thing with, like, bullets and saber darts and stuff like that. They're not cutting. They're not cutting. They're smashing. That's, like, the whole point of a saber, is it's skinny not so it can cut a small hole. It's skinny because it wants to focus all of its weight on as small of a point as possible. If you know those, like, the emergency hammers they use to break, like, automotive glass on buses, like, you know, the little red hammers with a point on them, that's the same thing. You're focusing all the weight and pressure of that impact on as small a point as possible to try and smash through it. That's basically why a saber is, or a dart, you know, from a saber round, is really long and skinny, and the longer it is, the better, to a point. That's why length of the rod matters a lot more than the actual thickness of the rod. Thickness matters for other things, but, like, you know, the sort of saber arms race, as well as involving a lot of material science about, like, okay, which metal is more dense, which metal is more prone to, like, is this metal going to be too ductile, is this one going to be too brittle, do we want one penetrator, do we want multiple? Like, if you look at some of the modern darts, they have multiple slugs in them, all in a row, and sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. It depends what angle it hits at. Right, but as far as tanks are concerned, right? As far as tanks are concerned, you want to be focusing, for a kinetic round, you want to focus the maximum amount of force on a smaller point as possible. So yeah, that's why darts are the way they are. Okay, let's see what we got. A lot of defend positions. Defend areas. Do we have M60A3? Meh. I want some A1. Give me some A1. Bradley and M1. M60. I want more fucking M60A1 stuff. Bruh, please. Let's do defend area. Yep, let's do this one. I did say I was going to get a drink after that one. I'll get a drink after this one. And I think we'll look at wrapping up the stream fairly soon. It's been still 5.5 hours. It'll probably be like a 6-hour stream, but shorter than the recent ones, put it that way. Because I did start late today. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, usually here, I'll try and get up on the back slope. So this is a plateau here. I'll get on this tree line along this road, which puts you on the back slope of that plateau. So if they attack axis 2, I can pop their flank over the top of the plateau. If they attack axis 1, I just turn my guns that way and attack them from the tree line. It's usually pretty effective. So I'm going to get these guys into column. Pick up the pace a little. Yeah, I think Mango has, like, multiple slugs in it along its length. I think Mango does. It's one of the more recent, like, Soviet or Russian designed ones. It's designed like that. Listen out for artillery, because that will give us a hint as to which axis they're likely to be advancing on. The scouts can give you an idea, but they will send scouts to both flanks usually. So you don't want to commit based on scouts alone. Face full of tree. I think we got Chadleys covering our flanks. Oh. Whose is this? Whomst are you? F-104, German. Bit quiet for my liking. I suspect they're going for Axis 2. Nope. Nope, maybe it's not. That's right. Because my left side's obscured by trees. I need to back off this fucking ridge because that nearly killed me. That did kill me. I should have moved sooner. Getting careless does not pay in this game. Fuck. There's the BMPs as well. Fucking Malyutka just went over my head. Take this one. He's an easier target. Fuck. He stopped turning right as I fired. Where's that T-55 that snuck past us? Or did someone get him? Yeah, you're burning. He's burning. Put another round into this guy just to be sure. Always a good idea to make sure. Let's have them follow me. Let's say some BMPs probably cut the corner on us and got further down the hill and are engaging the Bradley. So we're going to push out a little. Need these guys on me. Something burning down there. Just artillery impacts, actually. I'm sure this guy's dead, but I really don't like that. Let's make sure he is. I really don't like that we haven't completed this mission yet, which means that there's somebody hiding somewhere. Oh, there he goes. There's the Bradley. He's still okay. Well, he might be okay. He might have a popped hatch. So there's got to be something around here. Saw a cutaway of M829A4. Didn't know the penetrator went all the way to the base of the casing. That's friggin' long. Yeah. Sectional density is king. It's also one of the nice things about single-piece ammunition, is that you can do that. I think one of our other guys is detracked, or he's making love to a tree. Just me and you, bud. I think I... Actually, no, because there's 3 here, 2 there, plus the one that's Ghost Rider down the hill. So that's 2 platoons T-55s, 1 platoon BMP-1. What the fuck can be left? Other than the fucking BRDM, but usually it doesn't care if you don't kill the scouts. Oh, shit, hello. Who's shooting? What at? It's the Bradley. Is BRDM engaging him? Fucking BMPs and Bradleys burn like funeral pyres when they cook off. They explode extremely violently and they burn for ages because they're carrying so much ammunition. Like, they're not just carrying their own ammunition, they're usually carrying spares for the infantry as well. Don't know about this one, Chief. Unless there's a whole other platoon of vehicles hung up in a forest somewhere, which is possible, I guess. Does happen occasionally. We'll scoot down here and clear out the area around the Bradley, because it might be just a BRDM or something hiding down next to him where he can't see him, or like can't hit him. And then if we don't get that, we'll zip back up the hill past where they came from and see if there's anything left up where they, like in their direction of attack. Like maybe some tanks got caught on a tree or something.
Converge right. Head on.
Hmm.
Identified. Fire. Obstructed.
That's a fucking BMP. They snuck down behind him, the cheeky buggers.
Target. Re-engage. Target. Ceasefire.
I'm gonna go to our orc site, because where there's one, there's gonna be more. We already accounted for a full platoon, so we can expect this to be another full platoon. And I'm gonna need to shoot over the fucking hill, so I need to know my gun's clear. This is the guy I just hit, I think.
Gunner GHPC. Converge right.
Hit him again, just to be sure.
On. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Ceasefire.
There we go.
Gunner GHPC. Converge right. Gunner GHPC. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Ceasefire.
Oh. Oh. We just got away with that. Oh, we lost 2 M60s actually. So the other guy's crew must have jumped or something. Okay, let's get up behind this little berm. We'll check the after action. It's not much of a berm, but it's something, I guess. And we'll tell this guy to go echelon right. Alright. Let's see what we got. So that was my first shot. We knocked him out pretty much straight away. Missed him. Well, nicked his fuel tanks, but then that was the one that killed us. We got unlucky on that. The fucking fuse, because their heat rounds don't have shoulder fuses either. The fuse fucking hit the rim of the loader's hatch, and because it was just enough of something for it to hit on, it fused the fucking round and then blew the shit out of the tank. If that hatch was flush, it would have just either missed us, like skimmed over the top of the turret and taken some paint with it, or it would have crushed. That was what got him. And see as well, the BMP has its rear doors are fuel tanks, and people are like, oh my god, why would you put the fuel tanks in the rear doors so that, you know, the crew will get killed when it catches fire and they can't get out? Well, that's not how diesel works. Like, it's basically just additional armor, you know? I will say, I don't think fuel effects like fuel fires where it is actually like flammable and, you know, like petrol and it's leaking or something and it gets set on fire, I don't think that's in game yet. I don't think fuel explosions where it's just vapor in the tanks, I don't think that's in game yet either. I'm not sure if they're adding them. I think they've mentioned it before, but it's not in yet. It depends. Like, it really depends on how much vapor content is in the tanks, and it depends on what is actually igniting it. Like, you can throw a lit match into a tank of gasoline, it doesn't give a shit. It puts the match out. You can throw a lit match into a tank of most fuels, and it will not care, as long as it's actual liquid. As soon as you throw it into an empty tank, then yeah, you're going to have some problems. Gasoline will combust when it's vaporized, so not just if it's just, you know, just vapor in an empty tank, but like if you have, say, enough of a hit that it aerosolizes it and makes it into like a mist of fine droplets, that's when it'll go. But even like some of the more flame resistant fuels, you can aerosolize them and they still don't care. Like I think avgas you can aerosolize and it still won't combust usually. Or Jet A1, it might have been jet fuel, or like JP something, JP8. There was some kind of aviation fuel I remember that like you could literally aerosolize and it still would not combust, because it had to be subjected to a particular temperature range for it to go. I remember reading about that with Spitfires. Turned out the only effective self-sealing fuel tank is really a bladder that contracts to avoid empty space and vapor. The way they did self-sealing in World War II, and they may still do this, I don't know, but it was a layer of unvulcanized rubber. And in the Spitfire specifically, the Spit had a plate of armor steel over its fuel tank, because the Spitfire's fuel tank is in front of the pilot, behind the engine. And there was, I've told this story on stream before, I think, but there was one particular Spitfire that, when they test flew it after it was built at Castle Bromwich, it terrified them. They thought it was going to fall apart in the air. It had horrible fucking vibrations at, like, any high speed, and it sounded like there was, like it sounded like driving over a fucking corrugated tin roof in, like, you know, something with really, really solid wheels, like, or, you know, running, that's a bad analogy, running something like a stick or a metal bar along a corrugated tin roof. That's what it sounded like, according to the test pilots. They could not work out what it was. They were, like, multiple times they were doing test flights trying to figure out what was causing the noise. Multiple times the pilots made preparations to bail out because they thought the aircraft was going to come apart in the air. And eventually they figured out what it was, is there was just a slight manufacturing defect in the metal armor plate for the fuel tank armor, and it left just enough of an air gap that air was coming in under the armor plate, and it was drumming the rubber between the fuel tank itself and the armor plate. So it was just slapping back and forth between a hollow fuel tank and a fucking steel armor plate, and making this horrendous noise and making the plane vibrate like crazy, because this is happening directly in front of the pilot, mind you. And they finally figured it out and got it fixed. And apparently that aircraft went on to have a long and very uneventful career. Alrighties, so that's that mission. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink, maybe a quick snack. We'll probably do a couple more missions, and been streaming for, yeah, nearly 6 hours, so we might play for another half hour or so, we'll see. I was kind of tempted to do a little bit of Sprocket too, but I think we'll leave that until I have a bit more idea for new tank designs, because I literally have one at the moment, and then a couple things I stole off a friend and made modifications to. So, we'll do Sprocket sometime soon, but not just yet, because also there's a whole shit ton of really cool features that are probably like 1 or 2 patches away, so I might as well wait for those first. Before I grab my cuppa though, let's just see what we got for missions here. M1 IP, whoa, hee hee ho. That's the real easy mode tank. M1 IP, M60A3, yes! Yes! This is the one we're playing. I'll be right back, guys. I can't say I've ever used Twitch on Xbox, so unfortunately I can't help you there. But it's probably like it's probably tied to the device, not your actual IP address. So it would make sense. Like, I've had to log in separately on my phone and my PC, so I'd imagine it probably does do the same thing for the Xbox. We got a few. Like, some of the guys that that I know from different flight sim communities actually played on Xbox. Anyway, I'm just grabbing my tea. We'll be running another mission in just a moment. I never owned any gaming consoles until I was, I want to say like 14 or 15, and I got an original Xbox, so I could play Halo 2 System Link with my buddies. That was literally the only reason I got it. Halo 2 was the only game I had on it for the longest time. Then I got Mercenaries and I think 1 or 2 other things off some friends. And I got an Xbox One for pretty much the same reason, actually. I bought one secondhand years ago because I wanted to play the Master Chief Collection and I couldn't wait for it to come out on PC. So the only 2 consoles I own them because I'm a giant fucking Halo nerd. I know, isn't it great, Raccoon? Sam did such a good job on it. In fact, give me just a moment here. Hey, Captain Abib. Hope you're going well today, man. We're doing some Gunner Heat PC. Or we will be again in just a moment. Had to grab myself some tea and a quick snack. So last time I streamed it, we played a Warsaw Pact campaign most of the way through. So today we're doing a NATO campaign. Hello. It's been going reasonably well so far. It could be going better. It could be going a hell of a lot worse, though. I am indeed well, man. Hope you are too. Hope all of you guys are having a wonderful day today. It's a bit gloomy and shitty here, but hey, we're in good company. Who gives a fuck about the weather? PS2 came out. There wasn't as much reason to get a PC. See, I've always had a PC ever since I was a kid, because I used to get Dad's hand-me-downs from work. So I've pretty much always had a PC since I was like 5 or 6 years old. Just not a gaming PC. Like, this is the first actual proper, like, gaming PC I've ever had. And even then, the way I build them, they're kind of like a weird mix between a gaming PC, performance-wise, to what extent I can afford, and like a desktop PC and everything else-wise, because I do use it for absolutely everything. Alright, so we've got M60A1s. We do have Bradleys. The Bradleys will be giving us a big hand here because they actually are, you know, pretty nasty with their toes. But the M60A1's going to make this more complicated, which is what I want. Makes things more fun. Oh no. Oh no. It's this one. Oh god. So this is going to end in tears. I can already tell. Every time it gives me this position to defend, it ends horribly. No matter which fucking faction I'm playing. Really enjoyed watching a flight over Chernobyl restream. Yeah, I'll have to do it in a helicopter. I think maybe next Misfit stream we'll grab a helicopter and we'll do it. Because I really do need to do that again. It's been a while. Oh, so this is an issue where, like, grass and leaves appear between the two gun sight overlays for the gunner's primary sight on the M60A1. It's a known issue. It'll get fixed. Just pretend you don't see it. It's pretty low on the priority list at the moment, which is the only reason it still exists. I'm going to tell these guys to halt. Oh, we got aircraft coming in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and manually position them so they're a little more covered. Because if I just leave it up to them, they'll park out in the open and get shot in the face. So, like, we'll park this guy here. Who's that? Oh! Phantoms! They look like German ones too, because they're carrying cluster bombs. Pair of them. Alright. Now that the distraction has passed, let's get this guy back off this hill. My concern here is they'll come from across the valley and roll our flank, but the thing is, every time I position tanks to cover our right flank across the valley, I get impatient. I think, okay, well, they can't be attacking from this direction across the high ground, otherwise they would have got here already. And right as I think that to myself, I get shot in the face, or usually in the side, from over there. So what we're doing today is we're going to just roll up all our tanks on this berm, except maybe the number 4 over here. And this guy will be... I mean, we've got our M113 and our Bradley over here to act as sentries, or a tow, whatever it was that we had. What do we have? Oh, we don't have a Bradley, we have a tow. This is the one with the bug description. So we got a tow and a couple of 113s, but we'll give them an M60 over here as well. Just as additional cover. He says, nearly rolling into an artillery shell. Look, I'm just going to leave him here. If I take him much further out than that... Jesus Christ. Much further out than that, he will get shot. I'll just stay with him for a moment, so I can scope out that tree line. Is that incoming, or was that shrapnel? Must have been shrapnel. Yep. Oh, it's artillery hitting the buildings is what that is. They could. They absolutely could. Alright. I'm satisfied this guy will cover that flank, so I'll swap back to my platoon commander. What's the range on that? Kind of hard to tell, because it's right on the top of that crest. It's like, there's no way that's 14, surely. We find something that's a little more... That tree, maybe? 800, 900 meters, that sounds more like it. Now the problem is, because I'm so low to the ground here, it means that they're going to be basically right on top of us before I get a warning that they're coming. But on the other hand, ditto, that works both ways. And with 3 tanks here, I'm hoping we can quickly work them down as they roll over the berm without taking too many losses. We're not too exposed. I kind of will position this one a little more carefully. Grass is annoying, but I have to live with it. Axis 2. The thing is, it tells you Axis 2, and then they come down there and across the valley anyway. So I'm going to leave these guys here. I'm going to go back to my number 4. I'm going to back him up a little because he's exposed. We're going to start looking for movement. Jesus. Oh fuck, I don't see it. It's behind the grass. It's obstructed, I don't see it. We have to roll out of cover here. Jesus. Go back to the auxiliary site so I know when the gun's obstructed. There was a tank to the right, wasn't it? Shit. Bigger threat. We just took a hit. Transmission's out. We are immobilized. We are now a bunker. Oh no! I saw the round that killed me. Shit. So he'll be coming from over there. What do we got over here? Anything? No, that flank's good for now. This guy's covering my left. BMPs. So we got the sound bug again. That's a on and off thing. It happens some patches, like when you switch vehicles after getting blown up. You won't have engine sounds in the new vehicle. I don't know what causes it. Not an issue. Comes and goes. One of those. But it's not a big deal. Just in case you were wondering why it suddenly got very quiet. That's the reason.
Gunner, heat, tank. Right. Steady. On. Identified. Fire. Fire stable. On the way. Next target, gunner. GHPC. Traverse left. Stable up. On. Identified. Fire. Fire heat. On the way. Next target, gunner. Stable. Tank. Traverse right. On. Identified.
Oh, fuck!
Obscure tank. Next target, gunner. Stable. PC. PC target. Ceasefire.
Where was the tank? It's over here somewhere.
Gunner, heat, tank. Identified. Fire, fire stable. On the way. Target, ceasefire. Stable up.
Remember I said before about the T-55 having so many ammo racks? It's like watching a fireworks factory go. They just constantly pop over and over and over again. That's what I meant. It's awesome to watch, like in a horrifying kind of way. Ooh, off goes the turret. Okay, that's our other tank. We missed something. Hey! Jesus.
Gunner, stable, tank. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target, ceasefire.
We just lost our loader. So now we got really slow reloads to deal with. This game is stressful in all the right ways. He just cooked. There's something missing. That's our tow tube. He was probably the first one to get killed. Shits. Oh, and I'm caught in the open too. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I know. I gotta move. Shit. He's gonna be pretty difficult to hit with heat at this distance. I'm gonna have to actually use my rangefinder because I need to get an accurate range on him, otherwise there's no hope of hitting him with heat. I think he's dead. He's just bouncy for some reason. He's excited. He's excited to be dead. There's probably something stuck under him, actually. Like a case stub off a fucking T-72 or something. Sometimes the T-72s drive over their own case stubs and they go flying. It's very funny. Oh shit, that's right, dead loader. Oh. Right. Something just exploded behind me as well. Hope not. That would not be a good sign. Right, he's rolling towards us, so we're going to dial it back to 800, because he's probably covered about 200 meters in the time it took us to reload. Oh, shit! Yep. time for this. Might not kill him, but it might damage his weaponry or something. Oh, if only he'd perked up a bit more, I could have got him through the floor, maybe. Okay, his engine's burning. That tank's gonna be right on top of me. Hey! Good rinse. You can kill a T-55 with a 50 cal, but it's very difficult, and I would not recommend attempting it. It's a weapon of last resort, and you have to be, like, really close, because you've got to basically shoot them straight down the barrel of their coaxial machine gun, or down their gun sight tube. It's the only way to get a 50 cal round through the turret. Through the hole that's already there. Okay. If you're wondering why I haven't bothered to restock Sabo rounds when I got a tank to fight, it's because it takes, like, over a minute or something to restock your ready rack with a dead loader, so it would actually hurt me here rather than help me. Hello. Oh, fuck. Yep, 50 cal it is! Oh! Yes! Yes! Come on! Fucking got him. And yet there must still be something, because the mission's not over yet. Turbo Priest! Holy shit, long time no see, dude. Hope you've been well. Good to see ya. That was some of that NDP ingenuity right there. God damn. Alright. This guy can still move at least, so we're gonna make him fall back to our defensive position, and then I'm gonna take the M60 that isn't blown to crap on a little adventure to see if I can figure out where the remaining enemy are. And I might as well restock this guy, because he's not going to be doing... Oh, you can't restock with a dead loader, sorry, that's right. So, I couldn't do it even if I wanted to. We're just going to pull this guy back, since he's out of commission, there's no point going hunting with him. I still don't know why he's so excited, but... The physics glitches are getting less and less common as the game develops, but they still happen from time to time. Stop by one of the houses and recruit a new loader? Yeah, if only. We can't even use our coax because the fucking breach is damaged. Won't fire. So we've only got the main gun with one round every fucking 30 seconds or so because of the dead loader. And the 50 cal, Commander's 50 cal. Which has just made a name for itself there. That's a fucking Congressional Medal of Honor for our commander, I think. He's still scanning, which is good news. It means he's not dead yet. He's dead. That was the first tank we lost right there. I'm just reversing all the way up because I don't know where the last remaining enemy is, and I don't want to find out by turning my back to drive back to the farm, only to get shot in it. So we'll keep the front towards enemy. I have a suspicion I might know where the last guy is. Or there might even be more than one. Can't get rid of that BMP. So, as I was saying earlier in the stream, Even a humble machine gun is a threat to a fucking main battle tank if it gets close enough. Because what I did there is exactly what I described before. I just put a fucking 50 cal round straight down his gun sight, through the telescope, through the gunner's head, into an ammo rack. And it had enough energy when it got there to touch off one of the rounds. Tad too reliable? Maybe. It's, like, the thing is, it's not ballistic glass covering the fucking gun sight. Just pull this guy back into here. Oh, rip. If I can survive this and clear out the remaining enemy with my surviving intact tank, this might be the first time I've actually successfully completed this defense mission in, God, months probably. Oh, we need to do a restock. So we'll do that now, while we're moving. We'll also battle sight the gun, so 1200 meters battle sight. There's probably someone down here. Cheers for the follow, Alabama. Appreciate it. Hope you've been enjoying the show. Yeah, the BMPs are generally resistant to 50 cal, even from behind, because the fuel tank rear doors, right? They absorb the rounds. But it's not 100%. Like, if you hit them enough from a perpendicular angle, particularly in the sides, like under the sponsons, you will usually get at least one round through. And it only takes one good round into the engine, or especially into the ammunition, and you'll kill it. So I think what I did was I hit his engine, and then I either touched off his ammunition with another round, or the fire spread. I'm not sure which. This is going to have to be one of those few missions where I actually do turn on the... turn off the filter for, like, small caliber hits, so I can see what my 50 cal actually hit. I normally have it turned off because it spams the damage log, but it's definitely worth seeing this time. The other thing is the, I think the belts for the M85 are different than the belts for the fucking M2, and so the M2 seems more reliable at punching through thin armor. Okay, we are now restocked. Taking it nice and slow, because I really don't want to get a surprise gift through the side armor at this point. We've come so far, we don't want to let ourselves down now. Hey, Small Koi. We just blew up a T-55 with a 50 caliber machine gun. I'm feeling pretty good, man. Pretty good. My loader was dead, so I had no other option, so I just hosed him with the 50, and one found its mark. Now we got to figure out where the... well, not the Soviets, where the East Germans are hiding their last, like, 1 or 2 effective vehicles. So we can clear out this area and call it a win. Usually, they're down in there somewhere. There's a lot of trees that they could get themselves hung up on, so it's possible they're stuck in one of these tree lines, because, as we've seen earlier, the AI still struggle with the concept of driving out of a forest. They're slowly getting there, but it is very slow. We'll go around the back here. along this spur, through the trees, around the back, around here, and then hook in from the bottom. And if we haven't found them by the time we come around the bottom of this hill, then they might even be, like, way out. Oi, 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 oi. Oh, it's a fucking BRDM. It's one of their scouts. Hey, buddy.
Gunner, Stable, PC. Identified. Fire. Fire heat. On the way.
We'll keep moving, because I don't particularly want to get gamed through my gun sight like I did to them. There we go. We're going to back off onto the high ground here, and then we're going to look back down through that clearing that we saw before, because if there's anybody else that's still alive, they'll be withdrawing through it. As you can see, at 10 kilometers an hour, the gun sight, like the gunner's primary sight, is kind of stable. So you can still kind of use it at low speeds. No way! Oh, you shit. Don't you dare. The fuck did you come from? No! Look, I have one tank left. Can he do it? We've got one shot at this because our loader's fucking dead. Unfair plane. He camped bush. Where is he? There you are, you shit. Fuck off. Jesus Christ, man. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna get some screenshots. This is probably one of the most intense engagements I think I've had in this game. So we're gonna get some cinematic screenshots of this shit. And then we'll have a look at the after action. Should be a interesting one. Very interesting one. Make sure we get the tanks burning up on the ridgeline in shot. There we go. Hey, Apok. Good to see you, man. God damn. Just an absolute slaughter. For both sides. Quite often you get like very one-sided engagements in this. This one was anything but. This was anything but. Let's even get a overhead of like everything that's been knocked out. I think that's everything. There we go. So let's have a look at the after action. That's not the right key. This is the right key. We're going to get rid of the filter for player shots only. We're going to get rid of the small caliber. We're going to get rid of the fire support as well, because I think one of the artillery hits actually fucked up my my number 4 tank, the one that I got knocked out first. So I want to have a look at that. So the first hits were artillery, which is to be expected. That one... If that house hadn't been there, that might have actually hit underneath my engine and immobilized me right there. Oh, okay. Oh. No, it was overpressure. Okay. Because it doesn't show overpressure, right? In the damage log. So it would have been overpressure from probably that hit. Or that hit. Probably, oh sorry, not that one, that one. Probably the first one, though, because I feel like the roof would have eaten most of the overpressure off this. And then that was the killing blow right there. Snuck it in around the side of the mantlet, straight into the ammunition. Well, all the fragments went straight into the ammunition. As you can see, destructible walls aren't a thing yet. That's yet to be implemented. That's why you can just drive through them like they're not there, but it's planned. Same as knockable trees. The trees aren't knockdownable at the moment, but it is planned. Don't worry. Never fear. Yeah, that was the one we saw. In fact... yeah. No, that would have been the one we saw, I think. Because this one's closer to the gunner's primary site, but I would have already been dead by then. So this is him getting blasted with coax off the T-55s. Took one to the knee. Ooh. Lucky. Very lucky. Not so lucky. Took off the upper half of the commander and then blew up the tank. The gunners on the 113s probably died to artillery overpressure. Because they're exposed, right? They're out in the open, so overpressure is actually dangerous for them versus vehicles where you have to get a pretty close miss for it to do anything. Oh hey, he's got his do they all have that? The, like, snorkel down there? I thought that it was usually on the back of the... or the side of the turret. I don't play the T-55 enough, clearly. In fact, I think, as well... I don't know, maybe it's always been like that. As well as, you know, playing these campaign missions, I think we'll definitely have to do a T-55 mission. That was the one I saw that killed me, I think. That was the one I saw. Because, yeah, look, it hit directly under the gunner's primary site, and it made a mess. Holy fuck. It actually went through the AUX site. It went through the AUX site. That's a heat round. It came through the fucking penetration in the mantlet. Whoops, let me turn the speed on the free cam down. It went through the mantlet there, slid down the fucking tube, and then detonated inside the auxiliary site, and just, like, sprayed. Just sprayed the inside of the turret completely. Yeah, exactly. And if you look at it, because this is volumetric, right? So the size of the white bar is the size of the actual projectile. If you look at it, the size of that penetration is probably... I don't know how big it is in real life, but, like, it's a 100mm shell. So if that's a 10cm... Let's have a look at the size of the muzzle. Maybe not. Maybe it's like 5cm or something. You would think it would be wider than the optic, but The rounds are, I think, volumetric. They might be points. You'd have to ask Josh. But I swear he said that the rounds are too. Either way, it would have penetrated regardless, and it just completely just turned the inside of the tank into a charnel house. That would not be pleasant to have to clean up. Well, it was like for a while, 152mm, like TOWs, which are 152mm, would slip down the muzzles of 125mm guns and go straight through them. So I think maybe it's like volumetric, but there's a margin of error or something, because they wouldn't do that with narrower orifices, but they do it for 125. So I don't know. I honestly don't know, man. I have to ask Josh. It might just be one of those unlucky things that it shouldn't, but it happens sometimes. Like occasionally you'll see 50 cal rounds penetrate the side armor of a T-55. It shouldn't, but if you throw enough projectiles at it, eventually your CPU will sneeze and one will get through. What? What did I say? Simbat55, thanks for the follow. Thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. I know it's been a bit of a up and down stream, but it's been a fun one, I think. This is the world's bravest 113, getting the attention of a T-55 by shooting at it. Now, what I just said about sometimes you get lucky or the T-55 gets unlucky and a 50 cal comes through. He didn't get lucky, apparently. He just made it really mad, because then it just deleted him. I'm not sure what this fella hoped to achieve. In fact, he made it so angry, it shot him... Well, it didn't just shoot him. It shot him twice, and its buddy shot him once. So then we've got BMPs. This is where I was starting to... I switched back to the platoon leader, and I was starting to hit these guys as they rolled towards us. That was the one that rolled up my flank and nearly killed me. Like, it was looking right at me as it blew up. Oh, that's a meaty shot. So this is when I took the platoon lead tank to go and clean up. So we did a bit of a job on the loader and the commander of that tank. Then we got him. This is the one that drove up at me, and then we got this guy as well. Made a nice mess of him. And then this is where we took a shot from the left. So that was from T-55. The M60's cupola is really tall, so it's like it. You might think you're in cover, but that thing will still get hit. But on the plus side, the shape of it means, because it's not a dome, right? It's kind of more like the shape of a Smarty, right? Or a UFO shape, flying saucer shape. And so a lot of the time, the spalling will go in through the top, curve down the inside up a wall, and then it'll get trapped in like the corner of the UFO shape, and it won't bounce down into the fighting compartment. It's like the one virtue this stupid ass fucking Tower of Babel has is that it'll bait shots, but it'll usually eat the subsequent spalling without going into parts of the tank that are more sensitive to it. Also has a 50 cal attached, which is useful sometimes, as we saw. So that one just crushed into the turret. That's where we got him back. It was kind of a marginal shot, like it barely fucking hit him. And then he got me back, so it was a mutual kill. I killed him right as he killed me. Or actually, hang on, no, this wasn't... Was this the one where he killed me? Yeah, it was, because that other M60's dead. Holy shit! This is the one where I lost the loader. Oh my god. So I lost the loader here. This is what killed the loader. But... we got really lucky. Really, really lucky, because look at this. One of them, like, cut through the bottom of the propellant casing. One of them bounced off the same propellant casing. Another one skimmed around the outside of it. How did this not kill me? This one crushed into a heat warhead. Holy shit, dude. Well, at least now we know why the loader was dead. I'm pretty sure there was no putting him back together after that. But, like, god damn. I cannot believe my tank survived that hit. And then that's where I just kind of reflexively shot at him. Crushed by impact angle. Oh, you know why? Look at it. Look where it landed. It hit the coax port and crushed against the side of it. So all the explosive filler would have just gone into the coax port and got jammed in there. And there's his gun sight you can see poking out there from behind the little glass window. And then this is the BMP rolling up on me with me just hosing for all I'm worth with 50 cal and hoping I would do something to it before it shot me in the face. I think I might have actually damaged its gun, perhaps, with that shot through the barrel. That one there might have damaged its gun, I'm not sure. Because it didn't shoot at me either way. Right there, I should have aimed a little lower, and I might have got it through the floor as it came over the hill. Could have got one through the ammo rack, maybe. I mean, we got it anyway, but it might have just been a little safer doing that. Let's see, this is where I'm starting to get angles on it. And then right around there. Aha! So we hit the gunner in the leg, just kind of skimmed his ankle. And then we hit it in the oil reservoir a bunch, which I guess was what set it on fire, maybe? Not sure. Then this was the heat round on the T-55, which just hit it in the worst possible place. He nearly got me with a Sabo in return. And then the panic spray begins. What happened here? Huh. This might have been one of those 50 cal CPU oopsie moments, or it could well be that the 50 cal actually somehow penetrated right through his gun barrel and then slid down it part way. This wasn't the one that killed him. This didn't actually do anything. But it kind of wanged off the barrel there. Then inside the... Yeah, that's a weird geometry. That's really weird. It's like it's skipping around the inside of the armor face. Exited the turret? No. It, crushed into the wall there. Oh! No, you know what it probably is? Desync. So they did make an adjustment to the after action report system, because a lot of people were getting confused by desync, where, like, you know, a shot lands a meter away from a tank, but it says it hit it, or, you know, a shot goes through a tank, but it says it missed. Because the after action report snapshot is taken at a specific point in time, not like it can't show the whole timeline, it takes it at a specific point in time. And I think that point was when the round hit, and I think they changed it. Like Kavi was saying, it was changed recently. I forget what the criteria is now, but it was changed so that people would like stop complaining about supposed ghost shells. So, having said that, I know they're still desync because I saw some the other day. So this might have actually, if you consider he's keeping his gun pointed at me, as he gets closer, his gun's going to be swinging right. Yeah? So probably what happened is it either slid down the length of the gun barrel on the outside, or it may have even gone inside of it, and then it bounced. No, it came down the outside. That's what happened, because you can see it's following the gun barrel, and then see how the gun barrel kind of cones out towards the fucking breach? It pinged off that, and then skipped probably, like, from here, like, between the, maybe over the gun trunnion or something, and then inside the fighting compartment. That's probably what happened. Like, it looks weird, but I can kind of see how it happened, and it kind of makes sense to me. So, it wasn't what killed him anyway. It didn't do anything. Yikes. I didn't even realize that he did that. Came through the fighting compartment, hit the gun lift. So you'll notice that, like, hitting the gun lift or the stabilizer or the traverse gears doesn't jam your turret up. I don't know if that's planned. I personally would prefer if it was a thing, but I don't know if they're planning to go that much in detail, because people complain even more about why can't I repair. But I think if you hit something like, if you hit one of the important mechanisms for turning the turret or elevating the gun, it should knock it out, or at least make it run slower. Like, there should be a penalty, I think. But I guess we'll see where we go with it, because it's still pretty early days, and the devs are generally, you know, pretty keen to make people have to learn things the hard way. So, I'm lucky that I had so little ammo in the turret. The loader's already dead, so him getting his fucking femoral artery punched through doesn't really matter. The gunner got wounded by this. So the gunner's, like, got a massive chunk out of his left wrist, if his hand's even still attached. And then it went through his fucking side, out past his fucking kidney somewhere, and then rendered the commander a fucking eunuch before going out the back of him and hitting the firewall. Fuck. So the commander's just, you know, had the family jewels blown away, and he's still hammering away on that 50 cal like his life depends on it, because it does. And now we're starting to get close. So again, that'll be a desync thing. It looks like it's phasing through the turret, but actually you can kind of see here, it does go through. Something to note is where this cutout is for the gun sight, it's kind of a stepped cutout, so the armor here is really, really thin, but it gets thicker and thicker the further you get away from the slot. But you can actually kind of see the geometry of it there. Like, there's a gap behind this little slit here. and it would have gone in through that. And then through the, or alongside the gun sight, past the gunner's head, straight through the commander's upper torso, and straight through, first of all, a propellant casing, and then a fucking high explosive round. Which is why it exploded so violently. So yeah, the commander might not be having any kids anytime soon, but he just earned himself a Medal of Honor at least. In fact, a second one went through even, and also hit the same 2 rounds. So yeah, pretty convincing. Then that's the BRDM getting killed. That's our tank getting blown to shit, so it's a posthumous Medal of Honor, I guess. Fucking BMP gunners, man. They're so dangerous. And then this is him getting avenged by my last semi-functional tank. That was wild. That was such a good run. That one? No, that was him. So this was my other tank that got himself blown up right at the start. Or not at the start, but like early on. Because remember, I was coming back down the hill and he just got sniped, so I was like, fuck. So I went back to old mate here. Because this was the... Hang on. You might be right. Let me check. No, you're right. You're right. It is. It's not posthumous then. Because, yeah, this guy's got a full fucking turret rack. And you can't restock with a dead loader. So, this Chad is in fact my hero commander right here. That's his tank. Like, him and the gunner are so fucked up, I'm surprised they can even fight. They're probably on the verge of going into fucking hypovolemic shock. And they still have it in them to knock out the last BMP. Just, you gotta fucking kneel to these boys. You gotta fucking kneel to them. Because, yeah, I brought these guys back and parked them, and then the other one I took out to do a scouting run. You're right. What a fucking run of that mission. That's that's insane. I think that's the first time I've actually successfully defended that farm on that mission in months, if potentially ever. Because that's really difficult to do, because even if you know which flank they're coming from, they tend to pop up where you don't expect them to, and usually from 2 directions at once. I feel like I need something a bit stronger than tea after that. All told, that's a trade I'm willing to make right there. What else we got? Company attack, defend, reconnaissance, company attack, defend. Let's see what we got for tanks. 68 threes, 68 threes, 68 threes. All 68 threes. Let's do another company attack then. We'll go on the offensive. One of the reasons I can't wait for the actual finalized full campaign is so you can keep track of who that commander is and how he fares over an entire campaign. And then get absolutely heartbroken when the day before the war ends he gets killed by like the worst luck possible. Get all like emotionally invested. That was the most fun part of M1 Tank Platoon 2. A lot of bright spots today. It must be warm out. Okay, so I need to roll up to first platoon waypoint 1. Just make sure my guys are following. Somebody hookah.
On.
Shit.
Identified. Fire. On the way.
Fucking cheeky little shits. Need to move, that's at me.
Target.
That's also for me.
CC. Traverse left. Heading. On. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Cease fire.
Get onto this little slight berm in front of us. Who have we got? One down. Okay, so we're a platoon of 3 now.
Gunner heat anti-tank. Traverse left. On. Identified.
Where?
Fire.
Oh my fuck. Oh, not now.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Cheers for follow. I don't even see it. Where is it? There.
Target. Cease fire.
Fucking bastard. Right there. Right. Right where those are landing. They're so hard to see. To move to waypoint 2, so we want to move that a ways? That a ways, in fact. I know, right? One of the Soviet, well, one of the East German missions, I think it's Main Effort, it has, like, really rapid, tightly clustered artillery barrages that you're supposed to use to take out ATGM teams. That shit is scary as fuck. Just really rapid fire, heavy artillery in such a tight concentration. I don't like this. I really don't like this. Are you dead? You better be dead. You'd also better be dead. Cover this way. Try and get him to turn his hull to face that way. Yeah, good enough. That one's burning. That one's probably knocked out, it's not moving. That one's smoking. Did I just see a... I did just see... Fuck. Tracers coming from where? Our left?
Gunner heat tank. Traverse right.
Oh shit!
Identified. Fire. Fire Timo. On the way. Target. Begin.
This is very much not ideal.
Over. Re-engage.
Fuck.
Next target. Gunner Timo tank. Traverse left.
Oh my god, they're coming from 2 directions? Oh shit, they are.
Fire! On the way! Target! Re-engage! Hit target! Gunner team! Hey!
Oh, that was for me.
Identified! Fire! On the way! Over! Re-engage! Target!
Oh,
Target! Gunner team on 10!
just hit him again. Oh no, he's burning.
Identified! Fire! On the way!
He's kind of at a stanky angle. He's on the back slope.
Target! Re-engage! Flag on stable! Re-engage!
I'm gonna restock and I'm gonna dump Artie on him. Where is he? Fuck. Where's that triangle of trees? It's like literally right in front of me. He's up fucking behind here. And I'm alone. Oh, this is oh Jesus Christ. It's all gone. It's all gone to poo. Oh no. Oh no. You know what? Ain't nobody got time for restocking. Oh, you shit. I can't even see him. And these guys are doing, like... They're behind the fucking... Whoop, that just popped into existence. They're behind the fucking hay bales and behind the ridge. But I don't have an angle on them, they have an angle on the other platoon. If I lose many more 113s, we are going to lose this mission. Look at the fucking cook-off on that, Jesus. I'm just gonna assault it. This is a bad idea, but I'm doing it anyway. Oh, my Artie call was way off, what the fuck? They're like over here. I think? Yeah, they're like over here. You could have either. Like, it'll be co-op multi-crew, but you'd be able to have multiple multi-crew tanks as far as I'm aware. Pretty sure that's the plan. So you could have like a whole team of like a whole platoon or maybe a company of multi-crewed human player tanks. Now, of course, that's just what I remember hearing. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the objective. This is going to be so stupid. I'm going to have to point blank this guy. So we'll switch to the execution site. We'll get this guy first, because he's stuck in a place he can't depress his gun. Oh! I just saw another ATGM tube as well, but it'd be knocked out. Kaiju Wrangler, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Jesus Christ. Oh, there he goes. One thing I've noticed with the T-55 is sometimes the gun gets jammed in that elevated position, and I don't know why. The AI seem unable to resolve it. For me to resolve it, if I get control of a tank that's gun is doing that, I have to like turn the stabilizer on and off a few times and wave it around until finally it gives me control of it. I don't know what the cause of that bug is. I don't know if it's reported or not, but it's not repeatable enough for me to be able to properly report it yet, because I don't know what causes it. But I'm lucky it happened. But yeah, I'm even more lucky he didn't shoot me. Wonder if his gun was damaged or something. Fucking hell. Oh, right, I know where I am. Yep, okay, so that is that. I should have realized that. Let's just drive over here and park ourselves up in this tree line. Actually, you know what? No, I don't want to be too far away from the 113s. I'm scared. I need someone to hug me. I'm going to fall back to the town. Bit of a whoopsie with the mesh on that. Part of the combustible system I was talking about before is how the game decides how much to scorch the tank and where to apply the scorching. So you'll see how his lower hull is mostly still nice and green. Oh, there goes the torsion bar. Nicely still painted green, but the upper part of the tank, especially the turret's all completely blackened from scorching. Tremendous support animal M113, yeah. God's own shitbox. He just lost a torsion bar as well. So yeah, as the fire smolders and melts the torsion bars in the suspension, the tanks will gradually settle towards the ground. I'm curious if they'll do that with guns as well, like as the tank burns out, the gun elevating gears melt and the gun just sags to the ground. That was the way you could usually tell a tank was knocked out in M1 Tank Platoon 2, is when the gun was pointed down at the ground. You're like, oh, okay, it's dead. Because, you know, like, fucking 1998 graphics. There's a nice pile of dirt here, I'll hide behind it. These piles of dirt do not make for great cover. They're good for concealment, but they are not good for cover. A Sabo will go straight through that like it's not there. A heat round might or might not, depending where it hits, but a Sabo does not care about loosely piled dirt. That's why in some of the US tankers field manuals, it tells you, do not build a fucking death mound for yourself. Dig the tank into the ground. Because if you do this, it's like, oh look, a mound of dirt. I bet there's a tank behind it. Sure enough, there is. And you just shoot through it. But we're going to hide behind it at the moment, because I want to go to the next mission. Usually the gun's pretty finely balanced. Like, you should be able to move the gun with a fingertip, really. Some guns are better balanced than others, but I would imagine it'd probably go barrel down if the breech is empty. And, if it loses some of its weight to getting, you know, partially melted. But, I don't know. A lot of the tanks, like, I've seen get burnt out, you will see the barrel sag. Or, like, you'll see it, the really interesting one is that one T-72 in Daraya, I think it was, that got hit in the side by an RPG-29. And it had a round up the spout. When that hit happened, the gun went off. So, like, the gun went off, flicked into the air, and then settled back down and kind of sunk. Bounced around a bit and sunk. That was quite interesting to watch. And that's not altogether uncommon when you see T-72s or T-55s get hit, because they usually have a round up the spout. Whatever's in the gun will go off. Like, just from the heat and the pressure of the explosion, it'll just go off. So the first shot of the engagement was good buddy here getting absolutely dunked on. We're talking about tanks exploding, is why. Good to see you, by the way. This guy ate shit to a very long-range Grom shot. Holy shit. 1600 meter Grom shot. What a king. But how did he see him, you ask? Well, this is the gunner's primary sight right here. It's a periscope. It's still early access. Like, it's out, but it's early access. It's on Steam. Oh, he does have line of sight, barely, through the trees. What a god. Holy shit. The AI are a little too effective with the Grom at the moment, so, Action explained this just recently, actually. The thing is, the gunners have a single, like, range value for the maximum engagement range of their weapon, and because the BMP has the Grom on it, that number is for the Grom, or, sorry, not the Grom, the Malyutka, sorry. That number's for the Malyutka, not the Grom. But they will use the same number for both. So they should be able to engage out to like 3 kilometers with the Malyutka, but they will engage out to 3 kilometers with the fucking Grom. That will probably be fixed at some point soon, but in the meantime, it's just funny. And to be fair, BMP gunners were pretty rigorously trained. Like, they got a lot of simulator time and a decent amount of range time, at least by Warsaw Pact standards. That was a decent shot. Turret ring tanked that one. Ooh. Ooh. Ouch. Oh, Zwipe, we've had some pretty grim ones today. We had one where, like, 2 or 3 members of the crew would have just been... There would have been nothing left of them. Like, one shot earlier came in through the driver and would have, like, blown off everything above the driver's hips. And then the gunner and the commander sitting behind him basically got turned into pink mist as well. And then the whole tank exploded. So yeah, like I've said before, I like tanks, but as soon as something is capable of actually penetrating the tank's armor, I'd rather be on my own 2 feet. I'd like my family to possibly be able to recognize me at my funeral, so... yeah. Modeled the fuel lines in the T-55? Yeah, they did. You can see them kind of going in under the driver's feet and around to the wet racks. That came in through the gunner's primary sight, fused inside the gunner's primary sight, sent a bunch of spooling in under the commander's cupola. This tank was already abandoned, though the loader's dead, that's why his body's still there, but... that would have blown it up, good and proper. He's dead. T-55 is just a really good design. You've got to remember as well, like, the T-55 now, yeah, it's an antique, but, I mean, A, it's still a tank with a gun. It's better than not having a tank. And B, this thing's World War II era. Like, the T-54 started its life right at the end of World War II. I think the initial T-54 prototype was built in, like, 45, late 44, early 45. Like, the T-44 wasn't even in full service yet. The T-44 was in combat trials. And the T-55 was already in, you know, in early production prototyping. And by 47, it was starting to kind of get through its trials. It was changing shape a bit. You know, they replaced the turret shape like 3 different times. And then by the time you get to, was it 49, I think? The 1949 design was virtually, as we would recognize it today, a T-54. And then the T-55 is just a T-54 without the ventilation hatch on top of the, or ventilation scoop on top of the turret, and with a CBRN protection system, a couple of other small changes. Like, it is a World War II design, essentially. I don't think people give the tank enough credit for that. Like, the M60 even, the M60's... You could say it's an evolution of the Pershing and the early patterns, the M46, the M47, the M48, but the M60s benefited quite a bit from post-war experience. The T-55 is essentially a World War II tank. It hasn't had the benefit of that experience yet. Well, I mean, it had the benefit of the most tanking experience you get on the Eastern Front, but you know what I mean. It's the reason the Russians still make their tanks, have the ammo dome and the carousel. Zwipe, it's because this is the thing. The Abrams has its ammo in blowout hatches, right? Everyone knows the blowout compartment of the Abrams, it's super safe, whatever. First of all, it's only safe as long as the doors are closed. If something hits the ammo rack in an Abrams and the blast door is open because the loader's refilling the rack or loading the gun, or if the door itself is hit, the tank's still going to blow up and kill the entire crew, right? The Abrams is the safest tank there is, but only if that door is closed and if that door doesn't have a hole in it. The second thing is the Abrams is like a lot newer, really, than any of the Soviet MBTs, and the Russians are still using the old Soviet MBT design because they haven't really progressed to anything new yet. They're starting to with the Armada, but like their solution to that problem is to move the crew out of the turret rather than change the design of the turret. The autoloader carousel is pretty simple to build, it's pretty easy to maintain, it's extremely reliable no matter how much NATO fans try and cope that it jams up, it doesn't. Like, the Americans tested it, they could not make it jam. The Finns have used T-72s for how long? They're incredibly reliable mechanisms. They're not going to eat the crew like people say. Like, you've got to be doing something stupid to get caught in the autoloader, like putting your arm behind the gun's recoil space, which you shouldn't be doing anyway, whether there's an autoloader or not. So it's a good mechanism, it's just, at the time the tank was designed, it was a good idea. It was a safety improvement when the tank was designed, because look, this is an M60. This is an M60. This was, well, not NATO's, but this was the Americans' main battle tank until the Abrams appeared in the late 70s and early 80s. Look at this. This thing's a rolling ammo rack. If you hit it in the hull, you hit ammo. If you hit it in the turret, you hit ammo. You hit the bottom of the tank, you hit ammo. You hit the top of the tank, you hit ammo. There's just ammo everywhere. No matter where you hit this thing, ammo is going to get hit. It's the Centurion's the same, the Leopard 1 is the same. All NATO tanks, until the Abrams, were just a rolling ammo rack, like this. Most of them without very thick armor as well. And then you look at the T-55. We go over to the T-55 here. Excuse me. This one's shot through a lot of his ammo, so, but like you've got a wet ammo rack here. It's a wet rack, right? So it's already safer. But it's in the front hull like it is in a lot of the NATO tanks, but the hull on this is a lot lower to the ground. Then you've got all the spare ammo around the sides of the tank and the turret, right? So it's still a pretty big target. Even though the tank's smaller and lower to the ground and harder to hit, there's still ammo everywhere. So they figured, well, instead of having ammo scattered around the entire fucking tank, why don't we put it in a carousel at the bottom of the tank? Because statistically, the lowest meter of the tank is not usually going to get hit, especially in a tank versus tank engagement. In urban combat, it's a little different, but out in open country, usually the bottom meter of the tank, which is like up to this splash guard here, is not going to get hit. The carousel in a T-72, there aren't any T-72s in this mission, so I can't show you, but the carousel in the T-72 comes up to like the top of the track in this thing. Maybe a bit taller. So like the bottom meter of the tank, the carousel doesn't extend above that. Now the second reload for the carousel does, and that's what usually causes T-72s or T-80s or whatever to cook off. The T-64 and T-80 autoloaders are a little bit like taller vertically because it stacks the throwing charges vertically. So the T-64 and T-80 is a little more prone to exploding if you hit it in the side of the hull. But still, if you look at the entire silhouette of a tank, and then you say your ammo rack's only the middle part under the turret, instead of the front of the hull, the turret, the back of the turret, maybe a bit behind the turret as well. No, it's only the middle part under the turret. It's a lot less target area to hit, especially at long range. Ma44, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So is it as safe as an Abrams? Obviously not. The Abrams is a newer tank that's benefited from experience. Is it safer than a T-55? Absolutely. Is it safer than an M60? You fucking bet your life it is. Especially because it's better armored than an M60 as well. Like, at the time the Soviets designed the T-64 and the T-80 and the T-72 and even the T-90 to an extent, it made sense. It made sense. Now, is it an anachronism that's starting to become a problem now? Absolutely, but I think people judge it unfairly because they're comparing a tank design that was pioneered in the late 1950s. Like the T-64, the bulk of its design work was done by the late 50s. You know, it existed in prototype form around like 61, 62. They're comparing a tank from the late 50s to a tank from the late 70s that didn't enter service until the early 80s, really. Like, it's apples to oranges. It'd be like me comparing, I don't know, a fucking, a Sherman to, like, a T-72. Like, it's just, they're completely different generations of tank. Like, it just doesn't work. There's a gulf of experience learned between the design of one and the design of the other. Now, the reason the Russians are still using that is because the Russians can't afford to use something different. They've developed something different. Armata is obviously a bit different in that it pulls the crew out of the turret. So if it, you know, if the turret pops out the top of the tank, well, it doesn't matter, does it? But they generally have to rely on what they already have. The thing is, like, modern Russia, no matter how hard they try to appear to be a great military or economic power, they're not. They haven't been. Like, they just haven't been. Russia has never been a superpower. The Soviet Union was a superpower. Russia isn't, and it never was. It's like fucking Planet of the Apes level shit, right? You're growing up in the shadow of this massive fucking power that your country used to be part of that doesn't exist anymore. Like, there's so much shit around the former Soviet Union which has gone completely to ruin, which they still have not caught up to. It's just the reality of it. The fucking economic reality of what Russia has to work with, along with the political reality of what they do to themselves. So, that's the main reason. It'd be like, if the US was in the same position, you'd probably still be using fucking M60s. And it'd be the same thing. It'd be like, well, it's not optimal, but it's what you have to work with, so... You know? Guess that's what Putin doesn't see. Yeah, there's a whole other discussion to have about what Putin does or doesn't see, because it's very complicated, and I think anyone trying to second-guess Putin's thought process is probably getting led astray one way or the other. I don't think necessarily the whole idea that he's insane and irrational is as correct as people think it is, but also he's clearly not fully rational, otherwise he wouldn't be doing what he's doing. I think there's reasons there, but I don't know what they are. Don't think they'll ever catch up to the... No, they won't. They physically can't. They physically cannot. Because guess where the bulk of the Soviet Union's military power came from? Not just Russia, Ukraine. Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. These are all major, like... Their major aircraft production plants for their strategic bombers were in Uzbekistan, in Tashkent. Tashkent was the most populous city in Central Asia because the Soviets had so much high-tech industry there. Ukraine, a lot of their electronics came from Ukraine. A lot of their missile technology, their rocketry, like, fucking Yuzhmash, their fucking ballistic missiles, like, so much stuff is just gone. They're not going to get it back unless they try and take over the entire former borders of the Soviet Union, in which case they're going to destroy the industry they're trying to get back in the first place, so what's the fucking point? You know, like, a lot of their textile industry was up in the Baltics, that's gone. They're never going to get it back. It'd be like if the US fractured into a bunch of different countries, right? Which is not looking too unlikely these days. Think about it. Like, if the US split apart into 2 or 3 different countries, let alone fucking 15 of them, imagine how much you'd lose. Like, even if you just had 2 or 3 states break off into this country, 1 state break off into this country, say you still got 30 states in the US, but, you know, you only have part of the Midwest and maybe part of one of the coasts. And that's the US, and the rest is just all different. They're all countries of their own now. Like, yeah, their economies would be fucked beyond belief, but the US as a remainder, like the rump state of the US, would be in the same situation. They would have lost a lot of industry. Now, they probably would have lost less than the Soviet Union, because the US, I think, still has a degree of diversification where different states will have, like, you'll have one of this in this state and the same thing in another state, so even if they lose this state, they still got one. Whereas the Soviet Union, they planned it out in such a way that this republic handles this republic handles that, we do this, and then the problem is, as soon as a country splits apart, you've just lost your entire base of manufacturing for this or that thing that you need. So yeah, like, that's generally the thing with it, I think. Is people are just looking at Soviet MBT design with unrealistic expectations and anachronistic sort of comparisons. In their day, they were the best tanks in the world. Like, in its day, the fucking T-64 was the best tank on Earth. Not even a contest. Like, not even a fucking contest. Even for a good 10 years after it was introduced to service, the US was still playing catch-up. And they eventually, you know, kind of got ahead with the Abrams, but for a long time, the Soviets had the fucking best tanks on Earth, bar none. And partly because they also knew what they were designing them for. Which the Americans do as well. Like, the Americans aren't stupid. They design their tanks for what they need. They need generalists. The Americans like to design things that are just Swiss Army knives. They do whatever you need them to do, in whatever environment you need them to do it, on the other side of the planet. The Soviets didn't do that. The Soviets knew how they would wage war. They knew generally where they expected to be waging war, and they designed everything they had around that. They also knew they're all stopgaps. Yeah, exactly. US should have pushed forward with the T-95 design. I don't even remember what it was that got the T-95 cancelled. Was it Congress? It's usually fucking Congress. With the US, it's either Congress won't fund it because they don't think it's needed, because they huff fucking glue, or it's the military sabotaging themselves because of internal politics between two senior officers that don't like each other. But yeah, the T-95 is, again, one of those things where the US developed a technology that everyone associates with the Soviets. The difference is, the US got there first, at least, you know, I think the T-95 preempted the Soviet use of composites even in the T-64 program. However, the Americans abandoned it, whereas the Soviets picked it up and ran with it, and the Soviets did a better job of it too. Because I think the issue with the T-95 was they couldn't manufacture large enough composite plates to high enough quality. I think that was a problem. So it was literally just a manufacturing problem. And the T-64 had the exact same issue. That's why the T-64 turret design wasn't finalized for a while, is because the initial composite scheme they wanted to use couldn't be reliably manufactured. But they stuck with it, whereas the Americans said, oh, fuck it, it's not going to work, and they just ditched it. Has the Armada seen combat yet? No. People keep saying they've been spotted in Ukraine, but I haven't seen any, like, actually genuinely validated sightings of it yet. I don't know if they'll send them. They don't really have enough to want to waste them in that. Unfortunately, you know, unfortunately in general, because it shouldn't be happening, and I have very strong feelings about it, but also unfortunately from the perspective of someone who appreciates Soviet-era military equipment, and just Soviet-era anything in general, because it's not just the military stuff that's getting destroyed. The Ukraine conflict's turned into a clearinghouse for Cold War equipment for everyone. Not just for Russia, not just for Ukraine, for everyone. They're sending all their old stuff to Ukraine to get blown up. And all the old Soviet monuments are either getting taken down because we've got to decommunize everything and pretend like we were never part of the USSR because somehow that'll help. Fucking nationalism. Or they're just getting blown up by either side in combat. It's fucking heartbreaking, man. It's why I haven't been following the conflict much for like a good year or so now. Wait. Yeah. About a year. I think it was about a month or 2 months I was following it really closely, and after that I just couldn't. Because it's like... It might not be my home. I might not have family there. Well, not close family anyway. But watching this happen is just like, I can't. It's too close, man. I can't. Ooh. That's a 100mm HE frag round. The delay fuse means it penetrated through the flotation ramp, through the front armor, because remember, this shit buckets are made of fucking aluminium, right? It's barely armor. Came through it, dinged down off the inner surface. Actually, no, it dinged down off his fucking periscopes. And detonated inside his fucking neck. Or, like, between his shoulder blades. It's a fucking chest burster, my dudes. They made a film about this. Fucking 100mm chest burster. Fuck. Would have been quick and very messy. Jesus Christ. I've seen... It's pretty easy to get BR-412, which was the 100mm armor-piercing high explosive. It's pretty easy to chest burst people with that, but it's rare to see straight HE frag rounds do it. Because they usually either detonate on the face of the armor, if the armor's thick enough, it'll just go off against the armor, or if it's thin armor like this, it'll penetrate through it, usually go past the crew or through them, and then detonate in the troop compartment. But this is messy. The worst part is, which 113 is this? Okay, so he's kind of... The worst part of this is the gunner survived that. Because that's him there, right? With the gunner missing. The gunner survived that and said, fuck this, I'm out, and bailed. So he's probably going to be scrubbing bits of the commander's innards off his fucking uniform for like the next 6 months. Or, off the, you know, scrubbing bits of the driver, sorry. Because the gunner is the commander. When these things have infantry in the back of them, that's when it's going to get really gruesome. When they've got infantry in them and something like that happens. That fused on his hatch. I'd say probably the overpressure. Oh, that is a 412. This is a armor-piercing high explosive. Fused on the open hatch, then detonated in the air behind him. Didn't send any shrapnel back that would kill him. However, I suspect it may well have got him with overpressure, because it was right behind his head. (113) stop 762. Regular 762 ball, it probably will. I don't know if it'll stop steel core 762, like specialized armor piercing stuff, or even Soviet surplus steel core. Actually, it might. That's back to the. That's the last shots. That's back to the start. We've had some interesting missions today. I'll say that much. So I said this would be a short stream, and we're coming up to hour number 8. We'll see how close we are to winning the campaign. If we've only got like 2 or 3 more missions to knock it over, I might do those. Otherwise, I might do a couple of the instant action ones, and then we'll call it there. Because I did start a bit late today, so I don't want to stream too late into the evening. 8 hours is short for a war, I know, right? We could probably do this in 1 or 2 more missions, if they go well for us. 16 crew lost. Yeah, this was nearly a Pyrrhic victory. What do we got? Spoiling attack. Spoiling attacks are good for knocking down the enemy, so we might do that next. Raid. Raids are pretty good as well. So we'll do M1 IP. 68 3. We might do the M1 IP, because we haven't driven that yet this campaign. Oh, but this is a Rise passive. Oh, the temptation. I gotta do it, guys. I gotta do it. The A1 is just so much fun. Yeah, M113s are aluminium. I think Bradley's are too. The game tends to take a little longer to load the longer it's running. It's been going for 8 hours. The fact I've been playing this for, like, well, not 8 hours, because I did do DCS earlier for 1 mission, or 1 sortie. But the fact it's been running for this many hours and it hasn't crashed or memory leaked super badly is pretty impressive. I'm pretty happy about that. Okay, so I want to hang a left and then another left. We'll get up that road. Tell these guys to get into a column. I'm going to lock the gun forwards just so it's not swinging around drunkenly as we drive through the trees. I'm going to put the gun sight illumination on for... Does this not have... What? What? Where's my reticle? Where's my reticle? What's going on with my auxiliary sight? Guys. Oh, fuck! We're down to 774! Look at that, we got fucking shit ammo! Awesome! I wonder if... Oh, I wonder if they haven't adjusted the scale for 774 yet. That could be it. We might have just found a rare fucking bug here. I'll have to report that later. Do some testing maybe. Anyway, let's get moving. So we want to go, was it left, follow this, and then right. Yeah, I know, right, Steve? It just makes it more interesting in game is all. Oh yeah, true, super. Yeah, I don't know. It might be because of the 774. It might just be a weird one-off bug. Again, we've been running the game for over 6 hours, so I'm impressed that we haven't had more things break on us. Well, yeah, it's still decent, and also we're only fighting the East Germans, so the scariest thing we're going to find is a T-72M1. And I doubt they've got any handy at the moment. They're probably down to T-55s. In fact, they may even be down to T-34s at this point, so keep your eyes open. And, yes, the T-34 will very much kill an Abrams. I did do it during the April Fool's mission. You just need to hit it in the right place. It depends on the range, though. Like, its penetration falls off quite quickly at long range. And also, it won't cope with the angles as well. Like, it'll still fuck them up at sort of normal combat ranges, especially normal for Fulda Gap, where it's like less than less than 2 kilometers, sometimes less than 1, but I don't trust it as much as 833, which just slices through everything. I could just cut across the hills, but, you know. There's a contact report down there. Okay, I'm gonna get the gun stabilizer running, because we probably are going to start bumping into stuff in a minute. So there was a contact report down there, but I don't see anything now. We'll just follow this road. Of course, if infantry were in at the moment, I'd be very wary of approaching this tree line, let alone driving down a road right next to it, but... Well, actually, I mean, you could, because it's a raid, right? The enemy don't expect you behind their lines like this, but still, I'd be pretty on edge about it. Oh, dude, I'm salivating, and this isn't just infantry bias. I'm salivating over the thought of how mad people are going to get when a fucking angry little shithead with a funny green pipe blows up their tank and they never even saw where he was. It's going to be fucking hilarious. I cannot wait. Like, not just because anything that gets one over the fucking basement dwellers is funny. Basement dwellers, of course, I mean mobile basement dwellers, tankers. I love you guys, really. But also, like, just even, like, gaming-wise, I used to play a lot of games where I would be a tank hunter, like, especially in Red Orchestra, I would go hunting tanks because I found it very enjoyable. And so I would be the guy hiding in a tree line with a funny green pipe. That was what I liked to do. And I got quite good at it too. Oh, hello, that's a tree. Yeah, the OG Red Orchestra. I played 2 as well. 2 is like the game that nearly killed gaming for me. I was so frustrated with it. So much potential, just fucking wasted. But, yeah, Ostfront was and probably, honestly, still is my favorite shooter. Let's drop Smarty on that. Hey, Josh! Cheers to the resub, man. Good to see you. Hope you've been good. Hope you've been well, even. I mean, you can be bad if you want. You don't have to feel like you have to behave around me, but, you know what I mean. Hope you've been well. We still have... Oh, hello. We'll still have to figure out when we can get a Wolfpack game going. Don't feel pressured or anything, it's just, you know, whenever we both got time for it. Pretty keen for it. 50 cal to the face, that's not going to do him any favours. Have been well and good, well, I'm glad to hear it. Is it just those two? It might just be those two. This is going to be tricky to... I might approach it down this road, because if I come down that hill, it's a very steep hill and a very narrow choke point between those tree lines. It reeks of great place for an ATGM ambush, so I'm going to go back to my main gun. I've got heat up. Final interview on Wednesday, so job soon. Hey, well done, man. I'm going to wind the range back to 600, because we're going to be basically point blank with heat, so we don't want to be shooting over people. Never know how it became God in Modern Warfare 2 Ground War. COD players can't cope with armoured vehicles, I can believe it. The huge tank map, Arad was, like, pretty big. It was one of the default maps. The really massive one was fucking Debrecen, which was a custom map. And then my favourite version of it was Alte Ziegelei. Sorry, Alte Ziegelei, because German. That was an awesome fucking map. What is that? Oh, it's a fucking skip bin. Okay. Oh, Black Day July, yeah, Prokhorovka, that's what that was, Black Day July. That was a good one too. Yeah, I loved tanking in Ostfront, dude. I only wish that I'd had more hard drive space at the time, so I could have recorded more games. Like, I've got 1 or 2 I recorded, but of course it's in, like, fucking postage stamp resolution. Oh, shit! Fucking hell. Right. I see a pair of legs behind that thing. A funny little man with a funny little fucking tube. That might scare him off his launcher, but just to be sure... No, I still see his legs going. We'll put one into him as well. And then, you know what? You know what else we'll do? We'll just fucking hose it with 50 cal. Fuck you, buddy. should do it. What I'm gonna do is, yeah, we'll roll down this road, and then once we're clear of the tree line with these guys behind us, we'll tell them to get into line formation. Oh, hey bud. What's going on? We're gonna drop more artillery on that as well. I might use the 50 cal on the trucks. Just save my heat rounds for if something actually scary pops out at us. Okay, that's reloading. There's another one there, another one there. There's a whole bunch of them. A lot of them are probably decrewed already from the artillery I dropped on the town before. But we'll just make sure. Uh-oh! You're not a truck! That's not what I want selected! That's not what I want selected! That's what I wanted, Jesus. We'll just put rounds into it till I see orange come out. I see orange. We're good. Just close that truck there. Yes, it did. .50 cal's obviously more effective for hosing stuff down, but I want to stay in the gunner's primary site just in case another tank appears. Although there's another truck there. So we'll go to the 50 again. Oh, he's probably dead from that anyway, but... And I'd say there's probably another BRDM, which is where that trace is coming from. Is that a fucking BMP? No, it is a BRDM. Okay. We can hit him with 50 as well. Should penetrate him at this range. Alright. Looks like we got him. Let me just kind of make sure these guns are pointed in the right general place, and we'll go back to the main gun. I said back to the main gun. We'll just put one through him to be sure. Did we miss any trucks? Don't think so. There's one behind that building, but it's probably got fragged by the arty. Put one more in just to be sure. Never hurts to be sure. Now we'll get the gun centered, we'll do a restock, and let's get out of here. We'll drop another arty barrage on that just to be sure. And we'll cut across. Actually, we'll go back the way we came. We'll stick with the road because we know it's safe. Dark part of the GHPC campaign is knowing your tankers have no home to go to because of all the nukes. Yeah, well, I mean, by like the mid-80s, the Soviets figured they actually had enough force in Europe to win conventionally, and the Soviets didn't want nukes going off in the first place because when you have a massive army that depends on concentration of force, the most inconvenient thing for you, and you know, speed and surprise. Oh, he's making happy times with a tree, I see. The last thing you want is nukes and chemical weapons and biological weapons going off, because it slows you down, right? Yeah, they could get through it, but it slows you down, so they didn't want that, whereas NATO would have almost certainly had to resort to nukes to try and blunt their initial attacks. I think by like the 80s, NATO was starting to think, hey, maybe we can stop the Soviets from overrunning us without having to resort to nukes, but particularly in like the 60s and 70s and even through to probably the early 80s, if the Soviets had decided that they were going to push, I would not be surprised if tactical nukes were being dropped within the first couple of hours, even maybe certainly the first couple days. What do you think of the frontline defense versus defense in-depth plans for Fulda? I think defending against the Soviets in general would have been extremely difficult with the way they fight, but Fulda at least gives you a reasonable chance because of the terrain. I'm not super, like, strategically minded. Max is like my go-to person for strategic stuff because my brain just doesn't handle that. However, what I will say is it's pretty unlikely the Soviets would have seen Fulda as their main thrust. It would have been attacked, most likely, to tie down the Americans, but probably where you would have really seen them coming through is the North German plain. Because it's much better tank country, it's just much better terrain in general. And rather than having to fight through the most, prepared and the strongest of the NATO forces, well, I mean, the Brits were pretty well prepared and pretty strong, but you're not having to go directly through the Americans in shit terrain. You're on good terrain against the Brits and the Dutch and the West Germans, and the Dutch and the West Germans aren't super threatening by comparison. Particularly that, like, the West Germans, even during the Cold War, only had so much to work with. Wouldn't the 14.5 BRDM gun hurt the tank? Depends where it hits it. If it hits the gun sights, if it hits down the gun barrel, if it hits some specifically weak parts of the armor, then yes, it would. But I'm a lot less scared of it than I am of, like, an actual tank gun or an ATGM or something. It's been an interesting one, Francois. We've had some close calls. We've had some very gruesome hits. We've had a couple of interesting bugs manifest themselves, including one this mission, where my orc sight... Oh, now it appears! That's what it is. That's what it is. Watch this. Watch this. I guarantee you. Oh, the illumination's not working, though. There's no scale for 774 yet, that's what it is. Mystery solved. I can bug report that later. It might even be a known issue, to be honest. What model tank? M60A1. Because I enjoy pain. Bundeswehr had a lot of tanks in the north. Had a pretty decent amount, yeah. But also a lot of the Bundeswehr's tanks were... Like, the Leopard 1 was okay, especially with some of the refits to it. The Leopard 2 was genuinely scary. Like, the Leopard 2 was a fucking excellent tank when it came out. Still is. But the Leopard 1 against T-64s and T-80s and T-62s even? Yeah, I don't know, Chief. Now, can you stop mating with trees, please? Come on, man. I feel like probably 90% of the AI's problems around trees will be solved the day that they can actually just knock them over. The devs just haven't got around to doing that yet, because it involves a bit more work than some of the more pressing things in the game. Alright, there we go. Let's go survey the carnage, actually. We'll take the free cam over and have a look. Yeah, I think the Soviets, like, it would have been costly for them. They certainly wouldn't have just rolled NATO over. Even some of the supposedly weaker NATO forces, right? Like second-rate forces. But still, the Soviet army was kind of built around the concept that you have to take losses to gain ground, and as long as you're advancing, the losses don't matter as much. Like, the theory is that, you know, anything you lose on ground that you then end up possessing it's not as irreplaceable as anything you lose on ground that you have to cede to the enemy, which is something the Germans learnt during World War II with their tanks. Because a lot of tank losses aren't, you know, completely... They're often not completely destroyed. They're often salvageable to at least some extent. Like, a lot of the time you'll lose a tank on the defensive because it just loses a track, or the engine breaks down or something, or you run out of fuel and you cannot recover it. Whereas if you're the Soviets and you have a bit of a whoopsie and, like, a platoon of tanks gets stuck in the mud, or, you know, you lose tracks or something like that, you can just recover them later because you've just seized the ground. It doesn't matter. It's working out for them in Ukraine. I mean, they're not really seizing and holding very much ground in Ukraine, let's be real. Neither side is. It is getting a bit trench war-y down there. And again, we're talking about two different entities here. We're talking about the Soviet army, which was a fucking superpower, and then we're talking about the Russian army, which is a fucking dog and pony show. Like, even if the Russians hadn't had all the fucking Sergikov era fucking, we want to have a small professional volunteer expeditionary force like the West has, even if they hadn't done that and then changed their mind halfway through, if they just said, fuck it, we still want a massive conscript mass mobilization army, they still wouldn't have been able to support it because they didn't keep the infrastructure. They just left it to rot or sold it off. There's that turret bug again. At least it's reported. I'm not sure if it is for the 55, I'll have to double check. So yeah, we bagged a T-55, bunch of trucks, and a couple BRDMs, and an ATGM, and some BMPs. So pretty good haul. This might not be enough to end the campaign on this mission, but it should get us really fucking close. What'd be cool is if we end the campaign with a mission where we finally see T-34s. Let's screenshot this. That's kind of... kind of tranquil in a really depressing way. Alright. After action. I feel like the fucking 69 battles for fucking Isonzo might have a fucking friend after this. We'll have like the fucking 420 battles for fucking... My brain has just conked out on me. The place whose name I know, but cannot remember at this time of day for some reason. You know where I mean. Bakhmut, that's it. Bakhmut. The 420 fucking battles of Bakhmut. Which the Ukrainians, for whatever fucking reason beyond my understanding, insist on holding. To the point where they basically trap their entire fucking army there for half the war. Ooh, right through the legs. I've been noticing lately, I've been forgetting words and names so often, it's starting to get a little concerning. But I don't think it's like fucking early onset Alzheimer's or anything. I think it's just I'm tired and didn't fucking get enough sleep last night. It's just really annoying, because it's always sometime where it's like, I'm making a point about something. It's like, if I don't remember the name of this place or this person right now, I'm gonna look like a fucking idiot who doesn't know what they're talking about. Which, to be fair, I am. But, like, I'll look even more like one. And that's always when I forget something. Wasn't Bakhmut stopping the Russians from just rolling supply hubs and CNC centers to the whole of the Donbass region? Yeah, but, like, that's the thing. They had their whole army down there because they insisted on trying to hold the coordinate at the Donbass region, rather than just saying, fuck it, we'll deal with this later, and, you know, not having them trapped by the Russians, pretty much. Like, that's the thing, they kind of painted themselves into a corner there. Been using it to rack up the losses for Russia, I think that was their plan. Yeah, but the whole while they're doing that, they're also attriting themselves, they're attriting NATO's supplies. Don't ask a man his salary, a woman her age, or a US Defense Department planner where all of NATO's artillery stocks went. So it's like, the thing is, if the moment you decide you're going to engage in attritional warfare, it's a double-edged sword, and you better fucking hope that you come out on the good side of it. Which, I don't know, Chief. Like, every time I see one of these articles like, haha, this is so hilarious, the Russians are pulling T-34s out of storage, that one was a hoax. The Russians are pulling T-55s out of storage, that one wasn't. Although, the Ukrainians have been getting T-55s from NATO countries, so don't see that one getting reported like it's a great big joke. It's like, oh, isn't it great that Slovenia are giving this amazing tank to Ukraine? It's like some fucking upbeat of the T-55 from the 70s. Or, you know, they're pulling T-62s out of storage. Well, you know what? Unless you've got thermals on it, a tank is a fucking tank these days. As long as you've got something with a big gun that spits HE frag at things and stands up to rifle caliber bullets, they're all equally gonna die to ATGMs, unless it's the latest U-Butte thing covered in Contact 5 or Relict, right? So you may as well just fucking pull some of your ancient tanks out of reserve, give them to the guys in Donbass, and then they can use them to chase off infantry, because the infantry are not going to have much effect against them unless they got a fucking ATGM, right? It's smart. Dwindle your fucking reserves of obsolete tanks rather than losing any more of your modern ones. But no, it's a big thing we make fun of, apparently. Speaking of Isonzo, did I ever tell you about my visit to the War Museum in Caporetto? I don't think you did, no. Don't think you did. And yeah, that's the other thing. The Russians are using Wagner as fucking meat shields. Which, honestly, given the kinds of people that joined Wagner, I'm totally behind this. Like, well, not behind, but like I support this, using Wagner as fucking meat shields. I mean, I'd rather not be at war at all, but if you're gonna do it, then fuck it. Let the Ukrainians send in Azov and let the Russians send in Wagner, and we can let the Nazis fight each other. While all the normal, well-adjusted people in both countries can have a fucking break for 10 minutes. I don't know, dude. It's a mess. One more mission, I reckon, or 2 more missions should end this campaign. 60A3 TTS. It's a raid. Spoiling attack with the M1. We might do that. Reconnaissance in force. Yeah, we could do another one of those. We might do that one. And then we'll maybe finish it off with an M1 mission if we have one more left. Tank is better than no tank. Abso-fucking-lutely. That's why the T-55 is still winning wars all over the fucking world. Let's do this one. I haven't seen that many videos recently, because I haven't been actively seeking them out. I've seen a couple, though, like, mostly guys trying to stalk tanks with RPGs, which is always spicy. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to push through here. Now, if infantry were in the game already, what I would like to do is get up to this tree line, unload my infantry at the tree line, and then have them parallel the road either side of me to make sure I don't get dunked on by funny little men with tubes. However, we're going to just do that in our heads, imaginary this time, because they're not in yet. We're going to have him get in column, so he doesn't get stuck in a tree. So we're going to push down this road, clear this, and then we're going to use the tree line here to observe across the field. Here. And while we're doing this, we're going to drop artillery on them. Can't wait for infantry? Oh yeah. I've mostly been avoiding the spice because, like I said earlier, it's just too depressing. Watching the 2 countries I wanted to visit most in the world destroy each other, and not only that, but destroy a lot of what I wanted to see in them. Because they're both going to be completely unrecognizable after this. He's engaging them. I don't know, I'm gonna engage that anyway, because I don't trust him. That's... like... 1,600 meters? We'll call it 16. 17. Yeah, 17. So that's how the choke on the Bradley works, by the way. It's calibrated to the hull of a BMP. Like, not the top of the turret of the BMP, but like the shoulder height of the hull. Don't ask me why. But that's what it is, and that's what it is in real life. At least for this model of Bradley. Dial it back to 12, actually. We just took a hit in the transmission. We need to move, because the Artie's going to fuck us up 9 ways to Sunday.
Gunner, Sabo, PC, cover, left, fire, on the way. 230, ceasefire.
16 for him. Did I just get shot in the back by the fucking guy behind me? Come on, man. Identified PC. I really need to move. We'll call that target. Yep, he's smoking. We're good. What are you? You are a BRDM. I'll put some shots through you, buddy. Okay, that should be the end of him. Yep, he's smoking. Maybe? Combat Mission Black Sea. I have a bunch of friends that play it. I haven't played Combat Mission myself, but like a stack of my friends play it. Jamshed. Fucking Jamshed. What a king. Absolute king. I've heard it's pretty good. It's one of those games where it's like really like grognardy, but it's really good. So I'm told.
Gunner, Sabo, PC, cover, target on. Gunner, Sabo,
Where do you think you're going? We're going to pull back and artillery that a little more. Oops. Excuse me. If you could stop, like, hugging my backside. We'll get into this tree line. We'll use this tree line to look across the valley, actually. It's a little more... a little better position for what I want to do, I think. Grognardy, like, it's a more polite way of saying it's fucking autistic as hell. Pretty much. Like the kind of game that my friend group would play. We'll park this one here. Like CMO? Maybe slightly less autistic than CMO. Slightly. We're gonna tell them to halt. We're gonna grab number 2 and get him off the road. I'm lucky he hasn't been ATGM'd yet. Supply way precise. Look, I'm allowed to say it. I know the stereotype's fucking true because I have autism and that's the exact kind of fucking game I'm interested in. The only reason I haven't played it yet is because I've got too many other games I play. He's still kind of exposed here, but we'll just park him up between these two trees. Hey, there we go. And observe. Are there any funny little tube men who might cause me issues here? Bet there probably are, but I don't see any at the moment. Oh! There was! There was, right fucking there. But I think he ran away when I blew up the BMP next to him. So, inshallah, that will be the only one. We will not get dunked by another one as we cross the field. We will grab these guys now. And we will push through past our other Bradleys. Yeah, see where I'm going with this? And advance on the town. See me at a tank museum, I just lose my mind. Yep. Yep. Or like when I go to the Australian War Memorial Museum and it takes me like over an hour to get out of the first fucking part of the World War I gallery. Where's the other one? Oh, he's right. Oops. He's probably making out with a tree somewhere. Australian? I'm Canadian, but I sound Australian because I've lived here most of my life. So, I was born in Canada, lived in the UK for a few years, and then moved to Australia when I was, like, 8. I did live there for a while. Just need to collect the NZ badge. I'm tempted to check it out sometime. Like, I've never actually even been there, so I'm definitely going to have to go there sometime, but I'm tempted maybe to move there at some point. We'll see. We'll see how we go. Stuck in Toronto, oof. Sorry, I need to use the correct pronunciation. Toronto. There we go. I've been a foreigner for too long. Speaking of, my future jobs potentially letting me work from anywhere. Oh, that'd be cool, dude. Yeah, if you come out this way, let me know. We'll have to hang out. Get the whole gang together. Scooch over and cut the corner here. Whoop, not that much, Jesus. The Bradley's steering is a little sensitive at high speed. The whole gang, well, maybe not the whole gang, but like a large chunk of the gang. Okay, the other guy's with me. Good. We'll get him to go into line formation now. Just keep an eye on that town as we pass it. Should be okay. Maybe. Hmm.
Reverse left. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Cease fire.
Cheeky little bugger. Right. Now what I'm gonna do is we're gonna do something very cheeky here, and this should win us the campaign on this mission. We're going to haul ass over to this tree line, right? With the other Bradleys covering us from back in that one. So they're still covering us. We're going to bust over here. And set up on a reverse slope defense on this hill. I fried some sausages and a baked potato tonight. I should probably eat soon. Polar's going to come in here and be like, I told you better not be fucking streaming still when I wake up. Like, oops, it keeps happening. So let's put I'll just tell him to halt now, because I'm going to manually stick him in a tree line. Oi oi. It's good. No, I've got an air fryer as well. It's all good. Okay, this isn't quite reverse slope where I'm parking this guy, but it's kind of close to it. Just need to make sure that he's not too occluded, because he's going to need to be able to make some toe shots. He might be a little exposed here. We'll see how we go. The thing is, I don't like making toe shots through trees. Like, you can do it in-game with no issue, but in real life you'd snag a cable, and that's bad no-no. So we'll maybe get him into a little bit of a clearing. We'll get it so that the actual launcher isn't overhung by any trees. So, like, we got this clearing here. The backblast will probably set this tree on fire, but that's somebody else's problem. So we'll park him here. Then we'll grab this guy. I should probably put him somewhere where he can mutually support him, but I'd rather actually put him as like a fallback. So if the first guy gets clowned on, then this guy can pick up the slack. My microwave's getting pretty... to the point where, you know, I either need a new one or I need to just stop using it so much, so... probably use the air fryer more and the microwave a lot less. Okay, we'll get the toe selected because I'm going to need to use the toe on these guys. And then we're going to grab these guys who don't need to be in Overwatch down here anymore. Tell them to follow me, and then platoon formation line, and we'll push up. I'm also going to restock the armor piercing in this, because I'm probably going to need it. Most of my microwave uses for heating milk coffee, most of mine's just like heating up fucking reheating pizza or reheating spaghetti or whatever, both of like which the air fryer is probably a lot better at, to be honest. So now what we're going to do is we're going to, once we get these guys up past this town, we're going to dump artillery on that town, and we're going to get overlook on it. And that should get us all of our waypoints that we need to check, and then when Mr. Honecker sends his boys to come check what's going on with an armoured counterattack, they're going to find themselves stitched up good and proper by 2 different sections of Bradleys with a fucking crossfire over them. How do you reheat spaghetti? No, like fucking tin stuff when I'm really too lazy to eat proper food. Put it in the microwave. Turn it on. Just don't ask my sister how you boil an egg. You'll get the same answer. And that was the week that she had to get a new microwave bought for her. Like, if you guys think I'm an idiot, wait until you see my sister. Right, artillery on that town. Oh shit, we're getting a raid! Pingman! Cheers to the raid, hope you had a good stream. Welcome everybody. We're just on the home stretch ourselves, playing some GHPC. We've been going for a fair while. I thought this was going to be a short stream today, but of course it never is. So, we're just about to finish off... Where? We're about to finish off a NATO campaign. I can't see it! Where is it? I'm just gonna spray bullets and hope for the best. Oh, I see it. Okay. I'd say it's probably decrewed it. No, it's not. It's not. Imagine having situational awareness. Alright, they're sending tanks at us, so we're going to pull back. We're going to get the toes ready. We're going to get the nightmare vision going. I think... No, he's okay. I was worried he might have just been immobilized by that artillery, but we should be good. And we're going to pull these guys down off the back of the hill. How are you enjoying this game? I love it, man. Absolutely love it. I grew up playing M1 Tank Platoon 2 as a kid, and this feels like a spiritual successor to it. Like, this kind of game hasn't existed for 20 years. And it's great that we're finally getting another one. Cover it with aluminium foil? What, like a Bradley? I don't like the slope this is on. The toe isn't supposed to be fired from a slope in real life. It's got like a little spirit bubble in it. That if it's not centered, you do not use the toe launcher. Which is, I don't think the devs are planning to implement that. That's kind of a bit too much realism for most people that'll play the game. I mean, I would be totally down with it, but most people will probably complain. I think it's, if it's forwards angle, it's okay. It's sideways angle, I think, is the main problem. Oh, actually, no, it might be both. Whatever. I've still got my M1 Tank Platoon 2 CD somewhere. I think it's at my parents' place. I think it does, yeah. I think it screws with the guidance, or it just makes the cable more likely to break or something. We're just going to leave these guys here to do their own thing, and we're going to switch to this guy. Because he's going to have the better shot. Oh, you wanted me on that one. Right. Okay.
Identified. They've got us lined up. On the way. Traffic. Next target. Gunner missile tank. Gunner missile tank. Traverse right. Identified. Fire. On the way. Tracking. Tracking. He's tracking.
Ooh, how about that? How'd you like them apples? It's single player only at the moment. It's going to have co-op multiplayer though, and that will be both co-op, you know, driving a vehicle by yourself, or co-op multi-crew. It's just that multiplayer is quite complex to get in, so it hasn't arrived in game yet. He's dead, right? Yeah, he's scorched. I was going to say, if that BMP's alive, then Jesus. Oh, kaboom. So now what we're going to do... Why are you driving downhill? Oh, they're all... Okay, well, they're all just going to drive out of cover, I guess. Whatever. Is there anything else for me to shoot? We already got him. We'll put a couple more in just for good measure. But I think that's it. Alright. Our job here is done. I switched vehicles, yeah. rather than wait for the reload. The Bradley's reload is a lot slower and more complex in real life than it is in-game at the moment. That's just due to a current limitation with the game's code, which the devs are working to alleviate. So once that's fixed, expect Bradley tow reloads to be a lot slower, and Bradley main gun reloads to be more awkward as well. That's where you'll start to see turrets needing to be traversed to a particular angle to reload the gun or restock the ammo or whatever. Yeah, I used to play a lot of Red Orchestra Ostfront, and I had multi-crew tanks in that, and it was a shitload of fun. Like, multi-crewing any sort of vehicle in a game with your friends is always bound to be a good time. Sometimes frustrating, but in a fun way. So, I'm all for any game that lets me do that. Okay, they're just gonna drive into the open and stay there, I guess. I want them to go back to the fallback position. We'll dump some more artillery on that town, just in case we miss something. We'll dump it between those two little bits, because we didn't hit the little intersection there before. And we'll drive these guys back to the start point, then we'll bring the other section over as well. And that should round out this campaign, I think. If it doesn't, then it'll certainly only be one more mission left. Like, these guys are on their last legs. I was planning to do a couple of the single missions. I wanted to do maybe a couple of the new ones, as well as do main effort again, because that's a really good showcase of concentrated artillery fire, but I might leave that until next time I play the game, I think. Or next stream I do for it. Loaders probably won't be human playable, yeah. Like, people come out with suggestions for it all the time, like, I'll make it a quick time event, minigame, make it do this, make it do that. It's like, honestly, probably most people aren't going to be keen for it. If, like, the thing is, if these guys had the budget and the personnel to support VR, which they don't, because it's a small team, but if they did, that would be a good job for a VR player. Like, that would be something a VR player could do. It'd probably still be boring as shit, but it'd be something they could do at least. Whereas, you know, otherwise there's just not much point. I'll sit there and press R. Like, don't get me wrong. Most vehicles do have a separate optic for the loader, and having another pair of eyes is always a good thing, or another friend just riding along to bullshit with on your, you know, Euro trip. But from a game design perspective, it's wasted effort. Like, there's better things they could do with that time, pretty much. Tell you what, besides infantry and some of the Soviet vehicles, something I'm really fucking looking forwards to that should be coming soon, smoke. As we discussed before, smoke doesn't hide you from thermals, not all types of smoke anyway, but you know what it does fucking hide you from? Tows. Because the tow might see through the smoke with its thermals, but it cannot guide through the smoke, not these early ones at least. So when I'm playing as the fucking East Germans or the Soviets, god do I want smoke grenades, so I don't die to the first Bradley I run into. I'm curious how the artillery works at the moment for the AI, like, if they just have a sort of AI, like, AI Game Master / Overlord type thing who knows where you are and just periodically dumps artillery on you, because I initially thought it was based on a unit having line of sight on you, but I don't think there's any units alive to have a line of sight on me. I could be wrong. Maybe it's set up this way to simulate infantry being hidden in buildings or tree lines, which is accurate, to be fair. Maybe when infantry are in the game, you won't get artilleried anymore when all the units are dead, but I don't know. I'm just kind of curious. It might be something to annoy Josh about later. The engine smoke generators? Well, the fun thing about those is thermals can definitely see through them. But yeah, against tows, they should be hugely effective. Also a fun thing the Soviets had, and other Warsaw Pact nations had as well, was smoke-laying helicopters. In fact, there was a version of the Me-2, the cute little baby helicopter, which was used specifically to lay smoke screens in front of advancing forces. And it's just got this giant fucking vape pipe from the exhaust down below the helicopter so that the rotor wash blows the smoke down under it. Trigger zone for artillery? In the sense that you drive into it and artillery lands there? No, I don't think so. In the sense that if you're seen somewhere, then it drops it? Probably. Because the thing is, the artillery lands on your position or very close to it. Like, the reason it was hitting there is because it started dumping on me as I drove past that tree. So, like, the artillery is pretty accurate. Hate how there's no running Mil-4s left in that. Are there seriously no running Mi-4s left? Like, it was such a common helicopter. How are there none that fly? There's plenty of Kar-26s. The Hungarians love those things for agriculture. There's a bunch of Mi-2s still flying. Mi-8s, obviously, everywhere. They're still one of the most popular helicopters in the world. But yeah, 4s, that's interesting. I would have thought at least 1 or 2 would be flying somewhere. Alright, there we go. Mission accomplished. Boop. It's a team restoring one in a museum before the war popped off. There was also a Mi-6 that was being brought back up to running condition. Probably the same museum, actually. They put out another video just the other day. I'd love to see a 6 fly. I'd love a 6 in DCS, or in anything, really. It's such a cool helicopter. Right, let's check the after action. Oh god. Don't press those 2 buttons at once. Huh. So, let's see. Oh, I see what happened here. My buddy got them to bail out. So then by the time I engaged it was decrewed. Hang on, where was the... I swear there was an ATGM set up next to this guy. Was I hallucinating? Maybe I was? Yeah, it looks so awesome, hey? And the Astrodome nose. It's an awesome machine. I knew it! I fucking knew it! It's like I'm really playing on Enigma server in DCS. I'm surprised it didn't break the track, honestly. That was a good shot, straight through Gunner's head. Was there seriously not an ATGM somewhere here? I was sure I saw one. You know what it probably was? It was probably the LODs for one of these bushes. Because quite often, this village does have an ATGM set up somewhere really nasty in it. Usually it's like here. And so as soon as you expose your fucking shit out into the open, you get slam dunked by it. But it looks like it didn't have it here, this mission. It had it in the other town instead. Because, yeah, I don't see one. Speaking of ATGM, men. Oof. And there's our ambush. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. So there we are. I was actually a little more exposed than I thought I was. But, oh well, didn't see me. It's a lot of red text. Not as much as we had earlier. We had one that scrolled right off the screen. And the entire tank, like the entire interior of the tank was just not good. That one was the AI. So he would have probably immobilized that. This is me. So that's the second shot from that Bradley. Also a decent amount of red text. And then this is my last shot from the bottom Bradley, which, yeah, did some good work there as well. And then just security rounds into these things, and we're back to the start. So, let's see if that finished the campaign for us. I reckon it should have. Kind of sad I haven't seen any T-34s yet, but it's a fine balancing act to get them to actually show up. Yeah, that's it. That's the end of the campaign. There we go. So yeah, like I said, I'll do those instant action missions next time. I think I'm tired, I'm hungry. The stream's been going for nearly 9 hours, and I said it would be a short one, as usual. So we're going to find someone to raid out to, but thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. Really appreciate it. Hope you've all had a wonderful day. Hope the rest of your day is just as wonderful, if not more so. Let's see who's live. Hello? Are you going to cooperate with me today, Twitch? Apparently not. Bear with me, chat. We're having some dramas here. Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm really keen to play some more Wolfpack. I've just got to figure out when. Jesus, why is this so slow? Okay. It seems to be working now, maybe. Who have we got? Let's do something different. We're gonna raid, I think we'll raid Pyroblaze, who is playing some City Skylines, which I haven't played for ages, because I managed to break my game again. I modded it until it broke for like the 3rd time. I also still have to play... I haven't played that on stream, I might sometime. I've also still got to play Workers and Resources on stream, but I haven't played that since before the sewerage update, so that's going to be interesting. There we go. Thanks again, guys. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay safe. I will catch you probably same time next week-ish. Well, a bit early because armor. I was just a bit late waking up today. But we'll see how we go. If I get the time, I'm going to try and start squeezing in streams on the weekends again. At least short ones, if nothing else. Because I know that a lot of people are having trouble getting to streams at this time of day. Because it is like kind of Sunday night, Monday morning for a lot of you. And also, I would like to have more than one stream a week. I can maybe shorten them down if I have 2 4 or 5 hour streams instead of one fucking 20-hour stream. Anyway, catch you guys next time. Enjoy Pyroblaze.